Okay, got that out of the way. Let me put this on vibrate. Let's get through this bullshit. We read most of this. Read that. Did I already download this? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Okay. Hey, what's up, guys? How are you doing? Hey, what's up, Drake? What's up, Rashikage? What's up, everybody? Hope you guys are doing well. Let me just send one quick text. Okay. now that that's out of the side. So, Drake, I actually did see your message not too long ago. Sorry if I didn't respond immediately. I guess I could just give you my answer right here while we're at it. So, I have checked out Demon Slayer. Um okay, so let's just do a bit of like upkeep. Let's just talk about some stuff. Let's just have everything checked out first and foremost. How do I turn this off, man? Is there any way for me to turn that stuff off? I don't know. Is it like okay? Is there any way for me to like turn this settings, notification off? Let me just deal with this first. Show or hide feeds off. Turn off. Yeah, I don't really care about that stuff. So, I haven't checked out the new Demon Slayer movie. I'm not really much of a movie goer. Not to say that there's anything wrong with it at all. I'm gonna be honest. I'll probably wait until the movie is out. Yeah, they all do the exact same thing. I'll probably wait until like the movie is out for me to watch like for free online. No real reason. Demon Slayer is actually a kind of an interesting series because I actually got into it through the Mugen Train movie. I remember I watched the Rengoku moment for all of you that know. Yeah, Rengoku, like, you kind of just fall in love with him almost immediately. He's so great, and then to have him be taken away from you by, like, Akaza and stuff, that should hurt. I ended up actually getting into the series because of it. I remember not too long afterwards, I actually ended up watching... I don't remember if I watched Demon Slayer first and then the Mugen Train movie, or if I watched Mugen Train then started watching the series. I think it was actually probably a few months earlier I watched it, but I remember that I started reading the manga right afterwards, and I ended up actually finishing it not too long afterwards. I remember you brought up the character. I remember the question that you asked was about Drake specifically. I remember that the question you asked before was about Muzan and him as a villain. Because you did. Because I know I've been harking a lot on Aizen. I know I've harked a lot on Aizen in the past. It's not my favorite villain, not my favorite character. I think there are a lot of decisions with him that are made really well, but at the same time, I don't think... And I could go into that a little bit later, but I don't think that there are a lot of decisions that go into him that are also... I think there are a lot of decisions that I just don't like about him. Muzan is a weird villain to me because his whole purpose is to try to, like, you know... become truly eternal. His whole thing is like he wants to sort of... Hey, what's up, Niteo? Thank you for the kind words. With Muzan specifically, it's kind of weird because he almost feels like a very hands-off boss, if that makes sense. I don't know how to explain it. Everybody sort of just does the thing for him. He's got his generals. He's got, like, you know, his people in charge. You guys fight for me. It's... I wouldn't say like it's a different approach from anything that I've seen so far. I can't say that like Muzan as a character really entices me. I'm not a fan of his overall design, especially when he's like, you know, fully fighting and everything. All the extra mouths, the blood-soaked body, the extra tendrils. I don't know. When I read Demon Slayer, it was around the, I think, I don't remember when exactly did the Mugen Train movie come out, right? It was Mugen Train movie release date 2021, right? I remember reading our Demon Slayer around that time, so that was about 2 years prior to me starting to make content. From that moment before, from that, like, around that time frame before, I didn't really focus too much on... Actually, I'll say this. I didn't really focus a lot on, like, writing as a whole. I kind of glazed by a good portion of the story. There were times, moments where, like, maybe it was because of the art style in the manga. For those of you that may not have read the Demon Slayer manga... do I have to just write Demon Slayer, no Kimetsu no Yaiba? Yeah, we'll just do it like that. For those of you that may not have, like, actually, let me not go this far. Let me go to, like, I don't know, 132. Yeah, like right here. There were moments in time where, like, for example, I didn't know who the fuck this dude was, right? I had read the entire arc prior and everything, but I had completely, like, missed out on who the fuck this dude was. Maybe it was because of the change of design. Maybe it was because of, like, the art style of the manga. It just made it difficult for me to, like, really keep up. I remember that I didn't really care for, like, the training arc, for, like, the training arc that they all went through, nor did I really care for the Swordsmith Village arc. I'll withhold anything that I'll say on Muzan for the most part, only because I don't really remember him as a villain, and I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. He doesn't really come across to me. He doesn't really come across to me as, like, that... I don't want to say threatening of a villain, because he is. He is the undisputed top 2 of, like, the entire verse, if you count Yoriichi. I hate that name, by the way, Yoriichi. Maybe it's because, again, I watched Bleach, so Yoruichi just sounds better, but Yoriichi just sounds like such an incomplete name, in my opinion. But, like, you know, top 1 in the current modern day. I know that it was a very similar situation with Sukuna, where they essentially devised a character that essentially had to go through, like, almost a gauntlet in order to get to them. There were obviously decisions that were taken up very differently, where Sukuna was sort of just jumped by everyone. Muzan kind of got jumped by everyone in a weakened state as well, but his weakened state was more threatening to him since it was aging him an extreme amount of time. I think it was like 1,000 years or something, like, it aged him. But at the same time, it was like a case of everyone wasn't, like, in their best physical state or something along those lines. There were a lot of things about this that, like, you know, it had me thinking, you know, Muzan, you know, Muzan as a whole, you know, I don't know, man. Pause on all this. I have to fix this real quick. This ad block shit. I do have to fix it. Whatever. Yeah, the art style is kind of rough. Now, let's that's kind of like my take on Muzan as a whole. For those that have enjoyed the movie, though, I'm happy you did. I've heard it's actually peak. I've said this before. I do think Demon Slayer is definitely a series that, like, is really, really helped out by the modern animation and some of the stylistic choices that the writer made, especially when it came to the use of, like, the blades having the what's it called, like, the flowing art style with their, like, independent sword techniques. I do like that. I think it definitely does help out that modern animation has gotten to a point where they can take full advantage of this kind of stuff, so that's great. But overall, there was an issue that I was speaking to with a friend of mine, Michael, who's been recently watching Demon Slayer and loving it, by the way. That was, the fights seem to drag on at times. Whenever they get to a point where like the sword is at the base of the neck of the bad guy, of the demon, they cut it, but then it's obviously a situation where like, oh, it obviously wouldn't be that easy. You can't just kill me with a single blade to the neck. You also have to complete this other condition. Yada yada yada. Stuff I think I've gone into before. I don't think it's that necessary. As for let me see, what else do we have here? Kokushibo was a better villain than Muzan, by the way. Agreed? What's up, Guz? What's up, Boros? Kokushibo just looked to me like he was the top one of the versus older brother that was kind of upsetty spaghetti about not being better than his little brother, and that was sort of it. Talent beats... Just pure talent beat any hard work he could have done. Simple as that. Nothing really deep about... Nothing too deep about that, in my opinion. After I found out the breathing techniques were metaphorical. Bro's not actually waterbending. Yeah, I saw that as a thing that a lot of people didn't like. We felt like everything was a climax. It was really uninteresting. Yeah, isn't the climax. I just watched two out of 3 seasons, so I don't know if it gets better. I watched seasons 1. I watched the season with Daki and the ugly older brother. I think that was like, what, season 2? It was alright. I didn't really care for it. Ninja guy was kind of cool. Again, very pretty to look at. I will 100% always say very pretty to look at. Yeah, I agree. He's very much a Dracula. No goals of taking over. He just wants to live forever. Yeah, 100%. Leaves so little of an impression. He's dull. I do think he does leave a little bit of an impression. I feel like the issue with Muzan is that you want... I'll put it like this. The series almost wants you to believe that Muzan is this force that should be feared by all and everyone that comes across him. I'm not sure if I can feel that level of fear. Maybe it's because of the design. I know that, like, a lot of people draw the comparison with, I know that a lot of people will draw the comparison with Muzan with, like, let's say Michael Jackson, stylistically speaking, at least from, like, a design perspective. It's usually like this thing where like he's either a child, a woman, a full-grown adult, and where all the other demons are exceptionally afraid of him, and for good reason, but at the same time, you don't feel this air of fear around Muzan, if I had to be honest. He's more of like the quiet, everyone is already afraid of me, I don't really need to show it, but I haven't shown you, the viewer, why you should fear me. You know what I mean? When I see someone like Muzan, for example, looking at, like, let's say, I think it was, what, the lower moons, and he killed most of them? Have you read Mojiro? I have. I'll talk about Mojiro later. When it comes to Muzan, it's like, all the demons are, like, all, like, the, what is it, the upper 12 moons. I think there's, like, lower 12 moons and, like, upper 12 moons or some shit like that. When there's, like, with, like, the upper 12 moons, like, how everyone's afraid of him and everything, I feel like, I don't know, man. Maybe it's because I haven't seen Muzan do enough scary shit. Like, for example, Sukuna, again, my king, his loyal guinea pig as I am. With him, you kind of get this idea, at least in my opinion. I could be wrong on this. I don't recall Muzan ever really doing much outside of, like, the final arc. Where, like, with Sukuna, you kind of get this, right? It's like, this is what happens when 15 fingers of Sukuna are out. You just see it's just a wasteland. There's a guy slashed completely down in half, not horizontally, but vertically down his entire body. A giant meteor dropped on the city. He turned everything into a giant pressure cooker. There are things about Sukuna, even when I was when I rewatched it earlier this year, the second season of JJK with a friend of mine. She hadn't seen it in a couple of years. She wanted to sit down with somebody that, like, knew the series well and, you know, wanted to, like, just go through with it. And she was like, here's the thing, Sukuna's hot, according to her words, not mine. She thought that Sukuna was hot season 1, but when she saw him in season 2, she was like, no, he's kind of scary. Like, all the shit that he did, like, that devilish smile when he was fucking up Jogo, just... like, bending over buildings, crushing them, just blasting through them whenever he wanted to, slashing apart and tearing an entire city to pieces regardless of the people, killing thousands of innocent folk, mid-fight with Mahoraga, burning, and again, turning everything into a giant pressure cooker. She was like, yeah, no, like, she was like, I still think he's hot, but that was toxic. That was definitely scary. You know what I mean? With Muzan, I never really got that. So for a character like him, again, not to say that he's bad, not to say that I have an issue with him, but he didn't really give me that moment where I'm like, you know, what am I supposed to tell you, right? Like, what has Muzan really done for me to really respect him? Like, those are definitely not my thoughts as well. I don't see my king as hot. I see my king as my king. I see him as the absolute villain, one of the greatest villains in shonen writing I've ever had the pleasure of experiencing. I haven't seen the new Demon Slayer movie. I've only seen Mugen Train, but I have seen the first 2 arcs. Hot take, but Fullbringer arc is better than Hueco Mundo and Karakura Town arc. That's an interesting take. So far, so I started reading through this yesterday. I read about 30 chapters. We're gonna get through another 9 chapters today, and then we'll get back to the rest of our conversation. We'll get back to our conversation about Bleach. I decided yesterday, not a while back. I decided yesterday that I wanted to sort of approach this a little bit differently. I wanted to approach, I don't get why, like, it opens it up, but then I'm clicking here to, like, I don't get it, man. Welcome back. Looks like you managed to master it. You were taking so long, I was worried the battery on this thing was going to run out. Yeah, sorry for the wait. You should go home. Your sisters are probably worried about you. Crap, I haven't spoken to my sisters or contacts. How many days was I in there? You were in there for 90 minutes. I fast forwarded the time in there. You should be thanking me. Okay. Okay. Akaza is by far the best Demon Slayer antagonist. Thoughts on Ginjo so far? I mean, I know that Ginjo is going to be a villain, and I understand kind of like the point of the Fullbringer arc. There were a certain number of pages that I was just skipping through because it's all story-related babble about how everyone's feeling some type of way about Ichigo, how Karin doesn't want... And there are things that I definitely missed on my first watch through over a decade ago. I think, like, what, 13 years ago? 13, 14 years ago. There... I can't say I dislike this arc for a big number of reasons. The mess of Bleach scaling. Muzan has no oh shit moment. Sukuna annihilated Shibuya. Kaido one-shot Gear 4 Luffy. That's what I'm saying. It's crazy how Megumi was killed by Maharaga after going diff with grade 15 curse. Type shit. Like, wow, that blonde dude that Megumi ended up summoning Maharaga on must have been a real fucking problem for Megumi to say, you know what, out of everyone here, what's your overall top 5 out of 10 of villains in fiction? Top 5 to 10 top 5 villains in fiction? That's a good question. I'll answer it really quickly. Just off the top of my head, I won't say villains, I'll say antagonists, because I do like the use of the term antagonist more than I like a term like villain. I would say Sukuna, number 1. There's just no discussion there. I appreciate Sukuna as a villain for everything that he does and the way that Gege wrote him. That's just not going to change for me, I don't think, anytime soon. Madara Uchiha is definitely up there. Madara was almost perfect, man. Madara was almost fucking perfect for me, in my opinion. He just needed to be defeated by Naruto and Sasuke first. I just needed to see a chapter with him going all out. I don't care if he got thrashed by Naruto and Sasuke. I don't care if he thrashes them. I needed to see him lose the battle of power at his full strength with no excuses against Naruto and Sasuke. I like Kaido. I actually like Kaido a lot more than I like somebody like Doflamingo. I get it, Doflamingo, super evil, did a lot of fucked up shit, but it wasn't so much Kaido's philosophy or what he stood for. It was more so just the fact that you got a villain that was this threatening of an individual that it took all of It's that all of these people, not only to jump him at the same time, and not just jumping him, but all of the things that the characters had to go through, all of the buffs that the protagonists had to go through just to put down this one guy that did the one thing I thought I'd never see, and it was Luffy get pulled out by sheer brute force. Believe it or not, Kid Buu. Kid Buu, in my opinion, is the perfect Dragon Ball villain. I know some people like Cell. I know some people like Frieza. I know as an antagonist, Jiren demonstrated this overwhelming raw power more than anybody else. Goku Black probably would have beaten out Kid Buu for me if he just wasn't Zamasu. I don't know what it was about making Zamasu black and then having them fuse that just felt strange and uninspired to me. I don't like Fat Buu. I don't like Super Buu. I like Kid Buu. I like Kid Buu. I do not like Fat Buu. I do not like Super Buu. I do not care who's stronger. I like Kid Buu. Why do I like Kid Buu? It's because he is the incarnation of Black Air Force energy. Listen, nobody, I don't care who else you talk about. I don't care who else you're going to bring up. Nobody, not even Kaido, not Aizen, not Madara, nobody has ever run the fade immediately after spawning, just decided to blow up the entire planet. I don't think I've ever seen an example of someone, as soon as they enter consciousness again, looks at their surroundings and says, yeah, no, blow, just one shot everything in front of me right now. I've never seen something like that. I never, even as a child, I thought it was insane that he blew up the planet just for the sake of blowing, mind you, a tiny ki blast. It wasn't a Kamehameha. It wasn't the giant death ball. No. It was a tiny little blast of ki that was going to blow up the entirety of the earth. Goku and Vegeta said it. That blast was going to blow up the planet. And then after he said, oh, somebody stopped it? All right, let's go for a second one. Stop this bullshit. Threw a giant ball of death at the core of the planet. And unlike Frieza, who took 5 minutes, that shit just blew everything up. Then put himself back together, learned instant transmission off of one look, and didn't go to where Goku and Vegeta were. No. He went to heaven. He went to the literal concept of heaven within the Dragon Ball verse, and then decided to blast everybody again. He ran the fade once again with the people that he had killed. Usually, across fiction, if somebody dies, they come back for the fade. No. He went back for the fade against the very people he had just killed. That shit is crazy. And then, finally, again, I'm going off of antagonist, not villain, antagonist, and if I'm going by anime, in all honesty, Michael Kaiser from Blue Lock. If you haven't seen Blue Lock, if you haven't seen or read Blue Lock, Michael Kaiser is... I'm not gonna lie, I didn't like him. I didn't like him at the start. I never liked him at the beginning, but... Fuck, man, there's just something about that piece of shit that on a second read-through when I was going through the entirety of the NEL, holy shit, I'm like a chapter off. I'm like a chapter off. Yeah, I was like a chapter off. Fuck. This motherfucker right here was one of the greatest antagonists that I've ever seen. Early into Blue Lock, to give you guys a bit better context, early into Blue Lock, you get this idea that many football players, and this is true in real life, they reach the point where they can go pro, not because they're gifted, not because they want it, but it's out of necessity. They need to get out. They need to get out of where they were. Michael Kaiser, when reading through his backstory the second time, the first time I had no empathy for him. The second time I decided, okay, let me really take in what is going on. He comes in from this perspective where and I don't want to go into too many spoilers, he comes in from one of the worst environments that a person can grow up in. Not the worst entirely, but one of the worst environments that an individual can grow up on. And where he seems very pompous, very... Well, he says... Well, let me slow down. He seems very pompous. He seems very high class. You see his mannerisms, you see the way that he speaks. It's all... In a sense, it might all be a facade. He doesn't come from a rich family. He comes from the boonies. He comes from an environment where they didn't have much money. He's someone who is the way that he is because he naturally needs to be the antagonist. He needs to be antagonized by somebody. He works in the best sense possible. He thrives off of the idea of being hated. He doesn't like people being chummy with him. He wants people to hate him, and I feel like that is what the dynamic between these two is. Isagi is not the kind of player that is going to allow somebody to look down on him, let alone outplay him in a way where if he can eventually adapt to you, he will. And Michael Kaiser wants to destroy that ability, that adaptive ability. He wants to become that wall that Isagi will never meet. And they end up playing off of each other in such a way, in such a way that, I don't know. For me, it's cinema. It's absolute cinema. Now, some of you have brought up Dofi and Pain. Some of you have brought up Aizen. I'll put it like this. Doflamingo and Pain are not bad villains. They're actually really good villains by most regards. When I first saw Pain years ago, I would have said he was actually my number one villain. Not Nagato. Pain. Stylistically speaking, Pain to me is the best looking Naruto villain. And I say this as someone who doesn't really care for things like tattoos or piercings. Not to say that he has tattoos, but he has very cool piercings, especially the Devapath. I enjoy the philosophy that Pain tries to go by, that is, true peace is impossible to truly obtain, so we will obtain peace by the means of force. We will be the bad guys, we will take in all the tailed beasts, and we will use them as the ultimate nuclear deterrent. War will cease to exist because if anyone decides to start war, if anyone decides to start issues, we will blast you to Kingdom Come with all 9-tailed beasts under our control. I think... Eon, hide the stash type shit. I think that is a very grounded and interesting perspective that Pain brings to the concept of Naruto, and I like it. There are no nuclear bombs in Naruto. The closest thing you really have are tailed beasts. And yeah, sure, there are a couple of individuals like the Raikage that might be able to wrestle down the 8-tails, but 9-tailed beasts? I don't think so. If you were Gin in that situation, what would you do if you were with Aizen? I'm not gonna lie. The moment all the captains and everybody shows up, I would have been like, as soon as, like, the flames had popped out, I would have said, somebody fight... I would have said it. Somebody fight this... I would have tried to grab Aizen's blade, stabbed him through the chest. I would have done it all before Aizen started to evolve. I'm gonna be honest with you. I would have done it all before Aizen started to evolve. Like, real talk. I would have grabbed his blade, said, everyone grab his fucking blade, make sure you touch it. As soon as he gets stabbed, do that whole shit. Blast Aizen. Do the whole thing. Fuck it. Tozen's nowhere nearby. All the Espada are basically down for. Aizen already took out Halle Bell. I don't give a shit. I would have done everything I could have at that point with Head Captain Yamamoto still there ready to fight. I don't know. I don't know. Me personally, in hindsight, I would have, if the point was to kill Aizen, I would have just done it like that. He seemed to have taken this whole perspective of like, I'll be the one who takes Aizen down in his most vulnerable moment, and you literally decided to take him down when he was already in a state where he would continuously evolve. I don't understand it. Yeah, no, Pain was never really proven wrong, but at the same time, he wasn't proven right either, because Naruto was able to achieve peace through talking rather than through raw power. I think that Gin waited too long. Now, Doflamingo. Doflamingo is one of the best One Piece villains. If we're talking, like, who is, technically speaking, a more evil individual, I can definitely see a talking point for Doflamingo. Within his crew, he has an individual that can essentially erase people from, not from existence, but virtually speaking from existence if they're virtually powerless. Since Sugar can essentially just touch you, turn you into a doll, and you can't do anything about it, right? I'm getting to Dofi. The fact that he's willing to use a power like that to essentially maintain the status quo is a very big analog to the world government, and the birdcage was his own analog to a Buster Call. Doflamingo is someone who does not necessarily care about life, and you kind of understand where he comes from. He's essentially the worst of the celestial dragons, but personified in a different kind of evil. The celestial dragons are evil because they are raised to believe that they are gods and that they are better than everyone else. So is Doflamingo. The difference here is that Doflamingo is, I would say, naturally evil, where there could be, not that there could be an argument that not all celestial dragons can technically be inherently evil, since one of them, in this case Miosgard, was the example that they can change. Not that they will change, that they can change. With Doflamingo, there was never a case like that. You could see from the moment that he decided to shoot his father in the head for wanting to step away, and his father is another example of a celestial dragon having the possibility that they can be good. However, too much bad blood between celestial dragons and their family means that, like, yeah, no, giving away that power to protect you will always make it so that people will resent you for who you are, and Doflamingo, I guess, sort of understood that at an early age, but he also understands that because of his own father's wishes, there's no telling what exactly... There's no telling that there's really an instance in this case. There's no telling of there being, like, a real instance in this case of Doflamingo ever really coming back as a celestial dragon. And you know what? He became this chaotic force that wanted to sit up top by his own means, and he worked with whoever it was that he needed to in order to achieve that goal. I think he was a really good villain. He's just not up there for me. Garling is up there for evil, 100%. He is the personification of an evil celestial dragon, but still being a celestial dragon. I'll say this. There is a chance, depending on where we get to with someone like Garling, or Shamrock, or even Emu, that my perspective on Kaido might change, right? I don't think that Oda is going to make Kaido the only character that takes this much amount of effort and this much amount of power. Sugar was out there redacting people is so funny and crazy to me. That, you know, that title for Kaido could be easily usurped. By the way, unlike other than Sukuna and potentially Madara being top 2, the other 3 can be interchangeable. I don't really have like a set. It's these in this order, and it's very close. Not really. Sukuna for me is all the way on top, but that's because I think Sukuna makes almost every right choice. They make almost every correct decision with Sukuna that I don't think any villain has been able to make so far. I don't scale. Wait. What's the point? To where do you scale Sukuna in terms of power? Many people think he's a Dofi victim. That he's Dofi's victim. He's not Dofi's victim if he lands the world-cutting slash, but I don't see him ever landing it. So I don't personally think Sukuna scales to city level at best. It's the least you can actually scale him to. Like, Sukuna realistically being city level is like the least you can scale him to realistically. People usually just scale him like that because of his destructive capacity, which I've also used to scale other characters to at the very least. So that's my low ball for him. I think he's a lot stronger than that. I think his slashes, being able to rip through buildings even easily, even at like 15 fingers, means the attack potency should be much higher. But without any proper analog or bridge to a higher feat, unless I'm going with the creation feats for domain expansion, I can't really scale him up much higher, so it's just an unfortunate... It's like an unfortunate state for Sukuna in terms of like overall power scaling, but I like him where he's at. I don't really have an issue. Emu likely will rise up in antagonist rankings. I like Emu from the context of he is probably the most integral villain to a story that has ever existed. When does he destroy a city? He destroyed 200 meters of a city, and he essentially leveled it. Not pulverized it, no, he leveled it. There was nothing left. Yeah, no, I don't give a fuck if somebody says he's only city block level, you're wrong. If his range was any higher, an entire city would be leveled. There is nothing within the context of a city that would survive his domain expansion, let alone any of his slashes. It's just a matter of range, and if you simply just extend that range to the size of a city, everything is leveled. So yeah, no, I don't care. There's no way I'm putting him at anything lower than city. Kind of hoping all the celestial dragons crash out Aizen style. They're so smug that I don't want them. I hope that there's a crash out moment. Sukuna is a best above island level. Dofi is at worst above island level. At worst above island level, I think is too low. At worst, he has to be above continental. There's no way you can put Dofi beneath that if you have two characters that are weaker than him being... If you have two characters weaker than him being continental. I just can't believe that. Do you think Luffy's amputate could go through Gojo's infinity? Currently, I would have no reason to believe that. I don't have any reason to believe it couldn't go through through amputate. Okay, I have to take all of this. Yeah. Okay, let me read through these next few chapters. To be clear, any discussions, not entirely, on the Fullbring arc, I'm going to ignore until I finish reading this. I want to get this through with a certain semblance of time. I don't want to take too long. It's only 10 chapters today. So please let me read through this, and then we'll get through the rest of it, and then we'll continue to talk about other stuff while we go through it, okay? I'll talk about Emu afterwards. Somebody just please remind me. Okay, so, isn't this a surprise? It's Shu. It's been since Grandpa Rin's memorial service, so how many years has it been? Isn't it good to see him again? Hey, Ichigo. It's been a while. It's been a while, Ichigo. He came this evening and we had dinner together. It was great to have dinner again with Shu. He showed up unannounced. That part hasn't changed about you, Shu. Sorry, did I cause you guys trouble? That's not what I meant. Hey, you bastard. What are you doing here? Yeah. Ichigo, brother, wait. What are you doing? You're choking him. Let go. Are you mad Shu came over unannounced? What's wrong with you? What did you do to Yuzu and Karin? It's okay, you two. Ichigo's right. I shouldn't have stayed so late. Answer me. Oh, can you answer that? It's probably Keigo and the others. Yuzu, evening, Shu. Good evening. Here. Wear these slippers. We're here, Shu. Oh, you're here, Ichigo. Oh, yeah, Ichigo. You've been staying out late these days. Come here. Yuzu and Karin are lonely. No, we're fine. We're not lonely. Karin, long time no see. Good evening. I asked them to come. It's been a while, so I wanted to see everybody. Don't look so angry. I'm sorry I invited them here so late. But it's Sunday. Tomorrow. Oh, yeah. Maybe we should invite Chad and Orihime, too. Oh, Orihime's me. Yeah, it's Tsukishima. What? What do you mean? I just saw you the other day. Ha ha ha. Actually, I'm at Ichigo's place right now. Okay. What the heck? Mr. Tsukishima. What the... Tell me, Tsukishima, what did you do to them? Answer, are you okay, Tsukishima? Oh, yeah, I'm alright. You alright? You're bleeding. Tsukishima, Ichigo, what are you thinking? I don't know what your problem is, but I know you treat a relative you haven't seen in a long time. Apologize to him. Tatsuki, no matter. Apologize to him. Yeah. Ichigo, seriously, what's wrong with you? Ichigo, hey. Wait, hey, this is Tsukishima's ability. Oh, if it isn't Ichigo, what happened? You're filthy and you're not wearing shoes. What's going on? Here, drink this. Stay here till you calm down. You don't have to say anything. Thanks, Miss Ikumi. Miss Ikumi, forget it. Just be quiet. Who the hell could that be coming in? What the hell happened? There's no way in hell she knows nothing about Soul Reapers or Hollows. Fullbring. It'll just worry her if I tell her something like it that I don't know where. Ichigo, good news. Mr. Shikishima is here to take you home. What is this? Anybody? What the hell's going on? Isn't there anybody sane left? Ichigo, got them. Riruka. Kutsuzawa, Yukio, Jackie, they were all attacked by Tsukishima. Cool. VA of the year, right here. Listen to the various inflections he uses for each character. Beautiful. Type shit, actually. Thing in room that Infinity can sense. Slow down time. Yeah, slow down. Just gotta get through it as quickly as possible, my guy. Just gotta get through it as quickly as possible. I'm not entirely enthralled by it, but it's fine. We should be here for a while. I prepared this location in case Tsukishima discovered all our hideouts. Not even Riruka and Kutsuzawa know about this place. Damn it. How did this all happen? Why? It's your fault. You dragged me into all of this. Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. Damn it, I know. All you did was try to help me out, and it's not your guys' fault, and it's nobody's fault. Don't blame yourself. Right before they attacked me, Yukio and the others said, it isn't about time we remembered. remembered. What does that mean? I thought Tsukishima's ability was to disrupt a memory based on what Chad told me, but rather than memories being disrupted, they actually sound more like things became clear after they remembered. I suspect Tsukishima's abilities did not a disruption of memories, but a manipulation of the past. Tsukishima's Book of the End is a Fullbring that uses a bookmark. What I'm about to say is purely speculation. If it's a new ability of his Book of the End, then it coincides with the original form of his bookmark. Tsukishima's been marking his existence into the past of those he cuts. Is that even possible? I don't know. But you heard what the guys that were stolen by Tsukishima said. Their comments weren't that on the level of mere distrust or trust. Tsukishima has always been here for them, somewhere in the past, as a family, as a friend, as a lover. He's somebody they're deeply connected to. What a good guy you are, Ginja. That's what I'm saying. They wouldn't talk... Oh, what the fuck? My bad. They wouldn't have talked about him the way they did otherwise. It's not confusion or memory loss. It's a fact of the past. They're gonna miraculously regain their memories by crying like they do in fairy tales. To all of them, though, the two of us who don't know Tsukishima are the crazy ones. Can that be fixed by killing Tsukishima? I'll be honest, there's no guarantee killing Tsukishima will turn things back to normal. We may just be forever thought of as murderers, hated by our families and friends, but regardless of whether his ability can be undone or not, there's no other way but to kill Tsukishima, to sever the connection to him. Can you do it? Can you really kill Tsukishima with no guarantees? Oh, you guys have been pretty disturbing conversation. Yeah. Okay. How did you know about this place? How? What are you talking about? Why wouldn't I? Whenever we're separated, we always make sure to know where each of us is. Something really is wrong with you, Kugo. Come on, let's go home. Don't worry, neither Tsukishima nor I nor anybody else is angry with you. We'll actually feel sorry for you. Don't worry. We'll get back home soon. We're here. Yeah. Put Dofi, Sukuna, Kenjaku, Joker. Who's gonna be the first one crying? I'm not adding Broly, Boo, or Frieza for obvious reasons. The Joker? Kenjaku, Sukuna, Dofi, Madara, Orochimaru? I don't know. I don't see any of them really crying. Tsukishima, okay. Ichigo just immediately goes for it. Holy shit. Wait, Ginjo. Don't go at him without thinking. If he has an ability, if his ability is what I think it is, you get cut once and it's over. Relax, I'm unarmed. I don't want to fight you two. Let's talk inside. You really think you walked into a potential trap? You're kidding, right? If I wanted to set up a trap, I would have done so in the forest. You heard him. Come on, let's go inside. Yeah. Welcome back! What are you standing there for? Come on, everybody's here. Yeah. Crazy ass levels of manipulation. Yeah. You said he's not angry at you anymore. Yada. You should apologize to him. Apologize, Ichigo. They do think Tsukishima is their friend, but not their enemy either. They probably won't suddenly attack you. Stay calm. Ichigo, damn it, he couldn't bear it. Damn it, I wish I could cut that guy right now. I couldn't fight him. I've been dragged. Tsukishima. Yeah. Oh, it seems like you're doing well. Yeah. He's brimming with energy. I'm glad. He's coming at them. I thought you didn't like me, but maybe not. You voluntarily got yourself surrounded. Well, then, I got your stairs. I broke your stairs. Yukio's about the only person that can possibly come up here. Now then, okay. You got no reason to hold back now. Fight him with all you've got, Ichigo. Okay. Activates Fullbring. Let's go. Activates Book of the End. Ichigo blitzes. Yup. Slashes his arm off. Is that your Fullbring? You evolved so much in such a short time. It's supposed to be a compliment. Keep talking while I can. I came here to kill you. Then Chad comes in. Chad Orihime. Yeah. My bad. Not cry. More like break under pressure first. I don't know. I reject. Soten Kishun. Ah, there we go. Guys, look at all these characters that we haven't seen before in a while. In the last year, 17 months. Don't heal him. He's... Yeah. Fullbring. There we go. Back here. I'm impressed. You heal amazingly as usual. Chad, you guys are the same as the others. I don't know what you mean by same. I'm actually confused because you're different, Ichigo. Why are you doing this? Ichigo, did you forget everything Tsukishima has done for us? Saving Rukia, defeating Aizen. That's crazy. It was all thanks to Tsukishima. Are you comprehending, Ichigo? Swing, blitz, Ichigo, where are you looking? Should be fighting. It's us. You should be fighting. Stop worrying about him. Start worrying about yourself. Who is this guy? Did he make this fall? What did he do? It doesn't seem like he has any equipment. The chain on the chandelier isn't broken. The screws all come undone. What kind of full bring does he use? In science fiction novels, there are stories of changing the future by traveling back in time. It's always the future that changes when something is altered. That is because it is believed that time flows from the past to the future. My Book of the End changes the past. It is possible my ability does not control time or memories. It is an ability that allows me to place my existence in the past. So Ginjo was right. Ginjo guessed my ability. I'm surprised I underestimated him. I thought he was a little more stupid. In any case, it's sad, but I want you to understand the past they experience and the past you experience are something different. Stop beating around the bush. Why don't you just say you've changed it to something with your ability? That's where you're wrong. It didn't become different except everyone except you has lived their lives with me. You are the only one leading a life from a false past. You must be sad. It's only different for you, but you don't have to worry. Soon the sadness will have never have existed in the first place. He attacks, hits, it breaks. So Ichigo should be stronger than Ginjo then, I suppose. Maybe not. Chad, why Ichigo? This is not what I became strong for. I didn't become strong to fight you, Chad. Wait, brazo izquierda del diablo. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Why? How did this happen? I wanted to protect you guys, so why? What happened? What did I regain my powers for? Tsukishima. Yeah. 4 more chapters and then we're good. Ichigo, Dirty Boots. Swing. Time tells no lies. He sends numbers to attack. Dollhouse. Yeah. Swings in with that bullshit. Crap. What the hell? The punch was nothing. What broken? Should be happening to make contact with your body. The spin was good. Have I ever told you how much I hate Max? As in, like, the Apple product Max? What's up, Lapis? How you been, man? Could have been in serious trouble. What do you mean? My full bring is Jackpot Knuckle. It controls the odds and draws out the jackpot on the very first spin. The punch hit the jackpot on the guard, and it was part of your sword, which happened to snap right off from wear and tear. 10 yen coins are flicked. Hit the jackpot, and the screws of the chandelier just so happen to come loose enough for it to fall. Yeah. Why'd you hate them? Are they good for, like, editing and stuff like that? Why do you hate them, Lapis? What's up? How you been, by the way? Bring it on, Kujo. I'll show you what a one-shot, one-kill really is. Cool. Tsukishima, what's the matter? Poor thing, you're angry, so you can't find words. Okay. You kick Tsukishima. Sure. Getsuga. Really, Ichigo? Come on now. Such speed. Wow. He can still do Getsuga nothing show. Fantastic. Okay. Damn it, I don't stand a chance against the 4 of them, and that guy, his ability is a problem. Is that alright, Ichigo? He's blasting. Cool. Why are you protecting? Please don't. Chadorihime. That's what I want to say. Don't do this, Ichigo. Don't get it. I'm not gonna fight you guys. Tsukishima, stop hiding behind my friends and come and attack. Come out from behind them and attack. Fight me. Yeah. Ginjo gets stabbed. Sure. Alright, always bothered me that Ichigo went for Tsukishima's arm with his first try instead of just decapitation. Or he could have just went for the arm that had the blade, I guess, right? But I guess he couldn't have probably, like, blitzed it that way. Same as with Aizen freaking out when his moment was shattered. Same thing happened with Enel on Luffy. But even then, he still adapted by using gold to his advantage and kind of won round 1. Yeah, no, Enel did actually win round 1. Like, all things considered, it really did take Luffy to land that golden rifle for him to really come back. Because it's the ability to allow him. My Tsukishima's ability, like everybody else. Ginjo, you're alright, please. Ginjo, shut up. Stop paying so much attention to me, Kurosaki. Remember what I said? It's over. Tsukishima cuts you from behind. Yeah. Okay, are you alright, Ginjo? But I don't know. But I still consider Tsukishima my enemy and think of you as a friend. I see. Good. I don't understand why it wasn't activated. Maybe the activation time depends entirely, or maybe he has a plan and something didn't activate it. We have to take them down once it won't activate. We won't be able to do anything. Yeah. And then Uryu shows up. Kurosaki. Uryu, which is he? He was cut by Tsukishima, who healed him. Orihime was cut by Tsukishima. She did not consider Tsukishima to be a friend when she healed Uryu. If she did think of Tsukishima as a friend, that means she healed Uryu to make him part of Tsukishima's forces, which means... Uh-huh. Yeah. Not you too, Uryu. Ichigo, come here. I saw what's happening downstairs. Relax, I'm on your side. What's right? Hurry up, Ichigo. Ichigo, don't you get it? The guy who cut me is right behind you. There we go. Blast. Reacts to it. Ichigo / cool. Brings down Ichigo. Ha 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 ha. Ginjo, why? Tsukishima got to you too? You could say that it certainly was Tsukishima's ability. But make no mistake, I didn't become your enemy after being cut by Tsukishima. I let him cut me twice to return back to who I was, and now your full bring is mine. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Okay, that's right. That day, he was chasing after him, blitzed. This guy's his friend too. Oh, I still can't think. I should have cut him with my full bring. What are you talking about? He's gonna become the key. Whether or not Kurosaki notices the difference between him and the rest will decide his fate. There's nothing fun about a game. You know you're gonna win. Here, hurry up and cut me. It'll make you and me enemies that were once betrayed. We're really gonna do this, huh? Fine. Okay. What's happened? My Book of the End, one cut from it places my existence to another past. However, if I cut them twice, they return to how they were. Since I would be in close contact with you, I used his ability to mark Tsukishima as an enemy in my past so you wouldn't be suspicious of me. That's not true. It wasn't because you'd be closest to him, it was because you were the worst actor. Give me a break. Acting up until a second ago wasn't that bad. Did you realize you called Ichigo Kurosaki right after I cut you? Yeah. Here it comes. Yeah. My full bring. I wanted to get my powers, but I couldn't figure it out. All I could do was bear it, being helpless for months. I thought I finally found a way. Finally, I thought I could protect everybody again. But. Okay. He's crying, poor thing. Let him cry. He's useless to us now, and we'll probably never see him again. You should just kill him right here. I'm not gonna lie to you. You should just do it. Give it back, Ginjo. Give me back my power. What are you talking about? You weren't able to regain it because of me, so why shouldn't I have it? We're not taking your useless life. You should be thanking us. Ginjo stabbed Dad Urahara. You guys too. Look closer, you idiot. No, not you guys too. Look closer. It should have been seeing it by now. Look like who's holding the actual sword. Rukia. Oh, she came out of nowhere. Oh, guys, look. Rukia's back. Boom! Fwashing! Blah, 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 blah. Transformation! Wow. There we go. Wow. I specifically hate Logic Pro. If you've ever used that software, I haven't. I specifically hate. I've never used that editing not editing software. I never used that software before. Okay. We'll talk about this in a bit. Let me take that with me though. Impossible. Full bring. We're back. Okay. Rukia, yeah, it's been a while, Ichigo. You've gotten stronger since the last time I saw you. As if, fool. Crying like a little baby. You turn into a sissy if I don't keep an eye on you, you disgrace. I hate this kind of shit. Like, he kind of deserved to cry right there. That's bullshit. You think surviving or out to an Ursula's shock point blank? I don't see why not. Survive? Surely. So if Ichigo getting his full bring back was completely pointless? Kind of. Well, we'll talk about that in a bit. Heard about Tsukishima's ability from Urahara to be able to repaint the past. It's terrifying just imagining it. But, so what? No matter how much your past has changed, you cannot change your future. If a bond is lost, all you have to do is rebuild. Am I wrong, Ichigo? My past wasn't changed. Rukia, can I say... Don't interrupt me. Watch out. That was close. Are you crazy? I know it's been a while, but you're being a little too harsh. Nonsense. The sword has no blade. Come to think of it. What is that sword? This is a sword Urahara prepared for you. Thanks to this, I was able to give you your Soul Reaper powers once again. Don't be stupid. Soul Reaper powers are restored. Just because he regained his appearance of a Soul Reaper, the transfer of Soul Reaper powers was successful the first time because he already had Soul Reaper powers in him. But right now, he doesn't have any such powers because I stole every last drop from him, pouring only your measly spiritual pressure into him while his tank's empty. Won't really help him regain his powers, you idiot. It wasn't just Rukia. Yeah. Oh, look, guys. The 13 court guard squads came back. Cool. I'll also talk about this in a bit as well. All of our spiritual pressures were loading into that sword. You think all of us couldn't restore one man's powers? Renji, Byakuya, Kinja, you skimmed the top of his power that was fused with his so-called Fullbring. Have you heard or something that strings from within? You couldn't steal it from him even if you wanted to. Ichigo. Sure. But they must be ignorant. They think that this is enough to fill you with despair. They don't know the struggles you've lived through. Show them they can't stop you with despair. Alright. Shing swings a blade. Blah. Getsuga Tensho is definitely more powerful now, but is that it? What a letdown. That's not enough to kill me, Kurosaki. You idiot. That wasn't a Getsuga Tensho. That was just my spirit, my sword pressure. What? What the hell is this spiritual pressure? Getsuga Tensho! Yeah. Any thoughts on pre-time skip Straw Hats versus Soul Society? Oh, the Straw Hats would curb stomp the fuck out of them. Current Straw Hats? Curb stomp the fuck out of them. What was it? Prior to that, let's say like Enies Lobby onward, probably Straw Hats. Yeah. Guys, look! Ichigo's Getsuga Tensho is just a Sukuna slash. Look! Next time I won't. Sorry, I missed. Next time I won't. I gotta retreat. Gotta retreat and regroup. You're not going anywhere. Yeah. He's strong. His physical ability is way up. Did the Fullbring I gave him improve his physical abilities? Damn it. Okay, right. Yeah. Damn it, don't think you can kill me with this. Yeah. Rukia, Renji, Byakuya, Kenpachi, Hiroko, Rangiku. Yeah, Dad, Urahara. You feel it, don't you? Even old Captain Yama. I thought the transfer of power to human was a serious crime. We really didn't have a choice. It was Captain General's orders. I understand the situation. Take that sword. Kisuke Urahara, Captain General then. Whatever shape it may have taken, we were saved by Ichigo Kurosaki. It is now our turn to save him. If it means breaking traditions, if we don't repay him now, it'll be an eternal embarrassment for the 13 Court Guard squads. This is the head Captain General's orders. All 13 Court Guard squad companies will load their powers into the sword. Help Ichigo Kurosaki regain his Soul Reaper powers. What he said, the Captain General can be a pretty sweet guy. Don't be stupid. It wasn't the smart decision as a leader. The Captain General would have never have given this kind of power in the past. It was you who changed him, Kurosaki. What did Ichigo change about him, though? You already have some Bleach. I don't have any yet because the power scaling is just so fucking weird to me, dude. And I'll talk about it in a bit. I'll talk about it once I'm done with all of this, okay? We'll get through it in a second. The power you received is the result of changes you've made to the Soul Society and all your battles. Accept it with honor. What's this? There are two reasons why the Captain General decided to restore your powers. The first is just as Renji told you. The second reason is him. Long before you ever showed up, a man was issued a Deputy Soul Reaper badge, then relinquished that position and disappeared. The first Deputy Soul Reaper, Kujo Ginjo. Yeah. Don't lie to me after seeing that display. You're gonna have to write Getsuga Tensho and Ichigo an apology. What display? Last time I checked, this motherfucker has like no damage on him. What display? You telling me he slashed the building? I've seen Sukuna do more than this. Weren't there people in the building? They were on the first floor. They were in the first fucking floor. There were people in the first... Like, look. This right here is the first floor of the building. As long as nobody was, like, over here, they'll be fine. And also, you're telling me I should think a Getsuga Tensho is good? Especially when the only thing it's done is slash a fucking building? But despite me disliking Max, I wouldn't use one any day. I would use one any day for reading Bleach. That's funny. He did part of the clouds above them? Oh, did he? Let me see. Can we see the clouds before this? I guess we don't see the moon before this. Cool. Cool, I guess. Sure. Who gives a shit? Anyway, let me see. Let me see. Yeah. All right, Cujo. Okay, we're done. We're done. We caught up. We read. Let me just double check. Do we have this? If we do, just to make sure it's not double page. Okay. There. I have mixed feelings about the Fullbringer arc. Yeah, not as impressive in my opinion. Um, Especially because it's like a named attack, but that's neither here nor there. Let me Eon Drive. There we go. Random nonsense to talk about with chat. Okay, so for starters, currently yet I don't really have a like any idea as to what I should do for like Bleach matchups. I actually felt like writing Clearing the Skies usually gets you high number calcs. I'm sure, but those numbers mean nothing to me. So what does that really matter to me? I'm sure you can probably get some pretty insane numbers though. I believe it. Especially considering that, like, again, they should be above like country level or city level. I'm not sure. As I've read through Bleach so far, Bleach's scaling is like in this really weird place, right? Bleach is a series that, at least going by my metrics, it's extremely to gauge how strong Bleach characters are. So, one of the issues that I have with, like, just the scaling as a whole, base Ichigo open the clouds that Luffy needed Gear 5 to open, some food for thought. Luffy could do that shit while just using ACOC. Come on now. Come on now. Nah, Luffy could split the clouds with ACOC. He didn't need Gear 5. Besides, with Ichigo, he used the named attack. All Luffy did was just punch Kaido, so food for thought. Anyway, Bleach's metrics are, Bleach's writing makes it extremely difficult. So the thing is that, like, there really aren't any statements. There really aren't, like, any statements about, like, them destroying. There aren't any statements that help quantify any actual destructive capacity or attack potency. That can help get a low ball for their power level. In most cases, the problem with Bleach is that some of the larger scale attacks, even back in the, what was it? Even back in like the Hueco Mundo or prior to Hueco Mundo, emphasized the idea it emphasized the idea that they could destroy, damage multiple buildings to city blocks. Now, obviously, these are just like large scale. Obviously, like some of these were just like large scale attacks that they were like just blasting out like large waves of like spiritual pressure. God, I am so used to just going to One Piece. Prior to Hueco Mundo, fuck, I didn't start doing it. I didn't start like taking down images until like 292. That's gonna be a bitch to get through. 291 chapters, having to download that. Fuck, dude. Well, whatever. A lot of like the things, a lot of like the giant explosions that these guys did, or a lot of like their giant blasts. I loathe to admit this, but scaling aside, just focusing on isolated feat, Fairy Tales might have bigger feats than Bleach. Yeah, like, in terms of, like, isolated stuff, in terms of, like, isolated, like, incidents, they're really not that impressive, right? The most impressive feat I've seen destruction-wise was, unironically, the Lanza del Relámpago. Lanza del Relámpago. Jubito versus Ulquiorra seems to be a relatively popular mod chat. Do you think you'll give this a... I could give a take on it. I can definitely give a take on it for the future. That's actually not a bad one. Let me type that one in. And this doesn't even go into, like, the idea of, possibly dwarfing Las Noches, which is unquantifiable, but generally considered at least the size of a country. I also want to say that, like, the destruction of Las Noches... Don't... The thing... Okay, so... Let's slow down for a bit. The thing about, like, a lot of Bleach... the thing about, like, a lot of, like, Bleach's scaling, at least as far as I'm known... At least as far as I've seen, especially going into, like, the Fullbring arc, is that, like... Abilities are certainly very hacks-based, like some One Piece abilities. As a matter of fact, though, with Bleach, you could definitely say they might be a bit more intricate with, like, the way that they work. Since with One Piece, they sort of take these concepts and just use a very... And because of the amount of Devil Fruits that Oda has, there's... I would say that One Piece Devil Fruits, in some ways, are actually a lot more simplistic, for the most part. Specifically for the most part. Than many Bleach abilities. For example, while there isn't something like the Book of the End in One Piece, there are abilities like all invaders must die. There are abilities like the mirror fruit that allow you to create the mirror world and allow you to create like mirror clones of other people or even reflect attacks, right? It feels to me like it's like within that same tier of... It feels to me like it's within that same tier of... These abilities exist within the context of hacks. They exist within the sense that, like, I am capable of controlling the things that exist within the, let's say, the space, but I myself am not all that powerful, right? Shizasuke's ability to see Limbo clones mean he can see the Shinigami or Hollows from Bleach. I mean, I don't see why it would. Limbo clones work off of Six Paths abilities, so does the Rinnegan. It is just a Six Paths eye. So being able to see Limbo because of Six Paths, because of your Six Paths Rinnegan, does make sense. It's not like you're seeing spirits, you're seeing clones that are just in another dimension. Shinigami and Hollows live in the same, or at least whenever in the human realm, they do live and exhibit, they do, you know, exist within the human realm, so I don't see why it would allow it. However, I would say humans in Naruto can just see spirits. Like, they literally can just see spirits. You can see that, because of the whole situation with like chakra being manifested out of like both spiritual / mental energy, and like the whole definition there being kind of muddy depending on what translation you go into. I don't think that you can see them because I don't think that they can see them because chakra is made partially out of spiritual energy, because that doesn't make any sense to me. Chakra is a combination of spiritual and physical energy. It has contents of both, and even though it's invisible to the naked eye, it becomes visible the more prominent that it is. It's not that it's invisible to the naked eye. It's just that there's not enough of it where it can be visible, but once there is enough of it, it is completely visible, right? In general, with Bleach matchups, and I'll just say this for every video, I don't verse equalize, but I will always say, yes, they can interact with and touch them. There's otherwise no point in having the fight. I do not care what your stance is on it. I'm not going to go into verse equalization for it. They can see and touch each other. I don't care if we're going to talk about a verse like, I don't know, Sakamoto days, and say, well, for part 1, Ichigo versus Sakamoto, who would win in a fight? I'm not gonna say Sakamoto can't see or touch Ichigo, so Ichigo automatic. No, fuck that. If people want me to say that, I will say that at the start of the video, but I will also say, for the context of the video, Ichigo and Sakamoto can just interact with one another. I don't see why I would make a versus battle without including that tidbit in there. But that's just me. Hobby Fruit is kind of like the Book of the End, except it erases memories, not alter them, and it also turns into a toy. It's wizard mechanics. Characters may not have high physical stats, but have abilities/powers that make up for it, like sugar. 100%. So that kind of goes into like more of like the Fullbring abilities. Fullbring is kind of weird to me because obviously Fullbringers are just fucking dog shit weak. Like, Fullbringers are weak. I'm gonna put it like this, right? Let's start off with like this portion of the story, right? When Riruka sends Ichigo to like this dollhouse, for example, the ability isn't as like busted as one would initially think, because she has to be able to land the heart first before giving you permit, because the heart is essentially permission. Bro is just the Fortnite Skull Trooper. That's pretty funny. So, like, let's say putting a character inside this little dollhouse, for example. I don't know what the exact context. It's really not that confusing. Bleach power scaling is easy as early. Not as many power inconveniences as you say there are. Well, yes, there are, because it's difficult within the context of the story. It's difficult to properly ascertain how strong they are. With Dragon Ball, especially early Dragon Ball, it's very easy to just to say, if you're stronger than Master Roshi, you can blow up the fucking moon. That's pretty easy to say. If you are as strong as Master Roshi at full power, you can blow up a mountain. There are clear, decisive, or at least blow away the fire from a mountain. I forgot which one it was. There are clear distinctions for how powerful characters are. It's simple to tell. With Bleach, there are no statements, and there are no feats besides them. Well, not including the Ichigo and Aizen fight, because that doesn't really do well for their high-end scaling, since they're just slashing away mountains. But, there are no statements, and there are kind of, like, no feats that go beyond, like, city level that, like, really help me properly quantify where exactly the characters are. And even if I say something like Ulquiorra is, I don't know, country level, because the Lanza del Relámpago, at least on a low ball, can blow up Las Noches, let's say. Like, on its lowest ball, it can easily blow up Las Noches or whatever. Or even saying, like, a Gran Rey Cerro, if it could hypothetically blow up Las Noches, it is at the very least country level. You know what I mean? It makes this... It makes it difficult. I was trying to put out the fire, but blow away most of the mountain by mistake. Yeah. It makes it difficult to, like, properly ascertain, like, a range. It doesn't have good benchmarks. That's the difference. Like, sure, you have the statement of them saying a Gran Rey Cerro can blow up Las Noches, but then when Grimmjow fires a Gran Rey Cerro, Las Noches isn't blown up. So what do I go by? The feats or the statement? Sure, you can say... sure, you can maybe just go by the statement that says opening up a Resurrección in Las Noches destroys the entirety of it, but then does that mean that does that make the structural integrity of Las Noches weaker than fake Karakura Town? That is just a bunch of reishi buildings? Like, does the structural integrity just mean it's weaker? Because we had not one, but 3 fucking explosions. And I see where you're coming from, Aster. Most of the feats do come from 1,000-Year Blood War, but that's like high-end shit that I don't really care about yet. Because the thing is that, like, I want to understand what Bleach's scaling is as a whole. Depending on what matchups I want to make, for example, Obito versus Ulquiorra as an example. If I want to make matchups like that, I want to be able to understand the kind of things, right? If I want to say Luffy versus a certain version of Ichigo, or all versions of Luffy versus all versions of Ichigo, I want to have a clear benchmark for what they are, but it clearly puts it at a big like distinction. And I understand that not all Gran Raceros are equal, but the fact is the statement should still stand. The statement should still stand because whether or not he's on the lower half of the Espada or whether or not he's at the upper half, the fact is, even if all Gran Raceros are not equal, the statement says, hey, you should be able to blow up Las Noches with a Gran Racero, which didn't happen, which is a contradiction. My issue with Bleach scaling is that it jumps a lot in tiers and scaling from like 6 to 12 at points. 1,000-Year Blood War being the main source of said power jumps. Yeah. Let me go through this in parts as well. Now, Ichigo by this point in the story doesn't have any powers. And it's obvious to say that Ichigo is not an average human. He's clearly more physically fit. He's clearly got a tougher constitution than most humans, but I still find it a little bit insane for them to say that he's got no powers left. And yet he's able to, like, I don't know, I'll put it like this. I don't know what I'm supposed to think about with this situation as a whole. How do I gauge something like this? Because Ichigo's inside the dollhouse, do I have to consider, like, the cardboard cutouts to be tougher than cardboard? Or is he and this fucking pig doll, are they, I don't know, as strong as a doll should be and as strong as a tiny human should be? Like, is this physical strength as a human scaled down? Because the doll is able to, like, rip apart portions of the cardboard, destroy, like, the table, destroy the trees and shit. And when it powers up and becomes way more dangerous, it's able to, like, rip apart chunks out of, like, again, it's cardboard, but, like, do I consider this, like, if it is do I consider the cardboard to be as strong as pavement? Why should I? You know, like, if this were happening out in the street, like in a building block, could I see this giant transformed pig rip out the very sidewalk and do all of this shit? Do I see it, like, you know, tearing apart actual building walls and skyscrapers with its swings? Or is it just as strong as cardboard level? You know what I mean? Does this ability, you know, scale it down or whatever? I don't know. It's never really emphasized if they're any stronger or weaker. Shouldn't he lower his strength to not destroy it? That's what I'm thinking. Not just high-end scaling, there's also Kenpachi blowing up a meteor. Yeah, but Kenpachi blowing up a meteor isn't anything impressive to me as far as, like, scaling goes, because, I'm gonna be honest with you, I've already... One second. Susanos, One Piece characters, they already cut meteors, so Kenpachi slashing a meteor doesn't really do a lot for, like, the overall scaling of the story. Then you have, like, Dirty Boots, which, I'm not gonna lie, I don't care about its design, for the most part, just because of, like, the hat. The hat just doesn't do it for me. I don't know, like, how fast the characters should be at this point. I don't think that Ichigo's ability to, like... I'll put it like this. Ichigo, by this point in the story, again, I don't think that at this point he can, like, sense spirit energy that well at this point. Not bad. I didn't think he could dodge it. How fast does it make these guys? Is Jackie, like, just not that strong altogether? If she can't, like, you know... Even if she's holding back, if she can't, like, blitz a human, even with, like, peak physical capabilities... When a beat-up hospital needed Law sliced an island in half. Let's not talk about Dressrosa Zoro. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, the scaling for Bleach just seems to, like, jump up to, like, another tier that, if I'm gonna be honest, is just not... Up until a certain point, I thought they were gonna be more impressive. Like, I'm just being honest here. Up until a certain point, I thought these guys would be a lot more impressive than what I've gathered. Also, and I just gotta say it. I've just gotta say it. I'm gonna be real with you guys. I'm gonna go back real quick. Kubo is a wild motherfucker. Kubo is one hell of a wild motherfucker. Here it is. What? Did he think this was a good idea? Like, okay, listen. I get it. We know it. You can sound it off in the comments if you want. This is a Buddhist. I think this is like either a Buddhist. I think this might be like a Buddhist symbol, and it's in the Japanese kanji stands for the term full or concealed. It stands for like full or like complete. It's obviously not, you know, the angry Austrian painters a fascist regime symbol. It's not that. Obviously, I don't think Kubo was trying to say anything, but at the same time, I'm just saying, I think Kubo probably should have picked any other symbol for Ichigo's fucking Bankai and his abilities. I'm not saying, like, it's a symbol of peace. They use it in Japan. I get that. Here is, historically speaking, though, fuck, man, that is, that, writing this on it, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I'm not gonna lie to you, I let out a long, hearty laugh. When I saw that, I already knew about this, to be clear, but when I saw that, like, reading it through for the first time, holy shit, was I fucking laughing. I wouldn't say that Kubo is a part of the group. I don't want to say that either. I don't think that's fair, but, like, it's definitely not a choice that I would have made as an author, regardless. Me personally, though. Clearly it hasn't gotten Bleach canceled, so it's fine. Yeah, the Quincy's are definitely that group. To be fair, though, it kind of makes sense for Ichigo to have that symbol when the German spirit Nazis are his are technically part of Ichigo's heritage. Anyway, so I don't exactly know what the fuck I'm supposed to think about the speed scaling for this portion in time. There's no way I'm going to even remotely agree to the idea that Ichigo, without any Soul Reaper powers, is light speed. So we can just get that. So we can get. Yeah, I know it's a Buddhist manji. It means peace. The swastika is more straight. The manji is more slanted. Yeah. Now, I can tell you one thing. The scaling for this shit is definitely not light speed. I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you guys, but, like, Ichigo learning how to use, I don't know, fucking, full bring flicker is, or bringer light is, it does not make him light speed. I don't think these guys are light speed. I don't know why I would believe that Ichigo in his base form with no real amps other than making himself move faster through full bring would have light speed reaction time. Even if, you know, you want to argue that before he did. I don't know how fast these dudes are. Uryu was blitzed by one of these guys. Uryu was blitzed by, I think it was, Tsukishima and Ginjo. One second, guys. Okay, so, sorry, had to take, had to chat with my mom real quick. She just got back. Yeah, so speed scaling for this portion of the series, don't even fucking ask me. Uryu got blitzed by Tsukishima and Ginjo, technically. I suppose that you could argue Uryu is way stronger now than he was, well, relatively speaking, stronger now than he was back in, like, the Hueco Mundo arc. I'm gonna be honest with you, that was more of a surprise moment, and we've seen before in Bleach that, like, a character can catch you off guard regardless of, like, what your speed or reaction time is. You can be caught off guard if you're just not seeing it coming. I did like portions of the Fullbringer arc. I did like portions of the Fullbringer arc, maybe on a second go around. Maybe it's because I also get like these changed up designs for these characters. I find it a bit funny that like I find it a bit funny that like okay, Chad still feels like he just does nothing, and that because they're not fighting in like these spiritual worlds or like these other locations, because they're fighting in Japan in Karakura Town, there are some like actual real world implications that are happening here where, you know, people think there are gas leaks, the fire department's going to show up, the police department's going to show up, like all of these things are happening back and forth within the context of like the story, that you could be like, you know, there are some like real repercussions that could exist because of this situation. um I do like the idea of Bringer Light. I do like the idea of like Ichigo's full bring becoming a clad type, sort of like, you know, emulating his his old Shikai and Soul Reaper powers. The evolutions of it, I feel like maybe there wasn't enough time between them, and the sporadic increases in strength weren't all that impressive. In all things, Ichigo still wasn't at like full power. Uh, abilities like all invaders must die, while they might seem busted, really do feel like they work best when you don't see them coming, because I feel like you can blitz them. Characters like what's his face, this dude Yukio, are not as overpowered as one might initially think if you just speed blitz and one shot them, considering that it's all also based on how much battery his game console dies, which I think things disappear, like the entire ability turns off once it dies. Orihime and Chad becoming more powerful as the series, as this whole situation progresses. Not as this whole situation. During the last 17 months, they became more powerful. Unquantifiably speaking, that is the case. I know Chad also goes in to do some training on his own, but does it amount to anything? Not really. Orihime being able to create a shield that attacks back is kind of weird. I don't know what the exact limitations of it are. Is it just like a perfect shield that just reflects any attack using you know, diffused impact, creating like explosive retaliations? Like, cool, I guess. Maybe I would have wanted something a bit more intrinsic, but I guess considering how OP the concept of rejecting phenomena is, it's like full bring abilities are allow one to warp the confines of reality, in a sense, manipulate certain laws, but they're not like, in many cases, the most offensively powerful. You have full brings that like Genjaos that one could argue are more powerful and could take down characters like Orihime, like some of the like Riruka, like Yukio, that don't, or even like the Yukazawa or whatever the fuck his name is, the Time Tells No Lies guy, the butler dude. You could maybe argue that like their abilities are a lot more physically powerful than those, but they're a lot simpler in their approach. Tsukishima having a statement that like his blade can cut through anything doesn't mean that like it has the attack potency to slash quite literally everything and everyone. More so, it can literally cut through you without leaving a mark, and then, you know, activating its broken hacks ability. I don't know, man. It's interesting. I don't dislike the full bring arc. I don't dislike it, even though I hate the concept of Ichigo getting his powers back. Now, Fullbringers were literally giving all the Soul Reapers, if not a little bit of difficulty. Let's not downplay them. The thing about, well, let's let's go back into context of what's happening here, right? The Fullbringers, as far as the point in the story where I am at now, they are not that strong. Fullbringers are kind of dog shit weak, in my opinion. None of them have done anything that hasn't already been done by... Nothing that they have done that isn't hacks related has been anything more impressive than anything that I've seen even in Karakura Town. They have damaged buildings at best. Sorry, not Karakura Town. Soul Society. They haven't done anything even remotely more impressive than the Soul Society arc. I do like the twist here that Tsukishima goes into. The symbol is also part of Bankai in Japanese. Old man Zangetsu just slapped half of the word Bankai on his fake Bankai. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. Like, I get why Kubo made those choices, but again, just saying, when we're taking out the context of, like, Japan, which, it's important to keep the context of Japan, but when we take that shit out, when we just go, you know, what does this mean for, like, maybe, like, the rest of the world? That symbol's still kind of crazy. Are they stronger than the average human? Wholeheartedly. Are they as strong as any of the hollows that I've seen? Fuck no. Fuck no. I don't think any of these guys are even remotely that strong. Like, the fact that Ichigo was able to tank any of these hits with a full human body with no powers, and without being able to reinforce himself, I'm sorry, I don't think so. Bullshit. These guys do not hit that strong. Now, even if Ichigo has, like, a tougher than average human body. I do like this little moment right here where, like, Ichigo is sort of losing his mind because everybody that he knows is essentially believes that Tsukishima has been a part of their lives. I don't think that's necessarily, like, a bad little plot point. I think it's interesting to see him sort of, like, break down and think, like, what the fuck is happening? Am I the one that's insane? Everybody is acting crazy. They all think I'm crazy. You know, it's the ultimate gaslight power, right? The plot twist with Ginjo, I guess I never had the chance to fully experience it, because back when I first got into Bleach, I was also reading the Wikia at the time, over a decade ago, and I already knew that Ginjo was a bad guy just because I was looking at the Fullbring stuff. I liked the designs and everything. Yeah, I like the idea of Ichigo going to the brink of wanting to commit murder because of that. That is an interesting thing, right? Like, Ichigo realizes he's fucking with everybody in my life. I am going to kill this man, even if it doesn't turn on his powers, because I need to try at least something. He is an actual problem that is going to take away everything and everybody that I love from me. He is already manipulating them. Now, a moment like this, where, like, Ichigo is shattering Orihime's Santen Keshu, you can tell that she's not really trying all that much, especially since she didn't get, like, blown back by her shield. I'm assuming that, considering the power of his Fullbring and how it's nowhere near any of his Soul Reaper powers, let alone the fact that his Fullbring also, as Rukia put it, is only, like, the upper layer of it, I don't think that he's as strong as Orihime or Chad, in most senses. I don't think that, like, he's actually physically capable of, like, taking down a full force attack from Chad, especially since Brazo Derecho del Gigante is his defensive power, not his offensive. You can see that, like, when Chad actually hits him with an attack that isn't La Muerte, his most powerful attack, it's already breaking off a small portion of Ichigo's Fullbring. They did become unquantifiably more powerful than the Hueco Mundo arc, but the issue is that there's kind of nothing to go off of. The horror of the arc is pretty good. The horror of the arc is pretty damn good. However, from a power scaling perspective, there's nothing to go off of. Oh, thank you, Carlos. There is absolutely nothing, and I do mean this in the most literal sense. There is nothing for me to go off of. How much for a character to say that they are stronger than their previous selves, there's usually there has to be some way for one to bridge experience or combat ability between both eras or both points in time within a series, right? In this case, there's nothing to bridge it off of. Ichigo was blatantly stronger than Chad. Ichigo is blatantly stronger than Orihime. Him not being able to hit them this time doesn't mean that they are now stronger than, like, let's say, Shikai or Bankai Ichigo from the Hueco Mundo arc, because there's no way to really bridge the gap between those two. Ichigo also lost to Noitora, as in the same way that Ichigo, right after fighting Grimmjow, in the same way that Chad lost to Noitora when, what's-his-face fought him, when he fought, like, the Afro dude. However, again, circumstances, though they might be a little bit different, it doesn't help, none of that really helps me gauge how strong they are at this point in the current story. Gets a bridge above pre-time skip story that's not even counting the possible 100 times Luffy gets from the 3D2Y TV special. Right. Now, it's an obvious fact that Ichigo is much weaker as a Fullbringer, mostly because his Getsuga Tensho isn't anywhere near as powerful, and once again, it does nothing. I just don't know what to say. I'm like in this weird place where if I'm going to scale Bleach, I have kind of nothing to go off of still. Same with Aizen freaking out when Ichigo shattered. Same happened with an L, even though he still adapted. I think we already read that point, Blaziken. Not arguing, not canon, though. I don't know, man. The thing about, like, the Fullbring arc, and I brought this up before in my other live streams, is that, and the thing that, like, makes me say I don't like it that much, I like it more than some of the other arcs, but the thing that, like, really just makes me constantly turn my head and give it a side eye is the simple fact that Ichigo lost his Soul Reaper powers. Now, listen, do I think Bleach should have ended at the Aizen point in time? I don't believe that it had to have ended around that point in time. I don't believe that this series had to respectfully end at that point. But if the point of Bleach, or at least if the purpose of the series, I don't feel like watching the movies, but if the first one is fucking canon, then I guess I'll watch it. I don't know when I'm gonna get to that though, because I genuinely have no interest in doing that yet. Give me 1 second. I think that my issue is more so that if Kubo as a writer was going to, and mind you, he already did this once before. Yeah, you get quantifiable things at the beginning and at the end, and you get no bridges. Yeah, you get a couple of quantifiable things and you get no bridges, which I think is honestly my biggest problem with it, right? With no way to bridge things together, it's very hard to, like, get a definitive scale for things, and the reason why I go by my metric of scaling is because to me, it's the one that makes the most sense with the least amount of, like, arguable counterpoints. You see, the thing about power scaling is that power scaling may never truly be 100% accurate. And the reason why I say it may never be 100% fully accurate is because when it comes to power scaling as a whole, you kinda do need to, like, get everything off. You have to kind of, like, you know, say, well, does the author 100% agree with this, right? Does the author 100% agree with everything here? I don't think that Oda would 100% agree with my One Piece scaling, or at least all portions of it. Maybe some of it, maybe not all of it. I don't think that Oda would also, but I also don't think that Oda would agree with, like, let's say somebody saying Luffy is planetary because the size of the Bajirang gun in comparison to the size of, I don't know, Onigashima plus the X. I also don't think that, like, Oda would really, like, sign off on something like that as well. Same thing with any other writer, right? Scaling is something that it ultimately just is an educated opinion. And that's one of the reasons why I have such a hard time with Bleach, because my metric of scaling that makes the metric of scaling that makes most sense to me, in this case mine, is based on the idea that I use statements, feats, and narrative to employ what the scaling is going to be. And I try to use as much of each of them as possible, but I also want to have my line of scaling bear weight with what is happening with all three. I don't want to just base all of my scaling on just the narrative, because then lore scaling is a thing, and I hate lore scaling because lore scaling for miniseries is often never actually backed up by what happens within the actual context of the events of a story. If you hear something like, let's say, the Pokedex, I'm gonna be real with you, the Pokedex entries for the most part are bullshit. I do not consider them, and I don't care if I ever do Pokemon scaling. I don't care if people say, well, you're wrong about this. I'm not using Pokedex scaling. Pokedex scaling makes absolutely no sense, and in many cases, it just adds nothing to it. It's completely contradicted by, in many cases, the fucking anime itself and even the games. Now, not to mention game mechanics, but that's neither here nor there. You can't really talk about game. A lot of times, just bringing up game mechanics into video games is a bit of a difficult discussion. We're not talking about that. I'm gonna be clear. We're not talking about that. You kind of need to go. Statements are extremely important, especially when they're like verbal statements for, like, let's say, a current feat or a moment that's happening in time. For example, Don Chinja being able to split a continent. Or in this case, when you're talking about Bleach, a Gran Recero, or a 1 through 4 Espada resurrecting, destroying Las Noches, or XYZ. The issue with, like, statements like that is that a lot of the times they could simply be hyperbolic, or again, they might once again be completely contradicted by the actual things going on within a story, right? In Don Chinjao's case, his statement is followed up by a feat. But in the Gran Recero sense, in the Las Noches statements, you know, a Gran Recero was fired on the inside and nothing happened. But then again, we never see a 1 through 4 Espada Actually, no, we have. We saw Yami, who is the strongest of the Espadas, perform a Resurrección and then a second Resurrección, and Las Noches wasn't destroyed. So, once again, it is a bit contradictory. Would I rather be a Holy Knight or an Espada? Holy Knight, fuck out of here. Listen, I don't like the Celestial Dragons. I don't think they're good people. I think they're all pieces of shit. But if you told me I could be a knight of a bunch of people, or even fucking part of one of those motherfuckers that gets to live his life in luxury and just do whatever the fuck he wants, versus an Espada who has to be afraid of a fucking twink who doesn't give a shit about me? I'm sorry, man. I'm choosing Holy Knight, and I'm saying that entirely out of self-preservation. The Espada were written to lose. And sure, you can argue that the Holy Knights are saying they're bad guys, they're gonna lose too, but no. The Espada were written to lose. There is absolutely, under no faction of logic, even within the context of the Bleach story, that I can think of that even remotely makes me think becoming an Espada is worth it. Like, being a Hollow in Bleach is honestly the worst thing that could fucking happen to you. You either get completely eradicated by Quincy's, you either constantly targeted by humans, you're just naturally evil unless you're just happen to be one of the few good Hollows like Halle Bell and Dodon Chaka and Pesci, I think his fucking name is. You're one of those fuckers, but then you're kind of just set up for failure because the white guy that walked in and gentrified your entire Latin people just fucking told ya, yo, y'all are working for me now, and if you cease to work, I will fucking end you. No, fuck that. I don't want to be an Espada. Fuck all that. I don't want to be an Espada. Fuck all that shit. He is the Espada with the highest Reiatsu on a technicality. I have a hard time believing he was the strongest. Yeah, but Espada base all that shit based on their power, and the whole point of being Espadas 1 through 4 is that you have it based on highest Reiatsu, so yeah. You can disagree with me on this. I don't know any other Espada that's taking on 2 captains at once that dealt that much damage, because Coyote Stark, I don't even know what the fuck happened with him, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't even remember what the fuck happened with Coyote. 1 second, guys. I'm gonna go get some more water. Got some water. Yeah, no, I don't know. For real, even the nicest of Rancars was killed, and there was nothing he could do about it. That's what I'm saying. Where do you think Bleach stacks up with Naruto at this point? Shit. Ichigo and Aizen solo the verse, solo base Naruto, solo Naruto up until like maybe late game. I'm still a bit iffy on their light speed scaling. I'm still so iffy on it because there's the Negacion, but then there's the Ginichimaru clapping shit. I don't know, man. If they're really only 500 times the speed of sound or lightning fast or light speed or whatever, they get curb stomped. And if they're not, if they really are light speed since that point, and they're just like 100 or 1,000 times the speed of light by that point, then they blitz the fuck out of the Naruto verse, because Naruto verse is like the slowest out of the big three. Yeah, I'll say this. Either it's Bleach or it's Naruto. One of those two is the slowest of the big three. Not the strongest, not the most interesting, not the most... No, it's just one of these two verses is the slowest. I have no fucking clue, man. Well, you're not working for the Celestial Dragons. You're just a Celestial Dragon, right? Would you rather have a Devil Fruit of your choice or a Soul Reaper with your own choice of... Give me a Devil Fruit, bro. Give me a fucking Devil Fruit. I don't want to be a Soul Reaper. I don't want to be a Soul Reaper at all. I don't like them. Like, my own choice of Bankai might make it a bit more... Might make it a bit nicer, but... I feel like there's so much you have to go through just to get a Bankai that might be ass. Like... I don't know. I feel like Devil Fruit Awakenings and all this other stuff just scales up a lot better than just being a Soul Reaper. Especially considering that, like, being a Soul Reaper would mean I'd have to deal with, like, the Soul Society, and I just don't agree with the Soul Society or almost anything that they do. Yeah. Also, the Visors couldn't maintain their hollow masks for a long time. As a matter of fact, what the fuck did happen with Coyote Stark? I don't even remember. He's my favorite fucking Espada, and I don't even remember what the fuck happened with him. They show up, fight Stark. Oh, did he get stabbed? Yeah, no, he got jumped by 3 captains. It's crazy to me that he just went out this way and just died, and he just doesn't come back, man. Like, Coyote Stark really just did not need to go out like that. I'm sorry, he just really did not need to go out like that. Yeah. It's unfortunate. I feel like Stark could have probably have been used later on, especially in the Thousand-Year Blood War. Especially if you consider that, like, you know, he's not necessarily... He's only doing this because it's sort of like his job. He's only here because Aizen recruited him. He wouldn't have to be alone anymore. And, I don't know, they could have done some shit where, like, maybe keep Grimjow around in him. Maybe he gives Grimjow a chance to be, like, the strongest or whatever. They train together. I don't know, man. Maybe Grimjow kept training. Stark is still power. Like, Stark's fight, as much as I love Stark, as much as I love, like, the concept of one of these hollows being able to shoot an infinite amount of Ceros at the same time or whatever, it just felt like a waste. It just felt like a waste to me. There's so many characters here I feel like were, at best, a fucking waste. Now, and I'll get to your question in a second, Aster. I don't know what the point of all of this was. I don't know what the point of this scene is if the very next arc you're planning on bringing back Ichigo's powers. If you're planning on giving Ichigo, and you're going to go through all of these efforts to make Ichigo feel bad for a year and a half that he doesn't have his powers, and that, oh, I'm sad. Like, let me say this. The art style here went so hard. The art style here went Espada versus the Akatsuki. The Espada... I'm not gonna lie, Ukioro alone just makes it so that the Espada as an entirety take down the Akatsuki. Like, none of the Akatsuki even reach country level. Like, if I were to just give you, like, a value, for example, like, the Akatsuki are at best, like, city level. Espada, like, their best, if you think Ulquiorra is the strongest, are country level, right? It shows you that Ichigo cannot achieve anything without his friends, and his family saved him from the darkness like he did her. What are you talking about? Why would the Akatsuki destroy the Espada? Well, how did the Akatsuki destroy the Espada? Because for as shitty as I think the Espada are, the scaling just seems to be just overall better. That the Soul Society is better than Hell? Sure, I guess. That still sounds terrible to me. They're the fact that the Soul Society has almost an aristocracy. Almost in a sense an aristocracy with noble families and shit, and every person that dies. And shouldn't the Akatsuki scale to the Biju? Not necessarily. The Akatsuki should not have the attack potency of a Biju. They should simply have the capabilities to take them down. There is, under no circumstance am I going to believe anyone who says someone like Hidan is as powerful as a full-powered tailed beast. It's not true. No, he's immortal and has an ability that allows him to take down Jinchuriki very easily, especially non-perfect Jinchuriki. In his case, he fought a perfect Jinchuriki, but he also did it with a guy that is also technically... How do you get them to country without calcs? I use the Ulquiorra. I use Ulquiorra, assuming... And here's the thing, I'm giving like country on like... I don't know, I'm just giving them like a fair ball on country. Not this isn't it. I'm giving them like, I don't know, people say that it's the size of a country. I'm just going off of that for now. When I'm going through it again, I'm gonna probably change my mind on it. But people say that it's country level because of the Lanza del Relampago clash explosion in comparison to the Lanza del Relampago explosion in comparison to the rest of yeah, right here. Lanza del Relampago in comparison to like Las Noches, right? I don't know. Again, pixel scaling, not really my thing. I don't have a full proper scale for this stuff yet. No, except for Hidan? No, not just except for Hidan. Conan as well. Conan's 1 billion or 300 billion or 60 billion paper bomb thing, that is a one-time jutsu that she cannot spam consistently. And I have no reason to believe she has the attack potency to one-shot a tailed beast or take them down. Especially when tailed beasts can barely tank their own tailed beast bombs. No. There's no way I'm gonna believe Kakazu either. There's no way I'm gonna believe Kakazu is as powerful as a tailed beast. Like, none of the Akatsuki members are as strong as tailed beasts besides arguably Pain. I'm not gonna say Itachi, and I'm not gonna say Itachi because his whole shtick is that he can seal perfectly. He has visual hacks and a shield that blocks anything. That's really it for Itachi. Besides, he's also sick. Kisame absorbs tailed beast chakra like it's nobody's business. So it's not that he's as strong as they are, because we saw him tank a tailed beast attack and it literally broke through his entire fucking midsection. You can think Conan is underrated. That bitch is still useless for the most part. Live there for 48 hours for $2 billion. Impel down. Live there for 48 hours. $2 billion. Impel down Las Noches, Orochimaru's lab while he's in it. In a malevolent shrine inside Frieza's ship while he's in it with you. Las Noches, and it's nothing. It's nowhere even close. Depending on what floor of Impel Down we're talking about. Depending on what floor of, like, Impel Down we're talking about. If I get sent for, even if it's for 48 hours only, being sent to, like, you're saying, like, live or survive. Because depending on the floor of Impel Down that we're talking about, I do not have One Piece physiology. I will either burn alive or freeze to death in two of the levels. There's no way I'm surviving being sealed, locked up in a cage with the guys from level 6. There's no way, like, I would probably lose my feet if we're talking about, like, the first floor, if they make me, like, work the mines, unless I'm just trying to survive without being caught. Las Noches, as long as if I don't have any spiritual pressure, it's likely the hollows can't find me and shit. So likely I might be able to survive for 48 hours, considering if I find some shelter. Orochimaru's lab is constantly filled with his agents. So is Frieza's ship, and Malevolent Shrine isn't somewhere that you live. It's literally just 200 meters of being constantly attacked. The answer is Hueco Mundo 10 times out of 10. As long as I don't run into any other hollow, I think I'll be fine. Itachi just seals most of the Espada. If he has the speed advantage. If he has the speed advantage, sure, but also remember that Itachi is blind. If Itachi is blind, I think that might be an issue for him, especially since the Espada seem to have a case of consistently blitzing. Most Bleach characters, for the most part, it seems to be a consistent Bleach combat tactic to blitz the opponent, more so than even in a series like Naruto. Like, where I would argue that characters like Luffy always go for the blitz, and even someone like Sukuna always go for the blitz. In Bleach, everyone always goes for the blitz. Everyone is constantly just dashing at the opponent as the first chance that they take, or they're always popping up behind him to attack. Itachi's ability to seal will likely catch one of the weaker Espadas, if anything, especially on a speed advantage. It would likely catch one of like the mid to like lower level Espadas at first, but I don't think he's catching all of them, especially if he's using Susanoo, which would be a very limited case. Itachi versus Ulquiorra is like only a good matchup if Ulquiorra is slower than 500 times the speed of sound. It's only a good matchup if that's the case. If it's not the case, and like, you know, you go with like the light speed side of it, which again, very iffy. Ulquiorra curb stomps Itachi in like base. There's no discussion to be had there. Being blind has no problem for Itachi. They showed that. No, being blind for Itachi is a bit of a problem. It is a bit of a problem. Just because the guy that he was fighting was strong, but not as strong as some of the mid to late game guys, that doesn't mean that Itachi's gonna have like no issues. He couldn't even dodge a shuriken mid-air, and he's fighting against opponents that can fly. I don't think that he's gonna have that easy of a time, especially since he's a completely grounded opponent. Rather be one of Kaido's henchmen or Espada. Kaido's henchman. All I have to do is follow orders and not say anything stupid to Kaido. Are you kidding me? With the Espada, again, I'm going to die. Toneri versus Espada then? I haven't watched the movie for power scaling purposes, so I don't know, but I would likely say Toneri curb stomps the entirety of the Espada again if the light speed scaling for Bleach isn't true. Because if it is, Toneri gets blitzed. I have no reason to believe Toneri is that fast either. He's FTL, sure. To what quantifiable metric? I cannot tell you. I'm not gonna read them. There's no chance I'm reading the Bleach or Naruto novels. I'm not doing it. All my scaling is gonna not include them, and I'm gonna say this right now. I can barely get through 30 chapters of Bleach on my own. I'm not reading. I can barely get through 30 chapters of Bleach in a couple of hours. It took me like 4 hours to read through a majority of like 30 chapters of Bleach. While trying to like really comprehend what's happening on the pages. I'm not gonna read through fucking pictures with no fucking books with no pictures in them about characters I do not care for. It's already hard enough for me to read through Bleach. Yeah. There's definitely going to be my scaling is definitely going to take a hit because I'm not going to read that shit, but yeah, no, there's just no chance I'm reading that bullshit. There's no chance I'm reading them. What do you think about the Hollow Moon argument? The Hollow Moon argument is kind of weird because, like, it is true. It is a hollow moon. It didn't literally split a fucking moon. And even then, wasn't that attack made entirely up of, like, TSO? I mean, no, why the fuck would I choose to be an Espada? Why the fuck would I choose to be an Espada? They look great. The drip is great. We absolutely agree on this. I like the mask. I really do. I am not about to be subservient to someone who does not give a flying little fuck about me. And I'm basically living under a guy that can kill me at any point. He's literally ruling them through fear. They don't rule him because they respect him. They rule him because they fear him. Aizen was just stronger than all of them. That was basically the only reason he was in charge. That and the fact that he has a pretty broken Zanpakuto, but besides that, like, there's just kind of no point in, like, working as an Espada. What am I doing? Just waiting here to eventually be killed by the Soul Reapers? That was Aizen's whole plan anyway. It sucks to be an Espada. You're going to end up being killed by fucking Soul Reapers at some point. Especially if you're just turning the fuck up. if you don't keep your ass in Hueco Mundo and try to stay away from all of like the business of like the human world and the Soul Reapers and all that shit, you are going to die. They're going to come for you, and I promise you're not going to be anywhere near. No, it was a beam launched from the TSO. It was made of TSO that, if it was made from TSO, it would have cut clean without cracks. I have no reason to believe it would have been cut clean without cracks, but yeah, no, if it was shot by the TSO, you can always just argue that it's because here's the thing about the TSO, right? People, it's a bit of like a catch-22. Like the whole okay, so the whole moon cutting situation is actually a bit of a catch-22, and let me explain why. Let me bring up paint real quick. So, so here's the moon, right? Here's the moon, right? It's got its little holes and stuff like that. It's got its little holes, yeah, okay. And this little fucker over here is Toneri, right? This little fucker over here is Toneri, right? Yeah. Actually, let me redo that. I could do better. How the fuck do I... Oh, right here. Tools, no. Give me brushes. What kind of brushes we got? What kind of bullshit we got out here? Damn, I can't make it bigger? Fuck. Oh, I could've just made a circle. Fuck it. Oh, I can make it thicker. Alright. And this right here is Toneri, right? Toneri, right? Anyway, so that right there is Toneri, right? He slashes the moon in half. Oh, shit. There we go. He slashes the moon in half, right? But moon is hollow. But the moon is hollow. Anyway, moon is hollow on the inside, right? The issue with this is that Toneri's attack was composed of TSO, right? Let me just make this a little bit bigger. The beam that slashed the moon was made from TSO. Here's where it kind of gets a little complicated. TSO not only negate ninjutsu, TSO null ninjutsu, and some argue they erase existence, right? Now, I don't personally believe, fucking hell, whatever. I don't personally believe that, like, they erase existence itself. I believe that they simply nullify ninjutsu and they have their own level of attack potency, right? The TSO have to have some level of attack potency. Now, the bare minimum that attack potency could be, let me be clear, Bear pulls out an attack with a TSO that very clearly blows holes through force. He makes rubble. Yeah, so it made rubble, then it's the same thing as the attack that split the moon. You're saying that it would have had no cracks, but then he also has an attack with TSO that very clearly blows holes and it makes rubble. So yeah, it's fine. The thing about the TSO is that they're also stated, again, quantifiably speaking, TSO are stated to be capable to have the power, sorry, not be capable, to have the power to destroy entire forests. I cannot tell you if every TSO is built the same or if there are TSO that are different. I cannot tell you. What do you see happening if Oda wrote Bleach instead of Kubo? Oh, Bleach would be the greatest piece of modern writing It would be Bleach and not One Piece. It's that simple. Oda would have made everything make a lot more sense and be a lot more satisfying. So that's the thing. Toneri's TSO seem to work slightly differently, but I cannot tell you if they do, because when we see them being used, they work basically like a regular TSO. So it's a bit of an issue here. This becomes a bit of an issue here because it's like, okay, well, do they really destroy reality? Well, I don't think so. I don't think that they erase existence. I think there are ways to argue that they actually don't because of the specific interactions that they go with. Whenever they hit anyone, they're usually Edo Tensei, but why then do we see like their body parts not come back? Probably because it releases the part of the jutsu of the body part, it releases portions of the jutsu of the body part that was destroyed, so then it sends them back into the afterlife, but then you don't actually see the arms themselves. So does it destroy the soul? I don't think so. I don't know. If they worked like regular TSO, they wouldn't make rubble. But you just said, and you wrote, Toneri pulls out an attack with the TSO that very clearly blows holes through the force, even makes rubble. So you just wrote that. So you either just contradicted yourself, or you caught yourself, or you either contradicted yourself just now, or one of those, or you misspoke on one of those. Because if you're saying that he used an attack, blew a hole, and it made rubble, then that means the TSO also make rubble when they land. Anyway, it basically makes a very stupid scenario here. Now, you could argue that they do have the power to destroy forests. He used an entire bunch of them, and it's just all that power combined slashed the moon in half. But the moon was hollow. You can maybe argue that because the moon was hollow, they don't have the power, the proper energy output to not go through the entirety of it if it was the full moon, but then you can't. The thing about this feat in general that I just find really strange is that if there were more of the moon, you could maybe argue that whether or not the moon is full or not, it wouldn't matter if the attack potency still allows it to cleave through it as easily. You might be able to argue that because the moon being hollow means that there is a lot less mass, meaning that there's a lot less for it to have to cut through. That could also be an argument. I don't really care, because either way, it doesn't like shoot up the scaling by that much. Fantastic. Naruto was able to overpower a guy who could split a moon in half by charging up all of his energy into the moon. People overstate how hollow the moon is. Like, that's the thing. Does it really matter if the moon is hollow? Wouldn't the energy still be able to split through it entirely, even if it wasn't through once? Could you really argue that it wouldn't have the energy to do it? If not, I feel like people focus too much on the semantics of it. And ultimately, the whole TSO thing also makes semantics, because the whole TSO thing also makes semantics of it, because it's not like these are like regular TSO that are like being shot. We never saw the TSO, at least back in the war arc, be turned into energy and be fired. For all I know, it could be full damage output of the TSO. It could be a combination of the full damage output of the TSO. Yeah, it could probably be like the full damage output of the TSO without like in the form of an energy blast. I mean, we saw Naruto kick away a TSO. So, yeah, strong taijutsu also counters them in a sense, but these are multiple TSOs. So you could argue that, like, it has the combined power of as many TSO as he threw in there, which I think were, like, what, 9? The TSO generate a wind blast, but the wind blast is not made of TSO. Toneri's TSOs work differently. Yeah, it's weird, man. It's weird. I don't know. I have to, like, really sit down and watch the movie on my own time to actually get full context of it. Yeah, it still had the energy and rage to slice through the length of the moon and hollow or not. That's what I'm saying. Either way, like, I don't really care, because, like, it doesn't really... Because, like, okay, splitting up the moon doesn't really mean much against, like, let's say, One Piece fights. Because, from my understanding, it's still only multi-continental, and we've been at that point since anywhere between Whole Cake Island to midway through Wano anyway, on a low end. So does it really matter? I don't think so. I think for like a high end for Naruto to be like multi-continental because of the whole like moon thing, that's fine. It's fine. Full 6 Pat's powers as an adult with that one statement from Kishimoto saying he can blow up the planet is also fine. Naruto, all he really did was just charge up all of his energy into one hand to overpower Toneri, I think that's fine. It still has the same mass as the moon since Earth's gravity didn't slowly destroy it. No, that doesn't really mean much since again, you can't equate real world physics or logic to anime. It's fiction, dude. It's fiction. Saying it has less mass saying it has the same amount of mass, hollow or not, doesn't really matter much. It would have less mass because it's hollow. You can't say it would be pulled in by Earth's gravity or whatever. It would like slowly destroy it because it has less. That doesn't. It's fiction. I don't think Kishimoto. It's there at the start of the movie. So it's stated at the start of the movie. So you're telling me it is stated at the start of the movie that the moon still has the same mass. I feel like the moon feet is very unimpressive. Maybe I'm wrong. Doesn't even clear half the size of the Naruto planet. I feel like the moon feet is very unimpressive. Maybe I'm wrong, but I wouldn't this be a matter of length. As long as the beam is long enough, it can destroy rock when it's that matter. Yeah, that also works. What about a Gran Ray Zero warp space? What about a Gran Ray Zero warp space? I'm confused by that. I think the Yonko fighting the Gorosei would have a much easier time than the Admirals, and I only say this because Shanks possibly has a way of countering immortality. None of the Admirals have displayed. Same with the Yonko. Admittedly speaking, I'm going off of a hypothetical of Shanks potentially being able to counter immortality, but none of the Admirals for sure have the capacity or anything implied that they could like cancel it out. We'll destroy it. We'll put a pin on that then, because I'm not gonna watch that right now. The last stream got demonetized because I watched that To Be Hero 6 crap. Well, it was pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. It was pretty good. But because I ended up watching that fucking video, my last stream got demonetized, so whenever I get to the movie, I'll just keep that as a mental note, and whenever I get to the movie, I'll give it a watch. Now, sorry, I gotta stretch. I don't know, man. Bleach scaling is so fucking weird to me right now. All the Soul Reapers say they're stronger now than they were. I know for a fact that, like, Renji and the others are gonna say that, like, they've been training in the last 17 months since the defeat of Aizen so that they could be stronger to take on another Aizen-level threat, but that doesn't mean that they're as strong as Ichigo from that point in time, nor does that mean that they're as strong as Aizen. Why are you lying? Aokiji displayed ACOC. When did he display ACOC? When did he display ACOC? When did that happen? I don't remember seeing him use ACOC. You should do a movie nights with the rest of Discord on Saturdays. Saturdays are usually like my chill days, so I don't really have like the time for that. I'm actually cutting off a lot of my okay, so let me actually catch you guys up on something. So obviously I haven't started editing the video yet. I actually had a conversation with my therapist recently. I had a conversation with her just about like a lot of the stresses that I have when it comes to like, you know, content creation and all this stuff. Only because content creation, I'm not gonna say it's difficult or anything. As I've mentioned before, I have trouble getting back into something whenever I take too much time off of it. There have been a lot of ideas that I've had, and a lot of ideas that you guys have given me for a lot of content, and considering since I came back, just the way that like my day-to-day seems to shape out, I can't say that like I don't have the time to edit or I don't have the time to work, but it also feels like I am overcomplicating a lot of what I am doing for the channel a lot more than I should be, because I overthink a lot. I personally do overthink quite a bit. I overthink about a lot of the videos that I make. I overthink about like the fights themselves. I overthink about like what could happen, what could go here, there, everywhere, etc. She told me that like something that you can always do is just do everything. Don't think about just focusing on one video and then not working on another. Work on that video later, but just give yourself the time to work on it, right? And I think that's important, right? He used it on Garp. That wasn't an ACOC clash. That was not an ACOC clash. Have you seen the top 10 things Sakura can do that Naruto and Sasuke can't from CBR? No, and I'm not gonna watch it. I don't care the things that she can do. Her character's still pretty dog shit. And from what I see here, I'm probably not gonna watch it. CBR, who the fuck is that? Let me see. Let's see what I don't really care about what Sakura can or can't do. She just is not. She's just not a good character. I don't care if she's the best. Oh, by the way, I don't know if you guys saw this, but man, I am so excited for this. They got horrible takes. Let me see. Top 10 things Sakura can do that Naruto and Sasuke can't. You said it was CBR? Well, it's not popping up for me. That's strange. Oh, I thought it was Black Lightning, and there was Black Lightning when there was an 8. No. A Clash of Lightning essentially just boils down to that being a hockey clash. And usually when it's two ACOC clashes, they don't touch. They usually don't touch. Is it this one? Is it top 10 Naruto? Is it this one? It's an article? Oh, it's an article. CBR. Oh. No, I'm not giving you fuckers ads. Fuck you. Damn it. I'm gonna have to... You know what? I'm gonna get rid of this ad block and fucking reinstall it again, because it's not blocking any ads from me anymore. Alright, I've seen these assholes before. Yeah. They always have terrible takes. Alright. I'll read this in a second. So, before I get into that, I want to talk about this. So, the thing that my therapist essentially brought up was that, like, YouTube is a job for you, but it feels like at least from what she said, it doesn't feel like I'm as passionate about it as I was before. And I still feel like I am passionate about it, but maybe I just don't come across as passionate to, like, those that are around me, because it feels like a lot. Getting so many... I'll put it like this. I appreciate everybody that helps support the channel, and I appreciate all of the growth I've been able to do. And in part, it's a lot because of you guys. You guys that show up to the lives, you guys that watch and comment on my videos and like them or dislike them if you feel like my take was if you feel like my take wasn't fair. Whether you agree or disagree with me, the fact that we're able to have this back and forth, all of this helps establish a community that allows there to be dialogue even if we may not agree on things. Now, when it comes to making videos, I've talked about this before, where when it comes to the channel as a whole, I need to make content. I need to make content about stuff that will help improve the quality of the channel, but also make people want to interact more with my videos. It'll help people want to watch more of my videos, right? Not this. Where it'll help people want to watch more of my stuff. And some people have watched some of my more, you know, basic conversations where it's, you know, topics of conversation that, like, the average anime fan can, like, walk into and really just watch, especially whether or not they're really interested in power scaling. I don't know whether or not they power scale themselves or whether or not they just watch the story and think I'm bugging the fuck out. It seems like with ideas that I feel like I'm more passionate about, like the Naruto, what it means to fight Naruto, Bugs Bunny Lightspeed. This one, I feel like the biggest issue was just the thumbnail, and I do want to, like, see if I can re-upload the thumbnail for that. But many of the versus battles and stuff like that, it makes it feel like the content that I'm making, whether or not I feel like it's better for the channel, it doesn't really help out at all. I feel like I have to find something that, like, gives me at least enough passion. You seem passionate about the manga and anime that you make content about. For me, it was your Hockey Explained video. Oh, appreciate it. I think that video, I think that I might end up having to remake another one of these videos only because it's not that it's bad. It's more so that, like, there's going to be more stuff about hockey later on that's revealed that I'm going to have to, like, make an update video for it. But when it comes to, like, the content as a whole, it seems to be very sporadic with, like, what people want to watch versus what I want to make. And because of that, it creates this bit of a weird state that I'm in where I want to put out as much content as possible, but I'm not pacing myself in such a way, and then I end up becoming overwhelmed by what it is that I'm doing. I've had a lot of people, bring up, you should try this kind of scaling. You should try this kind of scaling. Maybe you should read through this. Maybe you should read through that. And honestly, it's taking me a while to just run through Bleach because maybe you could say it's because I don't enjoy Bleach as much, but it's also in part because while reading through Bleach, I have to try to understand the scaling as best as possible. Reading through something, experimenting with thumbnails is important, I do agree. Reading through a series like, let's say, Naruto that I know sort of front and back is a lot easier when you just have to look for these statements. But with Bleach, a series that I've only ever really experienced once, and that was as a kid, and to be fair, as a child, I didn't really pay that much attention to, like, the actual writing of the story. I didn't pay much attention to the actual statements. I was just looking at cool fights. I didn't really care about the dialogue, what the characters were doing, what they're... So a lot of the stuff that I got through Bleach, I can't say it's not as bad as I remember it. It's not as bad, but there are a lot of issues with it that make me say, fuck Kubo, where I think you might be good, you also end up sucking. But again, I'm not the best writer myself, so, take what I say with a grain of salt. Having to read through Bleach and properly understanding it while also giving it a first read through is a bit difficult. I'm not gonna lie. It's not difficult in the sense that, like, oh, your job is just to read manga. How bad could it be? More so, I'm trying to properly understand it the best way that I can with all of these overarching opinions that I seem to get from other people, whether it's the is light speed, not light speed, is consistent, not consistent, they're planetary by the Soul Society arc, no, they're building level by fucking Hueco Mundo, stuff like that. It's a lot to take care of, and it's a lot to try to, like, take into consideration. Maybe it's because I'm trying to read a whole new story while trying to work on separate content that's making it difficult. Maybe I should focus more on that. I've been thinking about making content like, just like a review of Bleach, all the good and bad things. Review Bleach, just like my thoughts on it. Broaden a bit more the things that I do like about Bleach. Not just talk about how I like the art style or, like, the character designs or the fits. It's not just about, bringing up, like, those things, but other stuff about the story that I do like the horror moments for Ichigo where he, in her defense, Sakura could probably finish me off faster than Naruto and Sasuke combined. No, I disagree with that. There is under no facet of logic will I ever believe that Sakura running up to me to punch me in the stomach would ever be faster than Naruto transforming and shooting an entire tailed beast bomb, or blitzing me with a Rasengan, or Sasuke just looking at me and lighting me on fire. She's not that strong. I'm gonna be honest with you, she's not her. She's not that girl. Being the strongest kunoichi out of a bunch of dog shit idiots does not mean you're good. It's like, I'll put it like this. It's like I was telling a friend of mine when we were playing Marvel Rivals. He got SVP. He gets SVP the most, but then I'm like, you realize that that when you get SVP, it still means that we lost. So you're like the best of the losers. That's what I think about, like, her with the kunoichi. Not to say that all kunoichi are bad, but, like, what's her competition really? When people say Sakura is, like, the strongest kunoichi, and I don't think she's the strongest. I actually believe that Kurotsuchi's the strongest kunoichi just because she fought Kinshiki at all. The only person that Sakura's ever fought that is quote unquote strong is Shin, who is not an Otsutsuki. Like, no, fuck that. Yeah, no, Sakura being the strongest kunoichi to me is like saying, I don't know, shit, what's the best comparison here? What's a good analog? It's like saying, Krillin is the strongest of the Z fighters. It's like, who gives a shit if he's the strongest of, like, the human Z fighters? They're all ass. Human Z fighters are ass. Are they weak by any means? No, I mean, they're not. Krillin could blow up the planet. I don't really care, though. To be fair, though, To be fair though, but like, what makes Sakura beat most of Shippuden? Like, what makes Sakura beat most of Shippuden? Like, what has she done? You know what I mean? If we're saying like she beats most of Shippuden because of some Boruto crap, like Shippuden wasn't that strong to begin with. I want people to understand Shippuden as like the second Naruto as an entire verse, as a collective conglomerate, is not that strong of a verse. There are way less OP characters than you might think. I can probably count like the top strongest characters of the series that are like above, I don't know, your a Sanin, so, no, even Sanin level threats. Like you can probably count them all in like 20 fingers, right? There's like probably a top 20 strongest characters. You can't really say that. Well, Bleach has probably less characters now that I think about it. I'd actually have to do I actually have to count like Bleach characters versus One Piece characters. But the point is, combatant, like characters that are verbatim combatant, not including just your average humans. If you go by like characters that are actual combatants that have some combative role within the context of the story, Naruto characters are not that strong. So her being, again, stronger than a good portion of Shippuden is not that impressive. Most ninja in Shippuden aren't even past like building level. Yeah, Bleach gets way more in like the 1,000-Year Blood War, but like just in general, like saying that she's the strongest Kunoichi, like what's her, like realistically, what's her competition? Realistically, like what is her competition though, right? Like Temari, cool, I guess. I never thought anyone would ever really say like, yo, Tamari's one of the best, smartest, strongest no, like Tamari's an okay Naruto character at best. Even power scaling wise, she's like okay at best. She's not Kage level, so there's that. Tsunade, who is just Sakura but old. Mei Terumi, who is a Kage level fighter, but also, again, not that impressive. She has cool powers. Hinata, but Hinata's dog shit. Hinata doesn't do anything. She needs Naruto chakra to do anything, and even then, oh, but what about the Otsutsuki purple chakra? Okay, quantify that bullshit for me. Like, what am I supposed to give? What am I supposed to give? What's the comparison for Sakura? She's the best out of like 4 characters that are dog shit. I'm sorry. Like, power-wise, they're dog shit. Doesn't seem to mean finish him off in terms of, oh, I guess that makes sense. Okay, that's fair. To be fair, though, if that woman can finish you off, quote unquote, get your minds out of the gutter, but if she can, quote unquote, finish you off before Naruto and Sasuke, I gotta be honest with you, bro. I don't know, man. Good for you, I guess. Like, I don't know. I don't see, like, I can see why people say, like, taking my blind rage away from Sakura is her design in Shippuden. I don't think she's ugly. I don't think she's like an ugly character, and I do have a thing for girls with bobs. I do have a thing for girls with bobs. I do think, you know, her appearance isn't disgusting, but like, I don't know, man. I also wouldn't say like she makes me lose it. Who would you say is the strongest female in Naruto, Bleach, and One Piece? Fuck it. Big Mom. There you go. Big Mom. Big fucking Mom. Now, let me stop. I don't know in Bleach yet. I know that, like, there's some crazy shit that happens later on with, what was it? Sesshomaru is acting like he wouldn't be folded by Sakura in nanoseconds. I would fold that bitch. Fuck is you talking about? What is she gonna do? Kaguya? Kaguya is a good point, too. Kaguya, I would probably say Kaguya, and again, just because of the ETSO. I always forget Kaguya. But yeah. Like, that's just my little rant on that. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm thinking about maybe making a review for Bleach. Is there any way for me to, like, give a little symbol to this? Is there a way to, like, insert, like, a little symbol or something? I don't know. Oh, wait, insert? Insert image in cell. No. Big Mom versus Kaguya type shit. Yeah. So I was thinking about maybe making like a review on Bleach. I was actually thinking about making a video because I haven't made something for like JJK in a while. Don't sleep on Yuji. I know that like Bleach, like JJK is already like out of the conversation, and I maybe might be making this video like later on when when JJK gets its season 3. I see Gunko getting more insane feats. To be honest, that's probably fair. I do want to make a video on Yuji because I want to make a video not glazing Sukuna, but I want to make it clear that like people often want to like demean a character's capabilities based on them fighting with others, and I want to say that like I want to make it clear. I want to make it very clear. I don't think that Yuji could have fought Sukuna on his own, but I do think that like the shit that he goes through from domain expansions from like the multiple domain expansions, getting cleaved multiple times, getting back up to fighting, the mental fortitude that it took surviving the furnace from almost point blank range. Like I wanna be able to talk about, obviously that was through Chozo, but I want to talk about like all the shit that it took to like really place Yuji as like the strongest, and why I do think that like he kind of does deserve it. Kaguya, we're stopping at Shippuden. Yeah. Have you read Jujutsu Kaisen Modulo? Yeah. So Modulo. Fuck it. I'll just type it like this. Jujutsu Kaisen. There's a fucking other chapter. I guess we got another fucking chapter. Now Jujutsu Kaisen Modulo is extremely interesting to me. It takes place after the events of OG JJK, and I like the idea that now we're focusing on like the Gojo clan and Yuta and Maki's grandchildren, in order to establish like a different, not only a different point in time for like the entire story and different perspective, and a more advanced version of Japan that isn't too far off from what one could see at this point in time. I like the idea. I'm gonna be honest with you guys, and I'll say this here: 63 years after the main series, right? And I gotta be honest. Will Yuji fight Mr. Sandbag? I don't know if I'm gonna make a what it means to fight Yuji Itadori video. I might make one on Sukuna though. I'm gonna be honest with you. I like it. I like the first chapter. I like the inclusion of it. I like that it doesn't start off too strong. And I'm not sure how I like I forgot her name and I forgot his name, but I don't know if I like Yuka. I think it is Yuka. I don't know if I like Yuka's ability yet. I want to see how much more we can flesh out. I want to see how much more we can flesh out cursed energy as a power system, since these aliens seem to have a very, very similar ability to cursed energy. And it seems to me like this might actually end up upscaling JJK quite a bit more, that I don't think we'll ever receive in the anime adaptation or any like extra side points. Sandbag fight Sukuna be a great idea. I'd like to see what he's capable of. I like the protagonist duo, but I'm still not sold on the aliens existing in JJK. I will say this, and I'm gonna be honest with you. I will say this. I like the introduction of aliens more in JJK. I like this introduction more than I like the introduction of aliens in Naruto. The introduction of aliens in Naruto felt sort of bad, in my opinion, because it essentially meant that the entirety of the ninja verse all came to be because some alien lady decided to come to our planet and fuck a guy. It all happened because of that, right? Nami wife, are you kidding me? Nami is the most useful person out of the three of them. Like, we're talking objectively speaking, Nami's the most useful out of all of them. She's the hottest in my opinion. And I'm not gonna lie, if she ever hits me, it's because I deserve it, other than me making a stupid fucking joke. Like, yeah, no. I like Nami the most. I also don't like the art style. So, I like the idea that, like, she was given like, the Rika ring by her grandfather, but they decided to give the ring to to her brother instead. Her grandmother, their mother Mind you, their mother seems to be a real bitch, considering that like Yuki, like Maki and Yuto were like their parents, but whatever. The fact that they gave it to like the older brother just so he had like something to protect over him while he trains in order to improve his capabilities. I like the idea that like the stakes are kind of lowered for now, and this new guy that they added in, this alien, actually reminds me a lot about Yuji in the sense that, and he actually reminds me a bit, and I don't know if you guys have seen this before, this guy actually gives me a lot of, he makes me very nostalgic of this guy, if you've ever seen him. Vash the Stampede. I don't know why. For those of you that may not know, Vash is also technically an alien. This dude kind of gives me a lot of like a bit of a combination between him and Vash, where he seems to have like this very lighthearted and very lax personality about him, but he also knows how to lock in, and he's also not someone that like stays back from doing what is right. I do really like the inclusion of what's his name again? Maru. I do like Maru. I do genuinely like Maru as a character. The idea that there are curse techniques that essentially work by using like spatial transference into a barrier technique that then allow to bring someone that has next to no cursed energy, like what's his face? What's his name? Tsurugi. God, it's gonna take me a while to get used to that name. I like it. I like the inclusion of it. That he's almost this heavenly restriction style user that, you know, still has a tiny bit of cursed energy, so he probably won't be able to fully acclimate to his capabilities. He's not broken yet because he can't fully acclimate to his capabilities until he breaks a certain, I don't know, block that he might need to break, sort of like how Maki and Mai were siblings, were not just siblings, they were twins. Therefore, for Mai to die, Maki can eventually reach a closer to her full potential. I like the idea that both of them are strong, that she uses more cursed energy style techniques over him, but that he uses a new form of, or maybe not a new form of, but he does use new shadow style. So we do have an almost heavenly restrict user that can use new shadow style, which does mean that he, again, does have cursed energy within him, so he's not exactly a heavenly restrict user, and they're not nowhere near as strong as any of the JJK characters, but they are strong to the point, especially after being trained by Maki, to the point where, like, yeah, no, he's not strong enough to want what he's not strong enough to earn or deserve what he wants. Therefore, he will do whatever he can to become strong enough to be able to do as he pleases without having people watch over them. I like this interaction of the ring. I like this interaction of them having one of them owning Rika, but until he's strong enough to not need her, but then the other eventually being strong enough to earn Rika, which makes it really nice. Man, and then they bring in this conversation about then they talk about this conversation of strongest planet. It was America, that's correct. I mean, I see something. I see people having similar power to us in Japan. They actually end up bringing a very similar scenario, and they actually end up name-dropping my king, Sukuna, like they always do. Sort of emotional, yada, yada, yada. Let me see if I can find it. They end up actually talking about this. The inspectors declared this extraterrestrial invasion as a special grade incident on par with the attack by Ryoma and Sukuna 68 years ago. I think that this is honestly the most insane statement that could have come out of the entirety. Yeah, I will give Sukuna the crazy throat work. I'm not going to lie. I think that this was actually the most impressive statement that came out so far from this entire first chapter, because for an incident to take place that is on par with the attack by Ryuma and Sukuna, it could mean either the attack in Shibuya, or it could mean even more so the attack on Shinjuku Showdown, which, might I remind you people, was televised for anyone who could pay for the service. It's also close enough to Gege's where like I do feel good by it. I like the name drop of someone like Yuji Itadori, with the events of like Yuji Itadori and Satoru Gojo, because it sort of brings on this air of like Yuji potentially have been being the strongest sorcerer of his era after Gojo and Sukuna. It would make sense too when you put in like the entire context of Yuji's bag, from his resilience, his endurance, resilience, his durability, his two curse techniques, his capacity to use RCT plus domain expansion, especially considering any potential improvements to his domain expansion that he could have gone down on. Jujutsu Society would have obviously have become a lot weaker due to the I'm not gonna read that. Zedoxer, I appreciate the comment. I'm not gonna read it only because I saw it said chapter 2. I want to save that for myself for later on when I read through it. It brings up this very interesting scenario where, calling back to JJK, where where it was stated that Gojo's birth had made sorcery and curses as a whole more powerful. Their absence now means that sorcerers as a whole are weaker. You didn't have to delete it. You didn't have to delete it, Drake, though I do appreciate it. You didn't have to delete it. I just wasn't going to read it. When the world finds out how weak sorcerers have become, this shady new energy business will be over. Yeah. It's nice to see that there is an actual, a literal, I appreciate it, Drake. There is an actual name. Some literal events that have happened after the events of the Shibuya incident and the Culling game that might still have some effects leading down to current modern times 63 years later. I like all of this, man. All of this is great writing to me. Starting off, it is a very strong series. Now, I'm not impressed by their jujutsu. It seems very simple, in my opinion. I hope that Yuka's savage jaw strike can be emphasized a bit more for later. I like the fact that she uses like her nails and like powers them up to like increase raw physical combat. I like the fact that the opponent was able to use raw tags on the floor to enable strikes without using any kind of like prior movements other than, you know, touching the tags. The curse tool, Honoyagi, the sparks generated from the scabbard and the guard infused into the blade, new shadow style. The katana is on fire. He essentially creates a massive flaming strike that burns everything around him. It's simple, but it's nice to see, and it's nice to see that there's still a level of complexity. It's called JJK 3. JJK 2 could have been a prequel or a sequel. JJK 1. I'm gonna hold off until I see more stuff, but let's see. So the sorcerers could potentially be weaker now. Yes. Now I'm gonna read chapter 2 for now. If you're wifing up Nami, I hope you get deep pockets. Oh, I got deep pockets, crazy, bro. The $100 a month that I make from YouTube will likely be capable of maintaining Nami's lifestyle. I will do whatever it takes to keep my queen alive, even if it means selling her feet pics on OnlyFans. Obviously with her consent, of course. Iwasaki's art style is pretty accurate to Gege's, but I love Gege more. I do like Gege's way more, but I am more used to it. Let me ask you guys a question, actually. If Nami was alive, would she have an OF? Would she have an adult site? Let's just put it like that. I'm just curious about this because I do think, and I mean, let's be honest, I think it's funny. I do think that, like, considering that she's willing to, like, let guys, not let guys, but I think considering that she's willing to, like, say, hey, here's a picture, I feel like if she's willing to, like, you know, disrobe herself in front of a bunch of dudes that are staring for, like, $1 million berry each, yes, but it would be way too expensive. How many? Too expensive. No. I'm just saying, in a case where, like, Nami could be making bank, I don't know. Me personally, like, the more I think about it right now, I could definitely see that being a situation. I could definitely see that being a situation for Nami. I think that'd be pretty fucking funny. I think that like if you were to actually like try to join said adult site, that shit would be like, I don't know, $500 just for like the subscription and like $1,000 for an image. It would just be an empty fucking a page where like the best you're gonna get out of her is like if you DM her personally. Like, I don't know, man. I think it would be like $500 just to talk to her. There is no way I see Nami doing this at all for like without it being an absolutely disgusting expensive price. Kyoto Museum of Emerging Science and Innovation. Are you sure about this? Is it really a good idea for us to put off the Ministry of Health's quarantines and risk assessment protocols? We can't say for sure that they're free of infectious diseases or any other known factors that could affect us. We have no insight into their religion, language, history, or culture. What the fuck is this thing? And what if we start treating their presence like some kind of outbreak? They might declare war on us faster than you can blink. Come to think of it, we don't know a thing about their idea of gender norms either. They might be offended by us sending two men to greet them. Now you're getting it. It all comes down to luck from here on out. Okay, I'm gonna finish this page. And here I studied so much so this kind of stuff wouldn't happen. It's nice to meet you. I am Jabeloma, diplomatic and envoy on behalf of the Sumerians. And this is Cross, our dispatch officer. So for starters, this guy, Cross, he's definitely, what's his face? Maru, he's definitely Maru's brother, right? One second, guys, I'm gonna go get more, I'm gonna get more water. One second, guys. By the way, let me know, guys. Like, by the way, let me know. I'm thinking about turning some of like the short moments that I have. Maru is a pretty simple name to remember. Yeah, but I keep when it's new series and stuff like that. It always takes me like a little bit. It's Sarugi, right? Sarugi, and Yuka and Maru. Okay. I'm going to just end the poll here. I'm gonna actually ask you guys a more important question. Should I turn some live moments into shorts? I think it would probably... I wouldn't watch them. I wouldn't watch him do this content. Oh, what the fuck? I'd watch regardless. No, we'll just leave it like that. Okay, now we're back. Okay, so this is actually very interesting, and I like the way that... So, just starting off, guys. Just starting off. I mean, anybody who goes insane diff with a grade 12 cursed spirit, by the way. Type shit, he would, right? So, I want to ask this because I'm thinking about like many of the conversations that we have here. I can like essentially just put up my opinions and I can still like upload shorts and stuff without having to like worry too much about that. And I just have to like just format the videos. I just think it'd be a good idea, and that way it would be nice for people that like they don't watch the live streams but would probably still like to hear some of my opinions. I think it would be an interesting little experiment that I could do. I'm gonna probably try it out with this stream. I'm probably gonna cut up pieces of it and then do that. But that's neither here nor there. So I like actually the way that they're using this, because one of the things that I think we spoke about on our last stream is that yeah, and I can also post some of my crash outs. True. I think that one of the most important things to consider here is that like what they're saying here is that they don't want them to declare war on us faster than you can blink. They have no idea about gender norms. They don't want to offend, and they don't want to offend them. And I think this is a very important thing to start off with. And I like the idea that Gay is bringing this like very realistic approach to. They're bringing this very realistic approach to like the idea of you know, what it would actually be like to meet aliens, right? Now, aliens could always bring some kind of like germs or pathogens that we may not be aware of, that they might have solutions to, but we may not have like any resistances built up. Are you extremely disappointed about how something as serious as God Valley is now Goon Valley? I'll answer that question in a second. I'll answer that question. By the way, guys, it's okay if you're not gonna watch the content regardless. It's okay. I just want to know everybody's opinions based on like if you would watch them, if you wouldn't watch them, if you think they're good ideas, if you think the whole like short stuff is good in general. I probably should have added don't do shorts as an option, but that's neither here nor there. Now, the thing with this is that if you've ever watched an alien movie, most of the time, aliens, and I spoke about this in our last stream, aliens usually come to Earth, or at least when these stories are written, aliens that come to Earth usually come for the sake of conquest. That is because throughout human history, civilizations that are usually more advanced than those that they come across in contact with, they will usually try to impose their religious views, their religious and ideological. They will try to reinforce their religious and their ideological views upon the less advanced race. For as much as Earth may have advanced in the last, I don't know, 63 years, it's not inherently possible for them to have advanced to the point, especially with a post Shibuya and Shinjuku Showdown events. I don't really think it was possible for them to have advanced enough to where, like, let's say military approaches or like science and technology would have advanced to the point where they could reach interstellar travel themselves, right? In this case, we're meeting with aliens that have already gained the capacity to travel to other planets, which means their technology is more advanced, and they might carry abilities and a culture that we are either not afraid of, that we're not privy to, we have no context for, and could wipe us out at any moment if they were to start war. Remember, even if the world is now more aware of Jujutsu sorcery now, more now than ever, even if they're more aware of it now than ever, sorcerers, as they've mentioned, have only gotten weaker. They haven't gotten any stronger. So this is, at least in comparison, an event that could be considered as great as, or as dangerous, on the same level at least of danger as something like Ryomen Sukuna's attack in Shinjuku. What if other countries have cursed power weapons because of the human smuggling? That would be an interesting take, and I'd like to see Gege explore upon this a little bit more. Maybe later with like using cursed energy as like a power source for human-based weapons. Unfortunately, I don't know how it's going to work without it being used by sorcerers themselves. Maybe other countries end up unlocking this capability, although in the first chapter they made it clear that like this still seems to be something that appears only in Japan and in very few cases in other parts of the world. But I do see where you're coming from. We'd like to extend our deepest gratitude to the people of Earth for their warm welcome. They're speaking Japanese. Of course, you're very welcome here. My name is Usami, the acting minister for foreign affairs. I am his subordinate, Mino. Nobody told me they could speak Japanese. Did they speak English in America? I mean, if they did, then why didn't the Americans tell us? And they're always on our asses about sending them alien technology. Interesting. It's on purpose. I'm sure ever since the Kyoto Paranormal Resolution, Japan's been uncooperative on all issues. We can't expect the international community to help us now. And since they've overcome the language barrier, they've got the upper hand when it comes to gathering intel. Yes! Yes, I love this so much. It essentially puts the aliens, even if it's not visually aware to most, it already puts the aliens on this more, let's say on a scale, the aliens are already proving to have a certain level of threat that even if they're not, outright giving out malicious intentions right now, and for all I know, there's not that much information that we have on them right now, and we don't know what their true goal is, whether they're here, whether they're actually here to be, allies, whether they're here to be helpful, or whether they're here to, turn shit the fuck up. If they're here to up pipe, then we might be a little fucked, but I like this subtle, little hints that, yeah, the aliens know a lot more than we do, and they have access to things that are potentially more dangerous than we do. Obviously, the aliens might actually be the problem here, but we're going to see what happens. We have a favor to ask of you. May we have our representative be present here? Of course. Is there some more reason you want to ask first? It is because of the concept of being unarmed is meaningless for him. So we cannot comfortably let him attend unless you understand he has no hostile intentions. It is because the concept of being unarmed is meaningless for him. Interesting. So we cannot comfortably let him attend unless you understand he has no hostile intentions. Ooh, already walking in. Ooh, who the fuck is this dude? Is gonna be my next king? Probably not. Hopefully not. Alien kind of looks like Tengen, doesn't he? He kind of does look like Tengen, barring the extra pair of eyes. And if you remember back in JJK, this dude also did, not only does he kind of look like Tengen, but they were mentioning how Tengen was supposed to look more and more like Sukuna as he evolved, with the extra eyes and the odd shapes to his head. Now, are you extremely disappointed that something as serious as God Valley is now Goon Valley? Blazikins, if you give me a couple of minutes so I can read through this, I will let me see how many pages this has. Depending on how many pages this has, I'll let you know. I want to be able to fully take this in. If you're patient with me, if you can bear with me, I will be more than glad to actually go through with this. Usami, I'm still alive, right? Yeah, this is bad. No wonder they're saying it's on par with Ryoma and Sukuna. They could easily take over our country if they really wanted to, and they've made our position crystal clear. We're supposed to say, hey, thanks for not invading our country. Still, that doesn't mean we should give in to their demands. Conceal the fact that our Samurian envoy is an alien and let him accompany Jujutsu sorcerers to school and on a mission. Wouldn't be such a big deal if things ended with that. I'll assign the Okotsuki siblings to the job. I know they're very talented, but don't you think they're way too young for that? The Samurans aren't invaders, they're refugees. As of right now, you mean? Sure, they fit the definition of refugees, but from what they've disclosed, but they're withholding crucial details. No wonder they're saying it's on par with Ryoma and Sukuna. That is insane! Yo, what's good, Thon? It's been a minute, man. How you been, man? Horns are a dead giveaway for chaos corruption. That's what I'm saying. How have you been, Thine? Have you read these new chapters? This is a crazy ass fucking statement. Now, I want to say something and I want to make it very clear. I am Sukuna's strongest soldier. I will glaze that man to the depths of hell. But I'm going to say something right here. This statement, I'm not sure. And L did a fusion dance with Vastolord Ichigo, kind of actually, type shit. Actually, I see it. I see what you mean. I am not entirely busy as hell, to be honest, but yes, I've been translating the new stuff. Good to hear, man. Good to hear. Have you read the new, you've been keeping up with Kengan Omega and Mojuro, bro? This shit is kind of crazy. This statement, though it does come from a potential voice of authority, since they are, what is he again? Let me see. He is his subordinate. He is the subordinate of the Kyoto, of the acting minister of foreign affairs. They should be aware of what Ryomen Sukuna was capable of, but they were never present during the actual events. They might have recordings of what he was capable of, therefore they might have some level of weight to what he's saying. If Sukuna has no fanboys, Eon is dead. That's what I'm saying, bro. If there is not a single person cheering on for Sukuna at the end, by the end of the planet itself, you know that they're all dead, man. Next thing you know, 1 million citizens in a city are dead in a span of a few days by the aliens. On par with the Ryomen Sukuna until it's time to fight Ryomen Sukuna, the King of Cursons, the fallen, disgraced one, the honored one, Sukuna. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, I don't know if they understand what Sukuna is capable of, because they really haven't shown these capabilities yet. Obviously, we're not going to probably see this for a while now. So to say that it's on par, it's a pretty big thing. But considering that Gege is the writer, I do think that there is a narrative. I do think that while one could try to argue that maybe he isn't fully aware of what Sukuna is capable of, therefore this statement might be fallacious. I do think that knowing that I trust Gege Akutami's ability to scale his characters and to write his ability to write a story, especially when it comes to like their characters' capabilities and their powers, I do think that statement can be 100% interpreted as vital. To be fair, this is easy. If it upscales Sukuna and Gojo, upscales. If it downscales, clearly they were capping. That's what I'm saying! If it doesn't make Sukuna look good, fuck these guys, they're weak as hell. I mean, as long as Yuji exists, Sukuna level threats are nothing to him. If Gege's extra pages in the final volume, Usami is a grade 1 sorcerer alongside Nanami, Meimei, and Kusakabe. So this Usami is either a descendant or the Usami. That is just by aura, so it would have to wait until something impressive before taking into account. And I do agree with you, Aster. I do 100% agree with you on that. I will withhold judgment until then, but I do think that there is a very good argument for a narrative implication that this guy might be a problem. Yep, these guys are totally not going to turn out like the Dark Elder in Warhammer 40k. That's crazy. That's crazy. By the way, I would appreciate it if anybody could like vote on this thing. I know I forgot to put like don't upload them, buddy, but yeah, that was just on me. 1 second. Let's go back here. Ever since the Paranormal Resolution 62 years ago, Japan's been self-satisfied about the security treaty and joined the surge of nationalism that was growing in the United States at the time. It's easy for an isolationist island nation to fall into exclusionary sentiments after all. It basically just means that ever since that bullshit happened, ever since all of that bullshit happened back in Shibuya, Japan's essentially said, we'll keep to ourselves, and everyone said, if you're going to keep to yourselves, we're going to make sure we keep to ourselves. Does Megumi get past White Zetsu? I think he would. I just pray for FTL Plus or higher speeds to back our scale of our goats. That's what I'm saying, man. The next generation is the sorriest generation ever. Yuji without cursed energy might solo the entire Sorcerer Society. It's crazy. As long as none of these motherfuckers wield a blade, I don't... I won't have to hear any Mihawk solos type shit. We can't repeat the same mistakes. Our diplomacy style is superficial and based on formalities. If this keeps up, we'll just be subtly flashing our deterrents back and forth, and worst case scenario will end up playing out over the next few decades. And once the embargo on information about the Sumerians is lifted, exclusionary campaigns can stir up public sentiment, escalating into armed conflicts, and ultimately war. The war is one thing we can't allow, we must avoid it at all costs. Man, I love how they're really going into the politics of this shit. To be fair, Yuji without cursed energy was beating the cheeks of most of the sorcerers. That's what I'm saying. That's what I knew this was going to happen, Rohan. Really happy to you're back, man. Really happy to see you back. So we have to strive for true harmony. We can't open the Sumerians' hearts with our adult formalities. We need the spirit of a new era. I like him. Wasn't expecting that from him. We're really going to entrust the fate of Japan and the world to a couple of teenagers. We grown-ups will handle our share too. Aliens, That's a wild leap you're making. It's what the curse user told me. He said aliens have come here. Now, one thing I want to just go back to real quick. I also find it a bit refreshing because I want you guys to think about that. This is 63 years in the future. It's a little bit refreshing to see diplomats, or in this case, the acting Minister of Foreign Affairs, to act in. Can we just get the fuck out of that? God damn, why is it blinking? It's kind of interesting to see like that the diplomat. What the fuck is this, man? Stop. God damn, why is like, dude? I'm just reloading. It's very interesting to me to see like the acting diplomat to be taking. Generally, how strong is Megumi? I'm gonna be honest with you. It's entirely based on how strong you think Maharaga is, because Megumi is as strong as Maharaga is. Megumi is not stronger than Maharaga, and it all genuinely depends on how strong you think Maharaga is. Basically, any fight that you put Megumi in is going to be a double knockout, because I'm never giving him Maharaga with full control. Until I see Megumi take control over Maharaga, I have no reason to give him anything. Stutter of Doom and Despair, yeah. So one of the things that I really do enjoy about this, and that it does take a different like displays that, listen, I'm not into politics, but I do like this idea of trying to maintain true harmony by any means necessary, and trying to actually look into like the political landscape of it from as many angles as possible. Considering that this is like 63 years in the future, I have no fucking clue, man. As strong as Maximum Elephant is, he's like building level or some shit. Megumi's probably like building to like city block level or some shit. I don't know. Megumi doesn't have like the best feats to really go into. But anyway, he's at least quick enough to react to a Toji that's attacking him on instinct. Hey, it's added its totality into those rabbits. That's what I'm saying. Strongest rabbits in history. The strongest rabbits in history versus the strongest rabbits of today. Those rabbits probably adapt to anything, and it'd be actually kind of crazy. Now, I think it's just a little bit refreshing, mostly because like by 63 years in the future, all politicians will be dead. What I mean is all of these old ass politicians that have essentially been fucking over most of society for like the last couple of decades and are still in control. Those motherfuckers are dead, so we probably would have a bit more of an open. We would probably have a lot fresher looking eyes into politicians at this point in time. I'd actually be really interested in seeing it. Get him past the grade 3 curse before he beats Maharaga. That's crazy. Nah, he beat a special grade. He did beat a special grade. How about the aliens mess up that they had to find an entirely new world to move to? That's what I'm saying. All diplomatic missions with aliens have been Japan's responsibility since the security treaty. I just want to see something. His designs are... whatever. And apparently the Inspector General says the aliens are treated as special grade on par with Ryomen Sukuna. Ryomen Sukuna, the one responsible for that scar on Grandpa's forehead? Yeah. Yeah. And you believe it? That guy is trash, but we can trust his judgment at least. Nope, he did not. He did not. He beat that special grade all on his own when he used Chimera Shadow Garden. Yuji wasn't there yet. Just learning ABC's Mahito. That would be an absolute curb stomp that I would absolutely love to see. Fuck Mahito. Okay. That guy is trash, but we can trust his judgment at least. Japanese human trafficking is a huge business that generates billions of yen. Yet he said he was quitting it because of the alien invasion. If a bad guy like him is dropping his racket, then it must be serious. Plus, you saw it for yourself. Well, there are a lot of weird-looking sorcerers out there. I've seen some who are missing eyes, sure, but never one with extras. Then let's check and find out for sure. We can't. Usami introduced Maru to us as an inspector from the state party of the security treaty. Even if Maru is an alien, they wouldn't share that kind of intel with grunts like us yet. Who said we'd check with Usami? So you're just gonna ask Maru directly if he's an alien? That's just as pointless as asking Usami. Not to mention I can't trust Maru. But you said that you can trust that guy's judgment, right? Oh yeah. I knew you'd come. A few minutes earlier. Stand back, Mino. Huh? Why? The perp might be concealing an explosive cursed object. Explosive? I knew it, he says. I don't like him, but I bet one of those idiots who thinks he's a genius. I don't like him, but I bet he's one of those idiots who thinks he's a genius. I'm smarter than you are, but you're useless at anything that isn't just memorizing stuff. But you're useless at anything that isn't just memorizing stuff. Nah, that's my brother. Shut up, leave me out of this. Nailed it. You want to know about the aliens, right? First, why don't you start on how you got the info about the aliens in the first place? Well, just assume that basically any info managed digitally will be leaked, especially from government offices that are scrambling to maintain their systems without reconfigurations. We're reconfiguring them after the AI regulations were put into place. Yeah, this shit's already predicting the future, by the way. They're in the same level of spatial grade as some of the other ones, but they aren't anything to sneeze at. That's what I'm saying. They should really start keeping paper records again, you know? The aliens, they call themselves Samurians. Hang on, you're just gonna keep going with the premise that aliens are actually real? Huh? Is that where I have to begin? Are you really are stupid, aren't you? Can I punch him? and here I thought you were a Jujutsu sorcerer. You work with the paranormal every day, and at the same time you're denying the paranormal? Or we just want some kind of confirmation that aliens really have come to Earth, that's all. There's a mothership containing 50,000 Sumerians floating above this country as we speak. 50? Damn, that's enough to basically fill Koshien Stadium to capacity. How the hell could a spaceship that big be floating above with nobody noticing it? A barrier technique like a curtain, I'm sure. Or it could be some advanced alien technology we don't know about yet. Either way, they traveled through space to get here. If all 50,000 of them can use Jujutsu, how the hell would we deal with them? They can probably be self-sufficient on the ship to an extent, but they'll hit a limit at some point. So supplies gotta be brought in before that happens. It's happening tomorrow at 8 p.m. at Kurumayama Highlands in Nagano Prefecture. If the barrier technique's visual effects are making the spaceship invisible, then it might weaken just enough for the sorcerer to catch a glimpse of the ship while supplies are being loaded. You should go there and see it for yourselves. What about the explosives? It's all good now. He was awfully cooperative. Might seem like cooperation to us, but the higher-ups who are controlling the intel, it's basically treason and rebellion. You know what happens to curse users who commit serious crimes. He probably just wants to cause a commotion so that he can try to escape without anyone noticing. Pisses me off. So damn human even at night. Hey, I know we decided to aim for the top of the mountain on a whim, but couldn't the ship also be at the base of it? We're talking about a spaceship and a mountain here. Obviously we go up. Are you for real? The ring. I'm not giving it back. The three clans treated Granny like she was some kind of failure, but she never gave up and shut him up with her true power. Shut him up. Wasn't it more like she massacred an entire clan? And I want to be just as powerful. I feel like we're both chasing after our own ideas of the truth. I wanted him to give me back the ring this whole time, and Tsurugi's always wanted to give it back to me. Isn't that why we wanted to get stronger? No, that's not all. Holy shit. Damn, the art style is crazy. Damn, aliens are really here. So this is a special grade case that's on par with Ryomen Sukuna, huh? Grandpa, Granny, and the others were able to defeat Ryomen Sukuna. I don't know why the aliens came to Earth, but no matter what happens, it's up to us Jujutsu sorcerers to take care of it. Yep, that's what the treaty says. But Grandpa and Granny are both gone, and we don't stand a chance the way we are now. I want to be just like Maki Zenin, Yuta Okotsu. Oh! I like this. Cross, it's been a while. Okay, so their markings are different. I did notice that. His markings go around this side of his cheeks. These markings go on the upper side. I did notice that. Okay. Cross, it's been a while. Maru, go back and stay with the Earthling sorcerers. Sure, but is that really necessary? What? I mean, isn't it obvious by now that Earthlings are just like us Sumerians? They're good people and bad people here too. But unless our ideas of what's good and bad are the same, it's meaningless. They are the same. That's not for you to decide. It seems that our opinions are split on the matter between conflict and coexistence. No, conflict is wrong. If that's what you think, then spend more time with the Earthling sorcerers and present your evidence as consideration. That's your job right now, as a warrior. Aren't you going back to the ship? I have my own job to do. Cross, if you're going back to the ship, can we have breakfast together tomorrow? The sorcerer showed me all kinds of stuff, and the food in the country is really good. I'm busy. Okay. 8 yen insufficient balance, 8 yen charged. Huh. Oh, what are you doing? Alright, I didn't come with my student pass this time. I guess I gotta relink. Yuka, you go on without me? Hey Maru, what you doing? If you hang out here, people will think you're gonna jump and call the cops on you. Plus, it's trespassing. Don't you have rules like that on your planet? Shut up, don't talk to me. The hell's his problem? Okay, so it ends there. Wow. Wow. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Also, he has his hair tied up and Maru wears it with a band. Okay. Should definitely do shorts. I always find you hilarious when you get annoyed or crash out of rage baiting. That makes for a great short content. It was funny how you crashed out on Aizen. Oh, I appreciate that. Okay. So 50,000 aliens equals 1 Sukuna? That's crazy. True type shit. Yeah, but they also seem to have, like, different ways that their abilities seems to, like, interject, especially with, like, their third eye. So I'm interested in seeing how their anatomy actually plays into, like, their jujutsu-esque abilities. Out of topic, but Eon, I believe that it might be right about Sengoku being a complete bum. I can forgive him not one-shotting Luffy somewhat, but not being at God Valley, dude knows nothing. That's what I'm saying. Okay. So anyway, let's go. Yeah, no. The Sengoku slander might be something to go into. I'm not gonna crash out on that fucker now, but to answer Blaziken's question from before. Listen, I'm gonna be honest, and this is gonna go into One Piece spoilers. This is gonna go into One Piece spoilers. We're gonna go into the manga. Gege, please show me my goat Yuji. Show me the reader who the true strongest in JJK is. I'm just saying, Yuji by this point should be like, what, 70... He was like, what, 15 around the time of the events of the Shibuya incident. So Yuji should be 63 years later, 78? Even if he's not, like, in his tip-top physical condition, I mean, he is half cursed. Shouldn't he, like, age, like, differently than, like, normal humans? We'll just see how his constitution keeps up. Yeah. I do think that, like, Yuji's body, at the very least, suffers. No, he's half cursed. Yuji is, like, he's not half cursed. Wait. I guess he's not half cursed. He's a death wound painting. Yuji is a death wound painting. He's a death wound painting. Yeah, he's half cursed. Are 9 cursed objects created, would mix with the blood of both cursed spirit and a human. Yeah. Death paintings numbers 1 through 3 are special grade. Beijing era, la la la. Description, Shoujo, Kotsuo, known death wound paintings. Yeah, no. Yuji is also a death wound painting. Yeah, he shouldn't be only human. Young man, a noticeable scar. Yeah, I don't care about appearance. Living a normal life. 8 Sukuna's fingers after becoming Sukuna's vessel. Personality. Overall skill level surpasses Satoru. Same potential as Yudo Kotsuko and Kinji Hikari, the 3 students who believe he will surpass him. Despite having no connection to the Jujutsu world, that a few months defeated a great one prior. Yeah, this enables him to control. Yeah, no, this is weird. It should bring up something about Yuji being a death wound painting alongside his brothers. That's crazy. The Sakura article has been open for an hour. I know. It's fine. Whatever. I don't care about semantics. Okay, so to answer Blaziken's question real quick before we go and read the stupid-ass Sakura article. Not stupid that you brought it up. Stupid that, like... I know I'm going to read some bullshit. I know I'm just going to read some fucking bullshit. I don't really... First of all, I think that people are honestly, like, losing their fucking minds over, like, the whole point of God Valley happening because of it being gooning. It's not... They're not gooning. It's not fucking gooning. The reason why God Valley is happening is because they took... It's because they took, what's her face? Shaki. They took Shaki. Sure, you could say that, like, the Roger Pirates are there for that, but the Rocks Pirates are there because he's trying to fucking save his family. Rocks is there to save his family. Rocks is there to save his family. Roger is there to save Shaki. Garp is there for Roger, and the Celestial Dragons just also happen to be fucking creating a mass murder spree where they're trying to essentially wipe out an island full of people, and they're essentially trying to basically kill an entire clan of people. Like, God's Valley is not under any circumstance goon piece or whatever. You might be able to argue it's a small portion of it, but there are like completely different reasons for it. And even then, most of these guys, even like the Rocks Pirates, are here to like just collect treasure. Like, there are many reasons for it. I don't think there's anything. Yeah. I don't think there's anything. I'm not being a Celestial Dragon Glazer. What the fuck, man? Do me a favor and tell me the kind of weapon I see Rox holds upscale, please. Rox has a sword, and he was able to clash with Harold, who is an ancient giant, and they blew away 5 kilometers, everything within 5 kilometers of Mary Joie, and it's not a Black Blade, therefore Mihawk solos. There we go. There's the Mihawk agenda for you. Garp scared Roger and Rox just by no attacks, but normal cannon fire. Imagine if he actually had a named attack, plus old age Garp is close to his prime. I still have no reason to believe he's close to his prime. I'm not taking that statement as not taking that bullshit statement from the statements, especially when it says it only to corner Roger. And it's not even saying it's prime fucking Garp. Also, what do you mean he... What do you mean scared? Why the fuck does everybody say scared? Like, if I hear giant cannon fire, I'm like, what the hell is that? I'm gonna turn around. It's not because I'm afraid of the guy. He's just showing up. We'll see in the next chapter. I really hate how... Oh, Ryoshu, what's up, man? My birthday was good. It was actually probably the best birthday I've had in a while. I don't actually really like my birthday, all things considered. I don't really like care for my birthday, all things. I'm not really into like the idea of like people singing me happy birthday and stuff like that. I don't really like doing parties. Like, I just want to spend the day doing something I like, and that's really just it. And I got a chance to do that. It was really nice, and the friend of mine that spent it with me, they made it very special. So I'm happy about it. Are you still a Garp Glazer by the way after the Celestial? By the way, after the Celestial Dragon, what glazing did I give for the Celestial Dragons? Can you give me a timestamp for that? Yeah. He didn't create him by virtue... No, he didn't create him usually by virtue of Sukuna's fingers. He had sex... Kenjaku had sex... Used a female's body to have sex with the son... With the offspring of Sukuna's brother. You're saying he's scared. Worried that he's here. Another motherfucker showing up that's causing a massive issue? Yeah, no. I wouldn't be afraid of him. That would just complicate things. Again, your interpretation is not a fact. The way you choose to interpret it is not a fact. I don't care how you or anyone else interprets something if it's not actual evidence, if it's not Garp and Roger saying, oh no, Garp is... Sorry, if it's not Rox or Roger saying, oh no, Garp is here, I am scared, I have no reason to look at this as actual fear. Alright? You can believe it's fear. You can totally do that. You're not going to convince me if it's just because of interpretation. If this makes you think they are visibly afraid of him, that's on you. That does not mean that they are. I really don't like that kind of like logic where it's like, dude, they're visibly afraid. Like the whole bullshit Whitebeard being afraid of Akainu. Like, no, he's not. Like, no. Your interpretation of how a character is reacting does not mean that interpretation is true. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not a fucking Celestial Dragon. They look more angry than afraid. They just look like shit just got more complicated. Between Celestial Dragons, God's Knights, the Marines, the Rocks, and the Roger Pirates being here, this whole situation just became a shit show. For Garp to show up as well, that just makes things more complicated. Rox is just there to save his family. Rox is just there to save his family. Roger is there to save Shaki. Garp showing up to basically capture both of them, in this case mostly Roger, that complicates things for everybody. I feel like I don't understand why people don't understand that. It is very simple, man. Rox especially didn't expect to deal with so much bullshit. That's what I'm saying, bruh. By the way, guys, can we get some W's, Omi, please? Omi, thank you for the 2. And I'm not a fucking Celestial Dragon apologist. God damn it, dude. Anyway. Like, I don't get it, man. I feel like sometimes people's... I don't know. It feels like sometimes people's, like, interpretations of how shit, like, is meant to go down. Or, like, how, like, a character's face automatically just means, oh, they're afraid, they're scared, blah, 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 blah. Like, no, bro, I'm sorry. I don't see that. I don't see that. And if it's just because of... and if the argument is just interpretation, then I'm sorry. We're just going to have to disagree. And there's really nothing you can say to change my mind, and there's nothing I have to say to change yours. There is a common misconception that Sakura is a useless character in the Naruto series. Oh, we're already starting off great. This came out in 2022, mind you. At first, this seems like a reasonable complaint. The Kunoichi herself laments her powerlessness in the story's earliest arcs. Okay, David Zimmerman. Why does that name sound so familiar? David Zimmerman. So we're just gonna act like Rox alone respects Garp's strength when he was talking with Harold. Evidence right there. What the fuck are you talking about? Harold, Misery, the rest of us are going to God Valley. Gabon, where's God Valley? Yada yada yada. No way, care to sink them down. Stop, infatuated. You world government, don't underestimate King of Oafs. Madman Elbaf, please watch us destroy. I'm sure you've heard where you're going and why. Are going to tell you this? Even my own crew doesn't know this. La di da. I've got a hidden name. Roxy Zebek. Okay. Davy Clan. God Valley is my home, so the government is going to lure it into the clutch, and now Celestial Dragons are converging. They don't want me coming there. This is a miscalculation on their part. It just feels like a great act of fate, kidnapping Shaki, whoever, Harold. So lend me your strength. That's your choice. So be it. Coward, manslaughtering has begun. When the fuck? Are you just making stuff up? When the fuck did he bring up? When the fuck did he bring up that he respected Garp's strength? Are you just making shit up? To their older meeting? Yeah. No, you give me a chapter. 2 chapters back? Sure. Takes inviting king. Old friendship no longer there. 39 years ago. Ranks and worried about the warrior's pride. See, celestial dragons call soldiers. Act like under them our violence. Yeah. Our violence we called ourselves. We shackle. Where's your warrior's pride? You turn celestial dragons. Blah, 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 blah. I'm not saying foolish celestial dragon. Stop it. Coward. Yeah, they're hitting each other. Yeah, you can't let Harold. It's important. Kill your own friends. This side's a different story. Shaki's here. Okay. Sure. Shaki, whiskey, best Shaki. I don't cook for the likes of you. High-end whiskey, thanks, it's Abyssal. Hey, Shaki, it's me, your lover boy. It's Roger. How many times do I have to tell you this is my island? Shaki, pick up. Right. Outside, you get in here, long, get the boys out. The line, what line? Noisy. Closing out Newgate, put it on Newgate's tab. Closing our new game, put on Newgate's tab. Where's Ray? Chasing after me. Want a drink? Hey, where's Newgate? He just left. Stupid Rayleigh. Why didn't he come? Shit, time ships out. Miss Shaki, lend out. When the fuck did they ever mention? I'm 2 chapters back. You're still bringing up. Said he thought should be a pirate because he hates the upper. On our side. World government, culture. Yeah, Garp laughed at me too. Garp, you know how much he hates the brass for how he works. He should be a pirate already. Yeah. Okay, so this makes you... What do you think, hair color? I kind of don't want it to be blue. I don't care if it's white. I don't care if it's red. I don't care if it's pink. I don't care if it's yellow. I just don't want it to be blue. I just don't want it to be blue. I don't want Buggy to be his son. I don't know why. It just doesn't feel right to me. It does not feel right to me. I'm not for the idea. If it ends up being the case, I'm willing to accept it, but I just don't want it to be blue. Yeah, so this is supposed to make me believe that Rox is afraid of Garp. Yeah, no. Yeah, anyway. Okay, however, she gains a much more robust and unique identity as time lapses, conquering many limitations which have held her back in greatness. Sakura's ascension has been so magnificent that she can do many things that neither Naruto and Sasuke can do despite the godlike power they themselves have acquired. Through acknowledging her abilities, fans have appreciated her distinct gifts. What does she do other than Tsunade? It's... More specifically, a Yonko? Yeah, okay, you and I are just not going to have a conversation. I'm going to ignore you from here on out. No. Yeah, you are... I'm sorry. We're just not going to agree on this. You are 100% taking a comment. You are 100% taking a comment and saying he should be Yonko because of this? No. You are letting your interpretation of what a single statement says and reading 10 things out of it that nobody fucking said. Nobody said that at all. Nobody stated anything even remotely close. This is a case of the author saying the curtains are blue and you saying, oh, well, he's bringing up Garp. You know how much he hates the top brass, right? He works for it. He should be a pirate already. That obviously means that he is a Yonko. Because if he hates the top brass, even if he's really strong, then that means that he has to have the power of a Yonko. Because only the Yonko hate the celestial dread. Like this is what you're like. Come on, man. No, I'm sorry. You're. It is fine if listen. If Rox wants to name Garp, that is fine. If Rox respects Garp, it is fine. If Garp has had conversations with Garp, that is all fine. But do you actually fucking like? No, there's no confirmation there for anything Yonko related. No, you're reading something about the curtains being blue, even though there is nothing important about that. You're drawing conclusions from stuff that has absolutely nothing to do with anything. Since Naruto's beginning, Sakura Haruto was viewed as the weakest link of Team 7, she still is, as well as one of the most useless characters in the series, she was. But though her power pales in comparison to her comrades, it still does. Sakura has developed incredibly since early days, nothing special, the other two have done it as well, proving she's capable of far more than most give her credit for. She only heals. With the story continuing in Boruto, she's only become stronger, so we've updated the list. Okay. Has earth-shattering strength that even outclasses her teammates. No, the fuck she does not. Throughout the series, Naruto and Sasuke overpower Sakura in just about every way, but when it comes to brute strength, she's got both of the boys beat, only because they don't infuse chakra into a single point in their fist and release it all at once. They've literally got more chakra than she does. There is no way I'm going to believe that a girl charging chakra in her forehead for a few years is more chakra than the entirety of the nine-tailed fox that gave more chakra to every person on the fucking Shinobi Alliance, 80,000 people, in addition to also having chakra from Ninja Jesus. No, that's just not true. After her time learning under Tsunade, gained an incredible amount of physical strength. It's not actual physical strength. She is just enhancing her bones and muscles for a moment with chakra. With just one punch, she can shake the ground and create a great chasm in the earth. That's not a great chasm. That is... She broke the ground beneath her. That is not a great chasm. Despite their godlike abilities, Sakura's teammates are always impressed by her amazing display of strength because she's just punching the ground and they don't want to get hit by that. That's really just it. Their physical bodies, for the most part, cannot take something this massive. Even something like this. Naruto characters, for the most part, do not actually punch this hard. War Arc Kakashi does not punch harder than Sakura, even though he's stronger than her. This is not that impressive by those means. The clash in the Valley of the End when Naruto and Sasuke were both out of chakra did more damage than Sakura ever did. That's what I'm saying! Oh, no, you know what? I'm not going to crash out. I'm not going to crash out. Nolan was Yonko 400 years ago. That's what I'm saying. What do you think about the Pirate King level? I have no opinions on it yet because I still have nothing to base it off of. Is it just another tier of Yonko? Who do you think is definitely part of it? Roger. Maybe Rox, depending on what the... Listen, guys, I'm going to always say the same thing. I will always withhold judgment until I have some actual evidence to go off of. Whatever I have gotten up until this point, whatever we have gotten for Roger up until this point, it is clearly not fully Yonko level, but it is clearly at least Yonko level. I can't say anything more. However strong, Rox, Garp, Roger, Whitebeard could all be by that point in the story when they're all in their prime. I cannot tell you until I see them actually clash in their prime. That is all I'm going to give you guys. I really don't like formulating an opinion behind. I really don't like formulating an opinion beyond that. But anyway, she became a tuning and who gives a shit? Despite being considered the weak one of the team, Sakura actually outranks Naruto and Sasuke. He left the village and the other guy never did a promotion exam, unless you count the anime. Unless you count the anime's shitty fucking promotion thing. And even then, Naruto's Hokage as a genin. Who gives a shit? Oh, man. While the boys left the village and remained genin, Sakura was able to rise through the ranks of the rest of Konohanaga. Who gives a shit, man? What does that matter? Ranks? Who gives a shit about ranks? Okay, she became a Chunin. And are we gonna talk about how Kankuro and Temari became Jonin in the same exact amount of time? Are we gonna forget how Neji became a Jonin? Her becoming a Chunin at the age of fucking 15 or 14 or whatever the fuck is still less impressive than a child Kakashi who is, if you want to say weaker than this, it's not about fucking being strong. It's just about your fundamentals as a ninja, my guy. And even then, Naruto and Sasuke have fundamentals of ninja that are far beyond even fucking Jonin. Well, Sasuke's case, not Naruto. Naruto by the pain arc, Sasuke by the reunion arc, but they have like the fucking capabilities of Jonin by those points, my guy. Who gives a shit? No one cares about Sakura being a Chunin. The fact that you have to go out of your way to say, well, actually they're both still Genin, so Sakura did better than them. Like, no. This is a meaningless point. I'm sorry, point's irrelevant. This means nothing. This actually means nothing. Can use the chakra scalpel, a technique only few have mastered. And Naruto can do Rasengan, a technique that few have also mastered. And Shikamaru can use the shadow stitching jutsu. And I don't know, Choji can do the partial expansion jutsu. Who gives a shit? She went to become a medical ninja. Medical ninja do this shit. Chakra scalpel, cool. It's a technique first introduced by Kabuto, which the user creates a highly precise blade out of pure chakra. It takes a skill level beyond most ninja. Yeah, because you need to be a medical ninja. You need to be a doctor. And even the greatest medics aren't able to produce it. Most of the greatest quote-unquote medics only have like 2 names. There's only like 2 names. 3 names if you want to count this bitch. In the entire series that actually matter when it comes to medical ninjutsu. 4 if you want to count Shizune. Yeah, no, who gives a shit? No, that doesn't matter. However, Sakura is one of the few people capable of using this rare technique. Okay, who gives a shit? She only uses it once. The fact that she has mastered such a high-level technique proves how incredible her chakra control skills are. Yeah, Naruto mastered the Rasengan. He mastered the Rasengan to an extent he created and added a nature transformation into it. Something that the 4th Hokage, who could not complete it in his lifetime, and Kakashi, her teacher and supervisor who obtained Jonin at an earlier age that she obtained Chunin, couldn't do either. No, shut up. This is a stupid point. I'm sorry. David Zimmerman, your points currently are terrible. As an adult, Sakura can balance work and being a parent. She's the head of a fucking hospital. You realize that the head of a hospital isn't usually the one taking care of people. And even then, at best, she's going in for like the worst cases. And even fucking then, she destroyed her own fucking house. Naruto and Sasuke may be far superior to Sakura on the battlefield, but she's proven her worth of it. When the trio is all grown up, she excels at parenthood. She destroyed her own fucking house. She actually one-shot her own fucking house. What do you mean she excels at parenthood? What fucking parent actually destroys their entire fucking place, puts their family, their daughter and themselves in a homeless position where when the husband shows up, when Sasuke shows up, they're all sitting on top of a fucking building because they have nowhere to sleep. Bro, they're literally sleeping at the hospital because this bitch broke the house because her daughter said, "What happened to dad?" No, I'm sorry. This is fucking stupid. This person has literally skimmed through Naruto. They have watched Naruto through TikTok. They literally looked up a video on TikTok about like why Sakura is better than you might think, and then literally brought up all the points that person used while losing every bit of context behind the decisions this dumb fucking individual makes. And I'm gonna be honest, I'm being very YouTube friendly right now because the words that I would be using here, oh my god, she is literally Sasuke's walking fleshlight. Oh my god, yes, she eats beans. Sakura absolutely eats beans. Effortlessly juggles motherhood while still working full-time as a ninja. Sorry, I'm really crashing out right now. I'm really seeing, because you know what it is? I expected this to be like... I'm sorry, this was effortlessly juggles when she couldn't even get her daughter to stop asking questions about dear old daddy, and for some reason decided to use the photo of Daddy Dearest when he was still working with a fucking criminal organization. I am... No, they're rage baiting, and this is about to be great content. I'm making a whole video out of this shit. Oh, man. All this time, she's more or less a single mother. Yeah, I wonder why, because her decisions are fucking stupid. Who the fuck thought it would have been a good fucking idea to marry the guy that was gonna leave the village and essentially make you a... Yo, nah. You married a guy that literally turned you into a single mother. He pumped and dumped. When he said he was gonna restore the Uchiha clan, he wasn't fucking kidding. God, getting no help from the father along the way. Yeah, great choices of a spouse. Fantastic fucking tastic decisions as a spouse. Marrying the guy. To be fair, the Akatsuki drip hits hard. It does drip hard, but I wouldn't have used that photo either way. Again, criminal times, my friend. All I'm saying is marrying the guy that decided to fucking kill you twice. It is absolutely fucking crazy. Hey, I got an A on my first exam for the semester. Guys, let's get some W-thines. Let's type that up. An A on the first exam of the semester. Gotta love that shit. Absolutely lovely. Absolutely love to see it, guys. Let's get some W-thines. Also, her genes are so bad, she created the first Uchiha to need wear glasses. Yeah, that shit was crazy. Sakura was on a journey with Sasuke for a bit. Yeah, crazy. Has blossomed into a strong, independent adult, and it's made her an amazing parent. I'm sorry, guys. Somebody raise your hand if you think that destroying your home and leaving both yourself and your child homeless out of your own physical actions as an adult, being able to control your emotions as a strong and independent adult, that caused you to become homeless. The consequences of your own actions as a strong and independent adult caused you to be homeless. Yeah, that makes her an amazing parent, sure. Can use creation rebirth. Is a technique created by Tsunade. It's not called creation rebirth. It's called fucking strength of 100 healings. It's not creation rebirth. And before, actually, is it? Strength of 100 healings. Let me just... Strength of hundreds healing. Let me... Oh, Ninja Art Creation Rebirth. Oh, yeah. Okay, I guess I'm wrong on that. Strength of 100 healings is a technique forbidden that only access to those who have mastered Creation Rebirth. And what the fuck is this? It was invented by Tsunade, a resolution to protect the lives of comrades by releasing a large amount of chakra at once. A cells and body. Oh, yeah. All right, whatever. Yeah. All that bullshit. Cool. Yeah. They're making it sound like this technique's more impressive than it actually is. Is a technique created by Tsunade. Before she teaches it to Sakura, she's the only one capable of using it. The technique requires a massive amount of the user's chakra, making it very difficult and dangerous ability to perform. It only makes it difficult to perform because you have to focus chakra on your fucking forehead, on your big ass forehead. However, when done correctly, it releases the excess chakra, which then creates new cells. It rapidly heals injuries. Chakra is the only one that has ever learned this technique, and his ability neither Naruto and Sasuke could ever learn themselves. Naruto controls more chakra inside of his stomach than the entirety of chakra focused on that big ass forehead of hers, all right? Let's not make it sound like Sakura did something that Naruto's already doing and has to try less for. God damn. It's like 4 different connected jutsu. That's what I'm saying. Healing abilities can revive a dead fish. Guys, this is so impressive. This is so important. She could revive a dead fish. Part of Sakura's training under Lady Tsunade was to practice her medical ninjutsu on a fish. However, her subject was, as far as one could perceive, already dead. Nonetheless, the kunoichi restored it completely, proving through how it flopped listlessly on the table. As inconsequential as it may seem, since we have still only reviving an animal, Sakura's ability to restore life itself is nothing short of a phenomenal. Shiyo demonstrated a similar technique to resuscitate. Yeah, I know, but Shiyo revived an actual person who died, who was actually dead, and as you're saying, only be perceived as already dead. As far as we know, the fish had probably already died or some shit. I don't know, man. Yeah, he literally saved a guy. Naruto quite literally saved a man who had used a technique that was going to kill him. Has the best... Nope. Objectively incorrect. Objectively incorrect. She does not have the best control out of Team 7. Naruto can control cloaks from other people that are not only spread out throughout about, what was it, 80,000, or 8,000, 10,000 shinobi, some crazy ass, 50,000 shinobi, it was some crazy ass number. Naruto not only spread his cloak, spread his seed throughout that many people, but can manipulate that chakra, in addition to also manipulating Kurama itself, while learning Sage Mode, which is not inherently an easy thing to do, that only Madara Uchiha was able to call it being easy to do. Yeah, no. You're telling me that this bitch putting charging up chakra on her forehead for what, 3 years is equal to controlling all of that? Nah, I'm sorry. I don't believe it. Also, the Rasengan is stated to be the pinnacle of chakra control, bruh. Pinnacle! That means top of the shit, and he went a step beyond it, and then made bigger. Anyway, that's besides that. However, Naruto through baseline may have improved throughout the series. It still pales in comparison to Naruto's Sasuke's, especially given their innate gifts such as Kurama and the Sharingan respectively. Oh, now we have to say, well, Naruto and Sasuke were special, so unlike them, she has to improve it. However, she can use chakra, she can use what chakra she can more efficiently. No, you can't prove she can use it more efficiently. You cannot prove that. Then her allies on account of her delic medical ninjutsu training? Not necessarily. No. Especially since Naruto's cloaks also heal the person that is inhabiting them. So not only is he doing her job, not only is Naruto doing Sakura's job for her, but he's also giving them a stat amp. Sorry, no, that doesn't bode well. As a result, she would be nearly unstoppable if given the often unearned ability her two comrades were born with. Yeah, but she doesn't have them, so why the fuck would I even consider that? She can fight Kaguya without Hagoromo's blessing. This is so disingenuous. This is so disingenuous. A lot of them were dead. You are right about that. Bro, you are raging so hard. You're like causing the string to lag on my end. Kind of impressive. If anything, let me try something real quick. If I am lagging, it's probably because I have the LAN cable connected to my PlayStation. Let me just unplug it real quick and plug it into the PC. I'll switch connections real quick. It should actually improve stream quality quite a bit. Okay, it's plugged in. Give it a second for like the connection to switch up, and then we'll continue. No, we have to more Wi-Fi settings. System, network, Ethernet, private type. Yeah. Okay, yeah, we're connected. Okay. So far after reading Bleach, do you prefer Rukia or over Sakura? Rukia is a better written character than Sakura. Rukia is still useless in combat. I have no reason to... Rukia's scaling makes 0 sense. She is still a better written character than Sakura because it is very hard for you to fuck up a character as big as you can fuck up Sakura. There is I don't really know how badly you would have to fuck up writing one of your female leads in order to write something that's worse than Sakura. It perfectly aligns with my crash outs. That's crazy. Sakura is relative somewhat to Naruto and Sasuke when they all punched and speed blitzed Sakura because she mentioned that she was on their level and she knows Naruto. No. This is cap. This is cap. She was never on their level. She was never comparable to them. This is all cap. I don't agree with that in the slightest bit. She was never comparable to them. One of the most iconic final frames of Team 7's battle against Kaguya included Naruto and Sasuke and Sakura's combined efforts. From what is perceived, they did similar damage to the Otsutsuki. They weren't doing damage. They were sealing her, helping to bring about her second sealing and thereby saving the ninja world. However, Sakura was the only member of the three to have confronted the alien without Hagoromo's blessing. The sage had only imparted to his reincarnated descendants, since he knew they would need them for victory. Given her tenacity, despite an absence of enhancements, it belies Sakura's superhuman capacity. Here's why this is objectively, this is why I mean this in the most honest sense. This is why I'm not a fucking Celestial Dragon's defender. What the fuck? This is why this is one of the most disingenuous points that any Sakura fan will ever bring up, and this is why I know for a fact they haven't actually read the story. 3 punching, that is relative. No, it's not. Let me explain why. And I can actually bring up the fucking manga chapters. I can actually bring up the manga chapters, and I'm gonna do that. 1 second. Because this is entirely disingenuous. For anyone to argue that Sakura is even remotely relative to these two, it's entirely disingenuous. I don't care how you look at it. You are being disingenuous. She did not do even remotely half of what these guys did. And landing one punch the entire time, does not equate to her being relative to them. For starters, I boxed Sakura out, no diff. Technically didn't get Hagoromo's powers. Yeah, but Obito had 6 paths powers and he took some Obito already had 6 paths powers. What Hagoromo gave Naruto and Sasuke were 6 paths powers. Obito already had it. So, for starters, this is not a punch. This is not attack potency. This is not anything even remotely close to an actual attack. This is a sealing jutsu. By catching her, in this jutsu, they are sealing Kaguya. This does not deal damage. This does not hurt Kaguya. This is them sealing her away. Let's make that clear. No, she does not have similar attack potency to them. That is disingenuous. Number 2. Right here, Naruto and Sasuke are trying to come after her. They're dashing towards her the best way they can. Look at Kaguya the entire time. So both of them were Asura's reincarnates after all. They switched back then. Then the right one is the real deal. She attacks Naruto. Kamui. Sasuke shifts. Not good. I'll go to the ice world. No. Indra's reincarnation possesses the Amaterasu, so that would be no good. She flies up. Don't forget about me. She's not even perceiving her. Look, Kaguya didn't even perceive her when she strikes her from above. Exactly! Kaguya did not perceive her. You know what we call that, my friend? Getting caught off guard. Do you know what getting caught off guard actually is? It means you did not know somebody was coming. Sakura says it herself. Don't forget about me. We're both women, so don't mock me. That means the entire time. Look at the entirety of this fucking fight, dude. Look at it from the moment Kaguya spawned. Look at it from the moment Kaguya spawned. She never once paid attention to Sakura. You cannot argue that Sakura was ever even remotely relative to Naruto and Sasuke because her best feat is an off-guard moment for a feat that she cannot even move faster. As a matter of fact, let me bring this up even a little bit better. You see how the perfect Susanoo is deactivating? That means Sakura is falling off at normal gravity rate. If we're assuming that the gravity in this planet is similar to that of Earth, nothing implies that it isn't, and they seem to be moving just fine. Unlike the gravity dimension, Sakura isn't even moving fast. She is just falling. Kaguya did not see her coming because she is so focused on the 2 guys that can seal her and the guy that can literally warp her away. Yeah, no. For you to actually believe that Sakura is relative, not to mention, we know this for a fact, Naruto gets stabbed by sword. Off-guard moments are constantly happening in Naruto. Your speed doesn't matter. If you get caught off guard, speed, durability, power, attack, none of that shit matters. It's all irrelevant. It's all fucking irrelevant. If you get caught off guard, it's all irrelevant. Right here. I got you right here. Here's another example. Getting caught off guard. There we go. Getting caught off guard, getting caught off guard, getting caught off guard. Naruto's got Sage 6 paths mode on right now. He's got the ability to sense all things in the universe. I think you just glaze what? The fuck are you talking about? He's got the ability to sense... Oh. Grap? What the fuck is grap? You talking about Garp? When the fuck did I glaze... what's his face? Black Zetsu is all about Jura negation, though. That's not the thing. No. That's not Jura negation, my guy. You're just coping. But anyway, you can continue to believe that. I'm not having this discussion. We're not going to see eye to eye. I am not going to have this discussion. There is, under no facet of logic, are you going to convince me that this bitch actually hurt Kaguya if she were actually paying attention to her. Not happening. Perhaps Sakura's most well-known ability is about her gift to healing others. Yeah, okay, Naruto can do the same thing. It doesn't matter. I'm not even gonna read that. Can settle a rivalry in a peaceful manner. This is how I know this person hasn't... This is how I know this person hasn't actually watched Naruto. This is how I absolutely know for a fact that this individual has never actually read Naruto. Because if you read Naruto, again, context of the story, you would know that your petty rivalry where you lost your best friend because you both liked the same guy, one of the easiest things to make up for is not the same as two guys who are, by fate itself, by ninja, alien, wizard magic, tied together by fate. You cannot compare some girl's dog shit, stupid ass, meaningless ass, petty rivalry over a cute guy even remotely be compared to the cycle of hatred that was started at the very apex of the series. No, this is a stupid point. I'm not even gonna read this. Actually, I'm gonna read it. Naruto and Sasuke weren't the only two ninjas at each other's throats. Sakura had her own rivalry with... Yeah, no one cares about that. Irrelevant thing. One which had exacerbated after she had been placed on the same team with her mutual interest in the roguish Uchiha. However, even if it appeared as if Sakura would win his affection, neither girl had held any resentment after one another. This was one conflict settled much more gracefully than their peers, which had several hundreds of episodes of grudge match, culminating with Sasuke's maddened proclamation to enslave the entire planet. Dog shit fucking stupid. What a stupid fucking point. What a stupid fucking point that completely lacks... Was using Obito's body. Tough. Okay. What are you talking about? Naruto and DMS Kakashi were the only ones who could do something. Sasuke was one shot 2 times, so there is no way they are equal. Listen, man, that's not a conversation. That's not the topic of conversation. Whether or not Naruto and Sasuke are equal, I don't care. That's not a conversation right now I even remotely care about. Also, real quick, prior to this, yeah. Prior to this, we got to go back a little bit. Let me go back. Yeah, Obito also just straight up stabbed Madara. Madara, they do not have the craziest durability. I'm not gonna lie to you. Madara just honestly just doesn't have the craziest durability. He's not even stabbing him with the Zetsu arm. He's just stabbing him with the other Zetsu arm. Whatever, I don't care. Anyway, she can break out of a mind control. All I'm saying is, they could just have dog shit durability. It's very consistent. It keeps happening. I'm just saying, it's very consistent and it keeps happening. Every time they're caught off guard, a hand goes through somebody. They're not that tough. They're really not that tough. If you think they're tough like at planetary levels when they're on guard, that's fine. Their bodies are not that tough. Sakura fans, she's Kage level. That should be good enough. Stop coping. She's never caught up to Naruto and Sasuke. Get over it. Also, thanks for making half my shift entertaining. I got you. What if Orihime and Sakura switch places in support types? Sakura would be useless. Orihime would be absolutely insane. Sakura can't grow back a person's limbs. Orihime can. I am not kidding when I say Orihime could quite literally reject every single piece of damage. He tanked Might Guy's point. Again, on guard. Again. On guard. On guard. Off guard. Once again, argue about his durability when it's on guard. When it's off guard, they are dog shit fucking weak. I'm not even gonna argue that. It's very consistent. You see it a lot, and I've already shown 4 fucking examples. I'm not going into this. Sakura can break out of mind transfer jutsu with only willpower. During her battle, who gives a shit and who the fuck clearly... Bruh. Brethren. Friends. Guys, did you guys know that Sakura's willpower is so powerful? Sakura has so much crazy willpower that she could break out of this genjutsu through raw willpower. It wasn't even genjutsu, it was a fucking mind transfer jutsu. We're talking about a tuning exam fucking Ino ass Jutsu versus Sasuke later on. Like, yeah, no shit. Ino's not the strongest character. Broke it too. And there was, Obito broke it too, and it was from an entire clan. Yeah. It's not like Goku off guard, he is bullet level. Yeah, I don't care if Goku is bullet level when he's off guard. I don't care if he's only laser level when he's off guard. If I'm talking about Goku on guard against an opponent, yeah, no, Goku's a fucking monster. But if he gets caught off guard, yeah, shit happens. It's fine. However, Sakura was able to break out of the spell using sheer determination. This demonstrates fortitude unlike anything Sasuke or Naruto have ever shown, as they require the Sharingan or Kurama respectively to navigate their opponent's treacherous attacks. Though she may be ultimately tied during her match in the Chunin exams, Sakura had proven herself in a way few other shinobis were capable of. Genjutsu. You really do make me sick. Watch her as she falls crying like the pathetic little bitch she is. Anyway, let's keep going. Can detect a white Zetsu. So can Naruto. What's your point? Naruto, this is how I know. Yo. 15 things Sakura, what was this thing titled? 15 things Sakura can do that Naruto and Sasuke cannot. Let me see if I'm coping. Let me see if I'm the one who's coping. Maybe because I'm a Sakura hater, you know, Sakura haters, we don't know what the fuck we're talking about. Sakura haters, we're obviously all just being fallacious. Everything she's done, the strength that she's obtained, it's all been earned. She doesn't have any special powers or anything like that. So obviously I'm the one who's wrong, right? Because Sakura is the only one that's able to detect the white Zetsu clones, right? Yeah, no, she's the only one. Neither Naruto nor B are capable of doing such a thing, right? Let me just, oh, look at that. 2 of them. You okay, Sakura? Bad news. Let's take down all the transformed ones. Finally got here. I'm here. I can find all the enemies for you. Look at that. Crazy. Absolutely insane. You're late. Finally caught up with. I don't know. Maybe. Just maybe I'm coping, though. Just maybe I'm biased. Maybe I'm just biased, guys. Maybe I'm just not seeing things because my blind hatred for this dumb bitch is preventing me from seeing the good sides of her. You know what I mean? I don't know. Anyway, so this person clearly lied. This, besides being fallacious, ignoring context for the entire story, and just writing up an article to be paid that ultimately just goes to show that they didn't actually pay attention to any of the actual plot points in Naruto. No, yeah, this person just read, let me see. The White Zetsu was fantastic infiltrators since they could copy the presence and mannerisms of anyone they chose. It made their espionage particularly deadly since it challenged the Five Nations' already tenuous alliance. Though neither Naruto or Sasuke had any affinity to detect and strike them out, Sakura could outwit them, thereby saving the patients under her charge. So Naruto was just lying. Yeah, so Naruto was just lying, guys. I didn't know Naruto was lying. I didn't know that he was just trying to, like, make himself sound cool in front of everybody, right? Like, yo, you know what's crazy? If Naruto wasn't lying, if Naruto was lying, then this right here would have been a very fucked up moment, because he might have just have killed 2 individuals that he just took a chance on. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. It's crazy. What did he say? I'm here to fight for the defensive formation. Anyway, repay. I can see it in your eyes. Don't keep beating yourself up. You're strong. Yeah. Reinforcements are coming underway. Quality. Yeah. He's basically telling them, if Naruto it appears Naruto has reached all the battlefields, has sealed away, they merge the company to sniff out all the enemies they're advancing. Oh, look at Naruto just pointing them out. Look at Naruto literally snitching out all of the fucking Zetsu. This company is also being dominated on the field. Has climbed the medical units and prize. Yeah, it worked. The battlefield has turned overwhelmingly in our favor. Yeah, like crazy. Eon, is Sakura that gives the intel for Zetsu. Yeah, Naruto lies because he's a ninja and they live in a world of deception. That's what I'm saying, man. Naruto's just lying. He's just pointing out at random dudes. And he just so happens to get them right. He's like the luckiest motherfucker in the whole series. I mean, he has to be, right? He survived the 9 tails when he was a fucking child. He had it sealed within his belly. Naruto didn't have to work for anything. It's all just luck and the 9 tails. And Sakura deserves to be treated even better than everybody else because she's this kind, compassionate, wonderful parent who never did anything wrong and absolutely does everything better than Naruto and Sasuke. Yeah. She can control her emotions better than her comrades. that's good stuff. That's good stuff. That's absolutely wonderful stuff here, man. That's absolutely wonderful stuff. Look at her. Look at her as she's the one who breaks down crying. I know there's nothing I can do, even though I love you. Ew, you disgust me, you dumb bitch. Even though I care about you so much, blah, 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 blah. Look at her as she breaks down crying in front of Naruto, Sasuke, and Kakashi. The only one allowing herself to actually get emotional during this moment. And then, boom. Ooh. Ooh, I love it. Ooh, shut the fuck up. You dumb bitch. Alright, what else we got here? I'm not even gonna read that. That doesn't even deserve to be read. Sakura created a life-saving anti-venom. Okay, you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy that I told my friends? You take Sakura out for most of Naruto. You remove the character. Swap her out with quite literally anyone else. Any other medical ninja. Any, and I do mean anyone else. Most of the story does not change. Anyone else that can at least fulfill a specific role, nothing else changes. You put Rock Lee in her place against Sasori, they still walk out of that. You put, I don't know, Ino in her place instead to save Kankuro. Guess what? If Kankuro dies, no one gives a shit. For the 5 Kankuro fans out there, that say that he's your favorite character and that Sakura saving him was like the biggest saving grace for you, otherwise you would have stopped reading the series. I'm gonna be honest with you. This story definitely doesn't change if he dies. Oh, she saved him. Okay, and what does that do for the story? Kankuro being alive changes nothing. A couple more people die against Sasori. Fantastic. Great. Naruto still shows up and kills all of them. Sakura was so emotionally intelligent, she gave Naruto a panic attack. Type shit. When Sasori and his nefarious puppets poisoned Kankuro, the Akatsuki member was confident that his foe would not survive. After all, the antidote had not been invented yet, and it would only have taken several days for the venom to kill its target. I'm just saying, if the venom takes that long to kill your target, it might be a little bit ass. Me, personally, I would have made poison that killed my opponent, venom, that would have killed him in hours. But I don't know. Not only was Sakura able to arrive at her ally's bedside in time, she also concocted a perfect remedy to restore his health. Placed the same situation, Naruto and Sasuke would both be powerless in. Nah, because if Naruto just had them godlike powers, he would have just touched Kankuro's tummy and he would have felt better. Naruto literally would have just ripped that shit right out of him. Sakura can still talk to their parents. All right, go fuck yourself. Actually, yo, whoever wrote this, go fuck yourself. I hope somebody breaks into your house and pours hot oil down your pipes. I hope nothing bad happens to you physically, emotionally. I just hope somebody named Sewer Destroyer actually pours a metric fuck ton of hot oil down your pipes and you have to pay for that shit. Fuck you for this comment. She can still talk to her parents. That's so fucked. That is actually so fucked. That wasn't even funny. That's not even witty. This person is actually just trolling. What about the moment where Sakura cut her hair and sacrificed her beauty? That's a heavy willpower moment, even more emotionally strong as Naruto and Sasuke. Yeah, no. I totally felt it from that moment. I totally remember reading that when I did my initial read-through of Naruto. That shit was so crazy. No. Sakura, here's the thing. Sakura is Kishimoto's fault as a writer. It is entirely on Kishimoto's fault as a writer. When he said he couldn't write women, I don't necessarily believe that because I think that what their faces. Tsunade and Kushina were good examples of female characters for Kishimoto. Maybe Kushina took too much of the motherly role, but Kushina also seemed like a very caring and loving person, and she does give me a lot of the idea. I do feel like I am looking at Naruto's mother when I do see her, and I love that about Kushina. Sakura's case, in Tsunade's case, she gives me the idea of this very strong woman. I do feel like Tsunade is a very mentally strong woman in a field where someone like Madara Uchiha, who hits her with very misogynistic claims, she is able to supersede all of that and consistently prove him wrong until he just, slashes to mountaintops. Sakura, in the other case, she is the worst example. She is the best example of what not to do when writing a female or even a male lead within the context, not a lead, but one of the main cast members of your series. You want to, even if you want to give the character a bit of a damsel in distress situation, you go with a character like, you can go with, like, let's say a character like Noelle Silva, where the character already displays a ton of potential. It's not just the character saying it. There is a clear view of a ton of potential within this character, but, however, she cannot control her abilities just yet. The power is there, the finesse isn't. That is why Noelle, in many ways, is a better version of Sakura. Even if she's not a healer, she does not need to be a healer, but in terms of a main female lead, she takes the somewhat useless aspect of the early portions of the story, and then they write it in such a way where later on, you can be like, this is a satisfactory conclusion. Let me see what this motherfucker wrote. Sakura can still talk to her parents. Sakura has a relatively firm relationship with her parents despite being rarely seen in the series. Her stable upbringing helps to balance her as an individual and renders her relatively normal when juxtaposed to her friends in Team 7. Conversely, Sasuke's parents were butchered before his very eyes, and Naruto's family was lost to Obito's machinations shortly after he was born. Both young men were drastically shaped, for better or worse, through their childhoods. Volatile circumstances. Sakura's relationship with her parents may not be exceptional. Nonetheless, it's a feat neither of her teammates can match. Yeah, you can actually go fuck yourself. I actually hope you get a gallon of scalding hot oil poured down every single drain and pipe in your home. My guy, the writer of this, I hope that happens, man. Fuck you. This is terrible. This was absolutely terrible. Let me say this. Is my right? Let me open that back up real quick. Let me just say this to end off this little crash out of minds. Let me just say this. All of the mistakes that I saw when writing Naruto, and when I get to the later portions of the story, where, like, I'll just put it like this, right? Well, let the later portion of the story. Let me rephrase that. Whenever I get to the like early mid points of the story, where, like, Sakura's back in the early like Shippuden arcs, let's say up until Four Tails, I felt like, okay, when I remember watching this when I was like 11 or 12, and I'm like, dude, I like the fact that Sakura, maybe she took the whole Tsunade stance. That's fine. We have something to work off of. How dare Naruto let his parents die while he was an hour old? That's what I'm saying, man. This guy, how dare Sasuke allow Itachi to get away with killing all of his parents right then and there? I would have personally murked him right then and there, even as a 7-year-old. I have not watched the new Superman movie, unfortunately. I was interested in where Anko was going in early Naruto with her connections to Orochimaru, but was so pissed what he did with the girl later on was done dirty. Yeah, 100%. So, with early Sakura, the thing is that, like, in early Shippuden, you could see that, like, okay, you know, she's putting on the gloves, she's dealing these super strength punches that Tsunade is able to employ. It's like, okay, we have a basis to work off of. And I like that. I like the idea that Sakura not only has both potent attack capabilities, she's now able to evade her opponents efficiently. She's not someone who just stands there with a kunai and hopes to, you know, if somebody comes at me, I'll jam this kunai in their neck or some shit. No, that I liked the idea that Sakura now had an actual move set, that she actually had a toolkit to employ, that she wasn't just a brawler either, that she was someone who could also be a medical ninja for the team, and that's something that not every team has, right? Yeah, most teams don't necessarily have somebody to perform medical ninjutsu, right? Some might have some support roles like C with genjutsu and sensory capabilities, like Ino as well with sensory capabilities, but she also has medical ninjutsu, right? There are different balances to having a support third when it comes to these squads, right? What age did you start power scaling? I was in my early 20s. But I was mostly just using other people's arguments. It wasn't until I actually started up YouTube that I actually started to power scale for myself and make my own arguments. If a 1-minute-old Loki was in Naruto's place in early Naruto, how far does he go? I'm gonna let you know right now, that Loki probably survives a tailed beast bomb from Kurama. That Loki probably survives a tailed beast bomb. Anyway, at least, maybe not from Kurama, but at least from the other tailed beast. I don't believe that he doesn't. I'm not in my late 50s. What the fuck? But anyway, I thought that Sakura was, from that turning point, Sakura was finally going to be a character that, like, I could like. Because, I want to be honest with you, she always felt underwhelming. I didn't hate her, but I didn't exactly like her. As a matter of fact, fun fact, I hated Sasuke because he went evil. At least I thought he went evil. Because he turned to go with Orochimaru at the end of part 1. I really thought, like, yo, Sasuke's a bitch, Sasuke's a piece of shit, how dare he go work with Orochimaru, I hate him. I had no negative real emotions towards Sakura. I just thought, oh, she's back, she's cool, hey, I love that for her. But there are decisions that Kishimoto has made with this character, like well, for one, she doesn't really do much. She doesn't really do much from, like, any point after the Kazekage retrieval arc. The fuck does she do? She heals, she's still part of Team 7. She's still, like, you know, heals Naruto. She, when his whole skin was gone. That would have happened anyway. I'm going to promise you guys, that would have happened anyway. He has Nine Tails chakra. That would have happened either way, but, she would have felt better. I don't know. I've already gone through this stuff a lot. Nami didn't do much either, but okay, they literally cannot get to any island without Nami. They literally would have died in Whole Cake Island without Nami and Jinbei. Nami's consistent, they would have literally have lost in Skypiea without Nami riding Luffy up to an L. If you're going to be disingenuous, at least try, or at least if you're going to try to defend Sakura, at least try to get your facts straight. And this is the problem with every single Sakura point. She has a close stint of time where she is truly a decent character. That is the first 3 arcs of Shippuden. Kazekage retrieval, Sasuke Tenchi bridge type shit, and maybe you can argue against the Akatsuki when she was making the food pills or whatever. After that, she does nothing. Oh, she took out a giant centipede. Cool, whatever. No one cares. No one cares if she took out one giant centipede out of an entire fucking assault on the Leaf. The Leaf still got fucked up. She didn't do anything. People still died. It was Nagato who revived all those people. When we finally got to the Land of Iron, her character was assassinated. She is a fucking bitch. She doesn't do anything, and she thinks too highly of herself for the things that she has done. She never matched. She never caught up with Naruto and Sasuke. She was never on the same plane as them. It was that was never the case. And she stopped being useful as soon as Naruto. Her role on the team was dead as soon as Naruto gained KCM2 plus when he gave everybody else KCM chakra, because that meant they would heal and they would get a stat amp. Her entire inclusion in the story beyond a very few specific points and times is meaningless. Sakura could be removed from 80% of the story and absolutely nothing changes. That is the hallmark of a terrible character. Her existence really does not mean anything. Sakura is literally the second strong. I brought this up before, Peter. I'm going to say it again. Being the strongest or second strongest out of a group of people that aren't even that impressive means absolutely nothing. Female characters. Being the second strongest or the strongest kunoichi out of an entire conglomerate of terrible weak-ass characters does not mean anything. Who's her competition? Who is actually her competition in that case? Temari? Ew. Hinata? She's not a combatant. Hinata is weak as fuck. She doesn't compare to Kaguya, clearly. She can't do half the shit Kaguya can do. Tsunade? Okay, she's better than Tsunade. Fantastic. Mei is not a hallmark when she's the weakest of the Kage. You want to say she's Kage level? That's fine. You can say she's Kage level. She's not. Being the strongest out of a weak-ass group of people does not mean that you are by any definitions impressive. Things Sakura is doubting for her own ability. She's told to do her best. Her character development. She also saved Sasuke in the dimension. She loves Sasuke. I don't blame her. None of that makes up for it. She saved Sasuke in the man. Whoop-de-doo. Her character's still dog shit. Wow. She performed a feat. Correction. She did a thing that helped them win. fantastic. That does not make up for a dog shit character. She loved Sasuke, terrible ass choice. Terrible ass choice. She was justified for still forgiving Sasuke. You can forgive someone. I've said this before. You can forgive someone and you can still choose to not want anything to do with that person. I do that shit myself and I'm a very forgiving person. I've had some people in my life that are very fucked, never to the point where they wanted to kill me. Actually, no, in one case, there was one of those points. I have forgiven people for trying to kill me. Guess what? That does not mean I have to want anything to do with them. Forgiveness is letting go of the things that this person holds over you. It does not mean you still marry them. That was a terrible choice on her end. Absolutely dog shit choice that also affected her daughter and ended up making them homeless. She makes terrible decisions. You can think she's a good character. Terrible ass actions from terrible ass writing from Kishimoto, terrible choices from her end, just terrible execution all around. Terrible execution all around. Nothing she has done even remotely makes up for the fact that she has made some of the worst, most illogical, most irrational decisions that you could ever make. That's all I'm going to say. Kishimoto writes male characters 10,000 times better than women characters. This is true. And like I said before, he even wrote Tamari pretty well, if I'm going to be honest. He even wrote Tamari pretty damn well, if I'm going to be honest. Orihime, I would say Orihime is a much better written character than Sakura. Orihime may feel too ideal to, in some cases, Orihime may feel like a bit too, like, damsel in distressy. She's not that interesting, all things considered, but she's a much better written character because her entire arc was not assassinated by falling in love and marrying. She could have forgiven Sasuke. That would have been fantastic for her whole spiel. She should not have married him. That was a terrible ass decision. She should not have told Naruto she loves him. That was a terrible ass and selfish ass decision. Emotionally manipulating Naruto. Nothing she's ever done has ever made up for her. If you think she's better written than Orihime, you really need to read Bleach, because I'm reading through Bleach right now. Orihime's far better written. Orihime, as a matter of fact, if anything, the thing about Orihime is that she feels like she trails along too much in Ichigo's coat trail, but if you're looking at it from the perspective of a human teenager, even I'm going to say it, Orihime, it kind of makes sense as to why Orihime likes Ichigo. With her liking Sasuke, it makes no sense. Again, you can have an entire arc or an entire narrative where she goes from loving Sasuke, from loving him not as a man, but as a person, from saying, you are someone who has been hurt, I will still stand by you, but I will not marry you because you've tried to kill me multiple times. That would have been a more realistic and fair approach for Sakura than choosing to marry Sasuke at the end of it all. Marrying him is fine. Choosing to marry him was where it was all thrown down the fucking drain. Remember when Masashi Kishimoto said that his whole chest that Sakura would be a bad person for getting over Sasuke and moving on with her life? You gotta show me where the fuck he said this. You gotta show me where the fuck he said this. You have to show me. Because if that's true, I'm sorry, Kishimoto might be a worse fucking writer than Kubo. Kishimoto might actually be a worse fucking writer than Kubo for that. She did not cry for 400 chapters. You are objectively incorrect on this. I have read everything up until currently 420, 30 something of Bleach. That is objectively incorrect. Ichigo treats Orihime right at least. They always have mutual respect. At the very least, he treats her like a fucking friend. Sasuke treated her like absolute garbage and she fucking made them herself and her daughter homeless. What a toxic ass. It's one of those families where like they just don't talk about shit from the past and they just move on with their lives without ever actually touching upon the points where it's like, yo, you know you did this to me, right? And if you say like, well, some of it was in the novels, I'm not reading the novels either way. I'll take your word for it. I'm not reading the novels. I'm not going to read that shit. I do not have the patience to read through those stories, and I'm not going to use anything from in there anyway. The paw cannon is fly 3 days. The planet is so system-sized. Aroha. Okay, anyway. Guys, I think I'm going to leave the stream there. I did the thing. I'm going to probably start doing the... I'm going to start editing tomorrow. I'll probably upload this first before starting the editing with that video. I'll probably turn some of the stuff I said here into a short or two to see how that goes, and I'll probably try to I'll probably try to turn that whole Sakura thing into a video. Not, but no, we're not. I'm gonna see what the other one's like, and I'm gonna probably remove any points that I've already made here that I made in that last video. I'm probably just gonna focus on like the interview stuff. I'm gonna probably take out the stuff that I've already spoken to plenty of times before. But so if any of you guys didn't get a chance to see that, here's the thing. Nami legit went with NL on that gold ship instead of saying no to him. My guy, what the fuck is Nami gonna do to NL at that point? You asked me what he's gonna do at that point. Saying no to him while Sakura is loyal to... No, those are completely... No. Those are completely separate and not even remotely comparable situations. Most navigators cannot do what Nami does, by the way. She has legitimately been praised for her capabilities as a navigator, even amongst One Piece characters. She did not heal a village. When did she heal a village? That is false. She never healed a village. That is false. Do not say pain attack. There was no signs of her healing anybody besides 3 people. Do not lie. That was false. False. My analysis on how Ulquiorra would fare against Naruto, he's country level, he gets curb stomped unless it's a massive speed difference. I'm gonna just say that much. Bleach speed scaling is like all over the place. It's sometimes light speed, it's sometimes not light speed. Ulquiorra blew up a country. Naruto, KCM 2, say 6 paths Naruto should be attack potency wise stronger. Ulquiorra, I don't know, at best blows up a country with his strongest attack. If he's faster, he blitzes Naruto. If he's slower, he gets blitzed by Naruto in one shot. It's really complex, man. Considering I have to read 10 chapters of Bleach every single day to stay consistent, and I'm going to have to start doing editing, I'm probably not going to do another read-along for a while. Editing takes up most of my time. I might be able to do a stream on the weekends, depending on how busy I am, because I have been told to maintain a social life so that I don't go crazy. I might need it might depend. I won't tell you guys, but I'll let you guys know at the very least when I get to I'll at the very least say when I get to 1000 Year Blood War, everyone will know. There's been a lot of Naruto versus Bleach videos being produced by DBZ Zimran lately, Eon. He's been siding with with Bleach characters a lot, sure. Focus on what you feel is best. So Zoro Speed Blitz Sasuke. Yeah, no, Zoro Speed Blitzes the fuck out of Sasuke. There's no version of Sasuke that's faster than Zoro. What are you talking about? JJK speed scaling is far worse. What are you talking about? Are you doing one of those are you doing one of those things where, oh well, you might be talking about these 2 series I like, but this other 3rd series that where no one's talking about, well, that series, okay, speed scaling could be worse. I don't care. I don't care. JJK speed scaling is worse. Who cares? I'm talking about Naruto and Bleach. I'm not talking about JJK. It's that simple. Let me look up this dude real quick. By the way, guys, I'm going to actually put up one last poll before I head out. I'm not heading out yet, but I'm going to post one more poll. Part 2 to Naruto and B versus Buster Call. This time including Fujitora. I'm gonna make a shorter version of this. I'm not gonna do like multiple streams on this. Do it. Work on it later. Nah, the first video will be... So, there's a topic of conversation to be had with Naruto and B versus a Buster Call, mostly because I didn't include Fujitora, and that was part of the conditions. I've actually found a way that Naruto and Sasuke could potentially beat the Vice Admirals, and also they could beat the Vice Admirals, and also again, you have to like kind of believe it, but they can beat the vice admirals and get to a point where they might have to make an admiral appear. I'm even willing to give Naruto KCM 2 for this, but in context of the conversation, I did feel like it would be an interesting conversation to maybe bring this back as like, okay, well, in the first video, I talk about the vice admirals, and a lot of it is, again, you have to believe this over this, or you have to believe this over this. It's genuinely just up to your opinion. However, if I give Naruto and B every benefit of the doubt and say that they can beat the vice admirals, then what happens if they deal with an admiral, and I thought that would be an interesting idea. It'll definitely come out later. They told me to check out a guy named DBZ Man, something like that. What was it called? DBZ Zimron. Zimron. Yeah. There's a chance I could still go back and forth with it, but we'll see. We'll see. That depends, because Zoro physically outscales Sasuke by such a massive margin, it's really not even close. Like, I think what looks is also subjective. Is that Doctor Doom, he's a comic book villain, is a very comic book villain way. I think the medium is that he is special in stories and parts of his design. Very much fits the world of Marvel and comic books. As for Darth Vader, he's basically fantasy sci-fi Doom. I think it just comes down to a taste, and I think that Vader's presence when he's actually on screen and voice carry him. One thing I will give both of them, regardless of how many. Yeah, okay, that's fair. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Fair analysis. I'm gonna give that one a heart. I like that. As someone who loves Aizen, let me give you my thoughts. I actually live that in a way. Aizen is walking contradiction. I actually liked that in a way. He's someone who wants to stand on top of the heavens and all, but also can't stand the loneliness when it comes to it. He hates the current system of how the world works on top of the Soul King, all the way down to the Soul Society itself. It's the reason he can't stand Kisuke, someone who he views as his equal in intelligence, but yet is just content with the way things are, and in which Aizen's worldview and mindset of a loser. To me, he's someone who wants to have it all in a way that he's greedy. Reminds me a bit of Kashimo from JJK. Kashimo wants to understand from Sukuna why being on the top has to come from being lonely. Aizen's ultimately failed because there's two contradiction mindsets of being on top and also wanting to be unequaled with his desires. So ultimately, the Hogyoku granted Aizen's desire. I kept on evolving from his experience from being shot in the back by Gin, injuring Dangai Ichigo. However, ultimately, Aizen's other desire bit him in the ass by lowering him to the point where he could be sealed. I think it's fitting for Aizen as a character, since even if he didn't show it, I think deep down, Aizen was content with being defeated by Ichigo. This could be my interpretation, so I take it with a grain of salt. No, I think it was a very good. I think this is probably like the best interpretation of Aizen I've seen in a minute. But I don't think I don't think Aizen's heart truly wanted to win. I think if he truly put in his heart, used every bag of tricks, he could have cooked him. Bleach, I will say, is an acquired taste, and it definitely is not a series for everyone. And that's said most of the big three, which is said by most of the big three. Why I do fuck with Aizen as a villain and a character. To me, Aizen is very much a Bleach villain. He wouldn't work on any other shonen. In Fairy Tail, Aizen, I really do like him. Heck, I even fuck with his plans, especially loops around being charming. Okay, that's fair. That's completely fair. I like that. I like that response. I think Aizen is taking the Shinobi War Gauntlet. I'll be honest with you. I don't have a lot to go off of. These guys, like, there's no massive destructive feats that I can at least use as a low ball, and the jumps between powers, all I can say is that, like, he's 10 times stronger or 100 times stronger. He's like stronger than Ichigo, who's like 100 times stronger than like city level or some shit. So it's like there's no. The issue with Bleach scaling, going by my metrics, is that, and the reason why I'm so frustrated with it, especially from a power scaling perspective, is because there's nothing to go off of. Like, going by actual statements and everything, there's nothing to go off of. Because statements are some statements are contradicted by some feats are contradicted by some statements. The narrative as a whole isn't backed up entirely by any of the actual feats and statements. So it's like, what the fuck am I supposed to go by, man? It's like Bleach is a series that wants to be universal, that wants to be like low complex multiversal or whatever the fuck some people say, but then it boils down all of its attacks to, I'm going to destroy just this big ass room that we're in, or I'm going to like just blow up a city. Like, did Aizen really need the Hogyoku to blow up Karakura Town? Probably not, but It's like they say they're a tier above like other dimensions, but then like apparently Aizen's sword, even though even though Aizen is a dimension above everyone else, even though Aizen is a dimension above everybody else or whatever the fuck, he like his blade still can't completely cleave away mountains. So it's like, what the fuck are we doing here? I don't know, man. How does Sasuke physically outclass? It's not one thing to just say, you have to prove it. Zoro cut a man the size of a fucking country, or at least a giant city, in half. Split him straight through and through. What has Sasuke done physically? Yeah, it just keeps blurring and blurring and blurring until we reach some bullshit with Yuha And even then, I'm not inclined to believe these guys are actually universal. So do you think Sasuke can hurt Kaido? No, the fuck I don't. Oh, that's not for me. Did you figure out the Serite and Las Noches size yet? No, I haven't. There's nothing to go off of. There's nothing to go off of, Dia. It's so fucking stupid, man. Physically outscale. Oh, I don't know how. But you have to prove it, though. WCW does have a few arguments for Ruler being the strongest of spot, and he is pretty fair in how well Tier, Halle Bell against the Gote 13 and never lost to any of them she fought. Yeah, but she also kind of did lose to Toshiro Hitsugaya until they... What was it? Something about... What was it like? They let out like a yell that helped them break out of it or something. I don't know, man. Like, she wasn't fighting one of the strongest members of, like, the 13 court guard squads either. Toshiro Hitsugaya, I'm sorry, is, like, one of the weaker captains. I'm just gonna say it. No. Genjutsu works entirely by manipulating the chakra inside your opponent. If anybody ever tells you they'll just inject the chakra inside Kaido, how does the chakra flow into him? How does the chakra move throughout his body? Because it has to affect the brain through the senses. But even if they infiltrate chakra through the eyes, how does it flow to the brain? Because you need a chakra network. Chakra flows inside the chakra network. Kaido does not have a chakra network. Kaido does not have chakra. To put Kaido in Genjutsu would be like to, I don't know. To put Kaido in Genjutsu would be to, like, I don't know, use, what's the easiest analog I could use? What I could use? It's like, fuck, what actually is? Okay, to put Kaido in Genjutsu is to, like, I don't even know what the fucking analog for this. It just wouldn't work, man. It just wouldn't work. There's just no facet of logic. Like using water gun on a shark. No, it's not like using water gun on a shark. It's like using lemon juice. I don't know. I don't know what the analog is because there's no real analog for it. Tier never lost to Toshiro and she proved her water was stronger than his ice. When did she prove it? Her water was stronger than his ice. I have the chapters. When the fuck did she prove that? She got cut down by Aizen and that was it. Let me see. I feel like I'm being lied to. Okay. So he shows up. Okay, so he breaks out. Then fights these two. Nothing happens with them. She didn't break his ice. She was sealed by him for a while. And that was kind of it. Okay. Yeah. Also, rip to Stark. He really didn't even look like he had to go down that way. Stark, unironically, did not need to look like he went down that way, bruh. Actually, doesn't it happen, like, after all the other Espada are killed? Okay. Okay, you were both evil. Yeah, she fights them. Then she's fighting Shikai, dog shit, Toshiro Hitsugaya. Yeah, no. What do you mean she's stronger than him? Okay. But Kaguya, but put people without chakra in Genjutsu. They all have chakra. Every single living being in Naruto has chakra. It's stated in Boruto. The Otsutsuki come to Earth, to come to a planet, plant the chakra seed, and then absorb all chakra from all life. All life will die. It absorbs all of the chakra from the planet. All life will die. They will die as well. Human beings all have chakra. How does she outstat Hitsugaya when he was still keeping up with her? Again, you say that, but then, again, the images show different things. I'll always repeat myself. I don't care about interpretation. I care about what I'm actually looking at. If your argument is all based on interpretation, you're not going to convince me. I need something more than interpretation. Because from what I remember seeing, she got put into ice, and that was kind of it. She was turning his ice into water. She was turning his ice into water. He transforms, yeah, sure. Which is crazy to me, because she should get a 10 times Zamp, and yet she's still dealing with him, so what the fuck? Bleach is so fucking stupid to me in the sense that, like... No, like unironically, it is really dumb to me in the sense that, like, a character is winning in a weaker form. They power up. The opponent has not powered up. Look at them now. Now they're stronger than you somehow. Alright, Hunt, Tiburong. Yeah. Sends an attack. Yeah. Alright. She transforms. She slashes him. No, it was just an illusion. She wings. She dodges. I don't see any outstatting here so far. I don't see any outstatting. I'm going to keep clicking through these. I don't see any outstatting. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Back here. Alright, sends a torrent of water. Does the thing. You realize cryotype. Sends a thing. Turns it into water. Sends a giant cascade of water. Sends it back up. None of them are taking damage from one another. She's breaking through it. Still keep going. Alright, what else? She's shooting at him. Lagota, the water drop. She's blasting him. Sero, he mostly dodged it. You're probably waiting for the same thing I am. And then he turns everything into ice and covers her, and then she's stuck like that until she breaks out later. She has him bleeding. You passed it. My guy, you cannot be serious. My guy, you cannot be serious. Alright, I'll go buy it because I don't think you got the context for it. Alright. I'll give you the context for it because I know what you're talking about. I'll give you the context. You know, I'm not even gonna be upset, because you know what? Okay, so you see how she slashes him, right? Right. Look at that. He's perfectly fine. I don't understand. I didn't think the speed and range of your attack would increase so quickly after the release. I'm glad I was cautious. I knew if I could use a trick like that once, I didn't actually want to use it until I had to. Don't underestimate her power. There you go. She didn't actually make him bleed. Never made him bleed. Bro, is that Brooke from the hit manga and anime known as Clorox Bleach type shit? Dang, I gotta go practice and I'm still streaming. Yeah. We go into it a lot. I'm gonna turn some stuff into videos. I'm gonna turn some stuff into stuff. Yeah. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't see what makes her stronger. What makes her stronger than Hitsugaya? I don't see it. Even if it was an illusion, she still kept up with that illusion. No, she didn't keep up with the illusion. She just slashed at the illusion, and then she never landed a hit like that again. Forget the illusion. You can't prove the illusions as fast as Toshiro. He just made an illusion. He just made an ice thing look like him, just so she could do it. Just so she could hit him. You want to take an actual multi-complex, multiversal character? We talk about Wukong. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Like, that feels like a bit copy in my opinion. When it comes to scaling the Bleach series, I'm more in line of the thought that Las Noches is the side of a small state. So what's up with Bleach power scaling? It makes no fucking sense. It has too many highs, very little lows. It has some lows. It has some highs, and then with the highs, there's no like way to quantify them because there's either no size comparisons, there's no speaking, there's nothing there. It just says, they never say this is the size of a country, this is the size of a continent, this is the size of XYZ. They just say Las Noches, everything inside Las Noches gets cut up. And I get that maybe Kubo didn't want to like go down a hole of like people quantifying and stuff. I don't think that was the case. I just don't think he ever really thought about it. Has like 8 layers of immortality. I'm aware. I'm aware. He has like 64 layers of immortality after eating all those peaches. It was crazy. Alright. I could probably watch one of these videos. I'm probably gonna watch one of these. I don't think I've seen this guy's channel yet. What video do you guys want to watch? You guys told me to watch one of these videos for like the Naruto versus... I heard you guys wanted me to watch one of these like Naruto versus Bleach things. Give me something that isn't Thousand Year Blood War. The only thing is, the only thing that I'm asking you to do is to not choose anything from the Thousand Year Blood War. By the way, I've got a capture card coming in soon. I'm gonna be able to finally start streaming some games. Probably Wednesday evening, depending on how much energy I've got. I might practice a little bit of the Sonic Racing All-Stars, the Sonic Racing Cross Worlds demo. In that case, I will, so in that regard, if I can get the capture card to work, you guys will see me messing around with some stuff. But anyway, guys, give me one of these videos to watch. For those of you that wanted me to watch, like, DB Zimran, I can watch one of his videos, give you guys a bit of a reaction, and then we can go from there, okay? Cell versus Ulquiorra. Oh, Cell should wipe him out, shouldn't he? It's called Bleach because that's what I want to drink after I've been deprived of Orihime's biddies for more than 2 chapters. Alright. Alright. Bleach is the weak link in the big 3. I don't know. I'm not going to say that yet. Kaido versus One Punch Man monster. I don't scale One Punch Man. I'm not going to answer that. Sasuke survived attacks from Momoshiki and Jigen. Yeah. Can we get some, to make the worst manga ever, no to man? Kinda need Kubo's power scaling, Kishimoto's riding on women, and Oda's 5-year breaks. Bro. No, you gotta give them Oda's pacing. You gotta give them Oda's pacing, Kubo's scaling and vagueness, Kishimoto's ability to write women but for all the characters and decision making. You have to give... you have to give the One Punch Man artists, like the OG One Punch Man creators' art style, and Demon Slayer fights. Demon Slayer not their fighting choreography, but the amount that they drag things. I mean, I don't know. I don't scale One Punch Man. Oh, it isn't close. Kaido versus... It's a video here? No, I'm talking... wait, what the fuck? We're almost at Demon Shitter. Okay. Michael, are you still in the chat, by the way? Stronger than you think? Kokujo Tengen Myo? I refuse to believe that. How about Halle Bell versus Ulquiorra? Okay, so I got Halle Bell versus Ulquiorra. We got Cell versus Ulquiorra. What else did we see? No, that's a video. Okay, Kaido versus... I'm mostly just looking for like the most recent ones. I feel like usually takes that are more recent. I want something that I can actually like give my opinion on without the scaling. Okay, one video to watch. Okay. Ulquiorra versus Cell. Ulk versus Cell. Ulk versus... Ooh, what the fuck? Ulk versus Halle. Yeah, I think Cell should destroy. Again, I'm only going to include Cell in this because I am more aware of Dragon Ball scaling than one would think, but I'm not confident enough to say that, like, I can scale the whole series. Urahara versus Gojo. What else do you guys want to see? King Shiki has never split a planet. It's a statement with no feet backing it up. Kizaru versus Sting from Fairy Tail. Who'd win? Kizaru is literally light. Sting can eat light. You do the math. To be fair, his is holy light, so... You know what? I'm going to throw one in there. I'm going to throw one in there for me. Komamura's Bankai. I'm going to throw that one in just for me. You guys pick which one we're going to vote on. I'll give you guys about 5 minutes. Give me a chance. I'm going to go get more water. I'll give you guys a couple of minutes. You guys decide. I'll give you actually like 2 minutes because I also don't want to take too long. I don't want to take too much of your time. Oh no, the Okura versus Cell video. That one's bad to see. Ooh. Well, thanks for letting us know. Alright, we're back. Let me send out one quick message. You guys really want to see Okura versus Cell? That one, in my opinion, that just sounds like a murder stomp. Let me just let this person know something. And, oh, there we go. Yo, so before we get to this, recently I've been watching a show with my mom. Since I'm not with her for a lot of the time, for a good portion of the year, I don't really have a chance to like sit down and watch stuff. We've been watching this show. My mom loves baking, so we've been watching the series called the Great British Bake Off. This is fucking fantastic, by the way. I don't know if you guys have ever seen something like this. If you guys have any parents or siblings or friends that love baking stuff, they love like wholesome little whimsical shows, I would recommend this 1000%. This like I don't know. I just love them. I just love them. I don't know. It's so funny. It's like it's like this kind of like nice change in air about things. You know, a lot of the times when we're watching shonens or when we're reading our anime stories or whatever, they can get to like these deep, dark, depressing places. People die, all these things happen, a lot of combat, a lot of conflict, a lot of ideological, philosophical stuff. Sometimes you just want to take a break from all that, and honestly, it's nice just watching a little baking British show with like some lighthearted humor and just people just trying their best. I get so fucking invested with some of these people. Yesterday, my mom and I, we were like jaw dropped on season 9 on like the second to last episode, just thinking to ourselves like, how could he go? How could Jurgen leave? Just such a nice German old man. He just seemed so nice. I was like, damn, that one hurt. That one hurt, man. Cooking shows are the best outside of Hell's Kitchen. Hell's Kitchen is great. I remember watching almost every single season at the time back in like 2014 through like 2015. 2015 through like 2016, around like that time frame. I remember watching almost every single season of Hell's Kitchen in like a month. I was talking in a British accent for like any time that I was home, bro. That if I wasn't watching it, I was basically showering. Or I was asleep. I would probably take Oda's story writing, emotional characters, etc. Kubo's art, and Naruto's fights. I would take at least like the combat. I would take at least like the fight choreography. Chopper solos 99% of the Narutoverse. Alright, Gray used Ice Shell, and it's over for both of them. Gray can freeze the air around it. You can probably take Oda's story writing. Okay, that's fair. Senju Zima Toneri was throwing the moon at Earth, destroying both in the process. That was a moon. Okay, so what do we get? Ulquiorra versus Cell. Alright, that was 5 minutes ago. Lovely. Let's get to this. And let me get my headphones on because... There we go.
This is a matchup that I've been thinking about covering for the longest time. What happens when two of anime and manga's most arrogant perfectionists clash? Today we'll be diving deep into one of the most requested but surprisingly one-sided matchups within power scaling. In this video, I'm going to be analyzing the nihilistic Ulquiorra Schiffer versus Dr. Jiro's greatest creation, Perfect Cell. Now this is more than just who is going to be able to hit.
Why does this song seem so familiar to me? Anybody know? Anybody recognize like the background music? It sounds really nice. I have a favorite story moment in each of the big three. Well, we're gonna watch this right now, so I don't want to take too much time on it. Usually, whenever I'm reacting to stuff, it takes like forever. Yeah. If you ever want to see like something whimsical, or like you guys want to see something with like your parents or stuff like that, and like, you know, they like more wholesome little stuff. Nothing too crazy. I would recommend it. It's a nice little show, and you kind of do get attached to some of the people there. I have watched all of Bleach. Sorry, not Bleach. Fairy Tail. I did watch Fairy Tail. I think I read the manga up until the end of like the whole Zaref stuff. All of the Zaref stuff, like right towards that. I haven't seen anything in the 100-year quest, but I have seen that. Favorite story moment in each of the big three arc. Naruto, for me, a lot of the times is like transformations and stuff. I guess one of my favorite moments for Naruto would probably be, I don't know, man. Naruto meeting his mom. Naruto meeting his mom or showing up to fight Pain is probably one of my favorite moments. Even though the fight was ass. For One Piece, Gear 5 reveal. Gear 5, just anything Gear 5. Just Gear 5. I love everything about Gear 5. I will get Gear 5 tattooed on me whenever I have the funds for it. And with Bleach, I don't know. Ichigo showing up in Dangai was cool. I don't really have a favorite story moment. I don't like the Bleach story at all. I guess recently, Ichigo kind of losing it with everybody, you know, going crazy or whatever, with him thinking that like everybody was like saying Tsukishima was actually a friend and he thinks he's going crazy was pretty alright. Although I will say, I felt like giving him his powers back right then and there felt a bit underwhelming. I'll give, when I go into my Bleach review, I will talk a lot more about Bleach in those aspects. There are a lot of good things about it, but there are a lot of things that I'm like, where Kubo does well, I'm just not being sold by it. There's one thing that's interesting about Cell vs. Ulquiorra is that how one is a massive pile of ego while the other's pretty much hollow. Har Bleach joke. Honestly, while Fairy Tail was kind of just okay, gotta admit, Natsu going 1v2 against Sting and Rogue was peak. It was! Also, Natsu activating a lightning dragon, fire dragon mode for the first time was peak. I loved seeing like the blitz of like hitting the guy, then switching to like a lightning blast right afterwards. I love all that stuff, man. I love all that stuff. I love it when a character, one of my favorite things is when combat is fast and fluid, or when like characters are blitzing one another. I love blitzes, especially hard blitzes.
Hit harder. I'm going to be breaking down several metrics, so hopefully by the end of this video you'll understand why Perfect Cell versus Ulquiorra is not close. Again, I make these videos because I enjoy breaking down matchups between two characters who have never fought or could never fight within their respective worlds. For the purposes of this video, both Ulquiorra and Perfect Cell will be fighting within a neutral dimensional space. Think about the Room of Spirit and Time from Dragon Ball, or the vast expanse of Muken from Bleach. Now this eliminates any environmental advantages, and it prevents either fighter from using planetary destruction as a cheap victory condition. The version of Perfect Cell we'll be using will be him at his peak power level from the Cell games, so this does include Super Perfect Cell when he returns from self-detonating. And when it comes to Ulquiorra, he will be in his complete Suguna
Natsu versus it broke us back then. You think it was beyond dog shit? I disagree. I disagree with that.
Neither of them will have prep time. There's no outside interference, and both will start at full power with complete knowledge.
Ulquiorra, Aizen, Lord Aizen. Did we beat Cell? Aizen, no, that was King Piccolo. No, that was Tambourine. Naruto vs. Pain wasn't bad, but, like, it just doesn't have any speed to it. It takes a while. Like, he takes out the giant summonings, throws the Rasen Shuriken. Like, I don't know. It feels like a very slow-paced fight, in my opinion.
A 1-to-1 death battle. Victory conditions.
Again, I like speed. That fight was more...
Incapacitation or death. Cell's regeneration and Ulquiorra's healing factor have both been allowed to, thus making...
Ulquiorra's healing factor is dog shit, by the way. I'm gonna say this. Ulquiorra's healing factor, for keeping it, dog shit. Absolutely dog shit. He really regrew back an entire arm, just to later try to grow it all back up after he lost part of his body to Ichigo, and said, I can regrow my arm, but I can't regrow any of the organs inside. So what the fuck is this, then? Like, are we just lying? Am I just being lied to? I'm not talking about, like, some of, like, the fucked frames, by the way. I'm not talking about, like, some of, like, the fucked frames. I'm talking about, like, the actual choreography of Naruto vs. Pain. It was slow. The anime version of it, I was not pleased by it. I like the Storm versions better. But yeah, no. This is a fucking lie. I don't understand why anybody says that, like, Ulquiorra has, like, perfect instant regeneration. He loses an arm one time, it grows back normally. He loses it again a second time, oh no, the organs got ripped out. That's what happened the first time then, bro. Like, that's what I mean when I say it's inconsistent, bro.
Making this a battle that will truly test at least one of their limits. Let's go over a basic overview of each of the characters, beginning with Perfect Cell. Now, he represents the peak of artificial evolution within Dragon Ball. He was created by Dr. Gero using DNA from the universe's greatest fighters. Cell achieved his
agree.
perfect
Demon Slayer
form
probably
after
has,
he had
like, better
absorbed
healing than some other
androids
cases,
17 and
in some other verses.
And he contains the cells of warriors like Piccolo, Goku, Vegeta, and even Frieza when he had arrived on Earth. He's not just powerful, he's the embodiment of calculated superiority, as he hosts the Cell Games in order to prove his dominance over the strongest warriors of Earth. Cell has some of the most insane feats in power scaling. He casually overpowered Super Saiyan Vegeta and Trunks in his perfect form. He tanked Vegeta's final flash, losing an arm only to then regenerate it, and he was also seen to regenerate from near complete destruction after he had detonated himself during the Cell Games. And his most impressive feat is after he is resurrected as Super Perfect Cell, he made the direct statement during his final Kamehameha clash with Gohan that he had gathered enough ki power to destroy not only the Earth, but the entire solar system as well. This is a claim that's been backed by multiple guidebooks, and it's not really been contradicted in universe. After
1 second, guys. Guys, the capture card came in. Lovely. Absolutely lovely.
After he was resurrected as Super Perfect Cell, he gained a significant Zenkai power boost that put him on par with Super Saiyan 2 Gohan. Now we're talking about a being who went toe-to-toe with the strongest warrior that Earth has ever produced at this point in the story. Cell's moveset is absurd, as he
Zorojuro, is the love you for me? Is the love bro for me?
Precision, Vegeta's Big Bang Attack, Piccolo's regeneration and his special beam cannon, as well as Frieza's death beam. His perfect barrier can also deflect planet-busting attacks, while his instant transmission provides tactical...
You know how many bodies he just copped with this? You know how many bodies he just absolutely wiped out with this? Listen. I'm not gonna lie. Sukuna technically leveled out the portion of the city he destroyed better than this. I'm just saying. Sukuna technically leveled out a portion of a city better than this. I'm just saying. Sukuna over Cell? Sukuna versus Cell isn't close? Maybe? I don't know. I'm just saying.
Generation allows him to survive as long as his core remains intact, and his Saiyan DNA means that every near-death experience makes him stronger. When he finds himself to be outnumbered, he can easily spawn Cell Juniors who can fight on his behalf. In the other corner, we have Ulquiorra Schiffer, who stands as the 4th ranking.
This has nothing to do with the video itself. Doubt. Ah, sorry, damn. Damn, anybody in the original Naruto could do the same. It's not that impressive. Listen. I will hear slander for anything but my king. Anyway, has nothing to do with the actual quality or anything that he's saying, but this picture of Aizen looks mad funny to me because the head is so big and the arm is so like dainty and small. It's like he's going through like some level of like malnutrition. And, like, the only part of Aizen that ever actually grew was his head. I don't know why. It just looks so funny. Ulquiorra's dimensions, for some reason, proportions just seem a little bit better. But it also has a very big head. Honestly, it looks to me like, in Ulquiorra's case, his head would literally tilt sideways from how big it is. I don't think that pencil neck can actually hold it up. That's crazy.
Within Aizen's army. He represents the aspect of death known as emptiness or nihilism. Unlike the other Arrancar, Ulquiorra possesses something unique, and this is a second release. This is a form that even Aizen hadn't seen.
I don't know if he's drawn it. I'm not talking shit so much about like the actual pieces of art themselves, more so just the dimensions just look funny.
Had made him one of Bleach's most compelling villains. The dominance that Ulquiorra displays over Ichigo was complete and terrifying. He effortlessly defeated Bankai Ichigo with his hollow mask activated without even drawing his sword. In his first Resurrection Murcielago, he overpowered the same Ichigo who had grown significantly stronger, especially after defeating Grimmjow. His Segunda Etapa was so overwhelming that it took Ichigo's full hollow Vastalore transformation in order to defeat him.
And it overpowered him.
Relampago created explosions that dwarfed Los Noches' fortress, and his spiritual pressure in Segunda Etapa was described by Uryu to be as incomprehensibly dense, like an ocean that has been suspended in the sky. Ulquiorra's moveset revolves around precision and overwhelming spiritual pressure. His Cerro Oscuras in released form is 10 times more powerful than a standard Cerro, and it can devastate fortress-sized structures. Luz de la Luna provides versatile energy constructs for both ranged and melee combat. Then his high-speed regeneration operates at incredible efficiency, allowing him to regrow limbs instantly. Most importantly, his
No, buddy, no, come on. Say it. I know he's gonna say it probably later on, but like, come on, man, just say it. It doesn't regrow internal organs. It's so dumb. What's the point of having high-speed regeneration if you can't regrow back internal organs?
And then you have his whip-like tail for additional combat options. Ulquiorra's Segunda Etapa form is terrifying and one of the most well-kept secrets within the Espada. Let's now compare their abilities. Now the difference between Bleach and Dragon Ball characters.
I don't know about multi-solar system level. I don't know about
Cell
that shit.
operates on Ki, which is a quantifiable energy source that scales mathematically through power levels that have been well established within the law via these scouters that Frieza and his men wear.
Solar system, I would agree with. Multi, I don't know about that.
Utilizes spiritual pressure, which functions more through hierarchical dominance and density rather than raw numbers. Cell's versatility stems from his genetic sampling of...
Not necessarily. I mean, it's the same thing, though. More Ki, more Reiatsu, more Reishi essentially just means more powerful. Higher Ki power level means more powerful. It's the same thing. He's just solar system. Yeah, he's just solar system.
He can adapt mid-battle by using Goku's fighting instincts, and then he can go to Vegeta's pride-driven power boosts or Piccolo's tactical analysis. This makes him unpredictable, so it's hard to question his arrogant personality, as he definitely has the skills to back up his trash talk. Ulquiorra's abilities focus on overwhelming spiritual pressure and precision strikes. His Pesquisa allows perfect enemy analysis, while his analytical mind dissects opponents' fighting patterns. However, his techniques are more specialized in comparison to Cell's very unique and diverse approach thanks to all of the cells.
What's specialized? Ulquiorra sends out beams of energy, constructs of energy. Cell uses beams of energy, constructs of energy. Come on, like we don't have to like use this flourishing mumbo jumbo to try and make it sound more interesting than they are. Cell makes barrier, shoots energy blasts, makes energy balls, shoots energy cannons. Ulquiorra shoots energy blasts, make energy spears, shoots energy spears. Like, it's not that complex, man. They're just energy blasts. They don't do anything special.
Physical combat ability, Cell's physical strength operates on a planetary scale at the minimum. His casual strikes could overpower an ascended Super Saiyan Vegeta, and his Ki enhanced attacks threatened solar system destruction. The sheer scope of his power puts him in a tier where continental destruction is an afterthought.
Oh, 100%.
Comparatively, Ukiura's strength in Segunda Etapa allowed him to completely outclass hollow-fied Bankai Ichigo. His strikes could shatter Ichigo's defensive postures and send him crashing through multiple structures. However, Ukiura's best feats cap at large country-to-continent levels of destruction. Let's have a look at both of their speed, with Cell's combat speed reaching into massively faster than light plus range, with his instant transmission Kamehameha being calculated at approximately 673 times faster than light.
Instant transmission Kamehameha? He doesn't ever use an instant transmission Kamehameha.
With mastered Super Saiyan Goku, and he intercepted attacks from multiple Z fighters at the same time with his instant transmission.
Oh, Whitebeard would get thrashed by Cell. It's not even close.
Advantage to Cell, allowing battlefield repositioning, which transcends traditional movement. Ukiura's speed scaling is actually more impressive than you would think, as he operates at massively faster than light speeds.
Why?
Also calculated at multiple times the speed of light based on speed feats from earlier Bleach arcs. His Segunda Etapa form completely outpaced Hollow Mask Bankai Ichigo, who himself was already
But you haven't proven any of this.
Speeds.
You haven't provided the evidence for this. You're just saying like because of this, because of that, but where's the evidence? Where's
the speed of light? And
why?
Ukiura's feats place him well within this category. While
what
both
makes him speed of light?
operate at faster than light speeds, the exact multipliers and scaling feats still favor Cell when considering combat application.
But what makes Ukiura light speed?
Directly correlates with his power level progression, which goes into the billions. While Ukiura's
he did during his fight with Perfect Cell, charged up.
No,
I know Goku did it. I'm not talking about Goku. I'm talking about Cell. How the fuck did Cell do it?
In comparison to Dragon Ball characters. Like we mentioned several times within this video, Cell has inherited his fighting techniques from several warriors. He has Goku's adaptability, Vegeta's aggressive combinations, Piccolo's strategic striking,
what beam does he shoot that's made out of light?
Ruthless nature. This creates a fighting style.
You mean Lance of Lightning? Lanza del Relámpago? That's not a light speed attack.
Precise calculated techniques over flashy combinations. His sword's play is also clinical, with his energy attacks being perfectly aimed. Then you have the superiority that he demonstrates within aerial combat, which gives him positional advantages. Now, Ukiura's style is more rigid in comparison to Cell's adaptive approach. When it comes to intelligence and strategy, Cell's tactical intelligence combines the analytical minds of his genetic sources. His tournament creation showed long-term strategic planning beyond him just targeting and defeating everyone at once. I think he genuinely wanted to put his abilities to the test, as well as for seeking out the thrill of battle and for having some amusement before he decided to destroy the Earth.
Black Clover characters are light speed because light magic exists. That's why I love Black Clover.
And logical deduction. His Solita Vista allows him to share battlefield information perfectly, and his centuries of combat experience provide him with deep tactical knowledge. However,
centuries? When the fuck does he? How the fuck do you know he's lived for centuries?
Tactical knowledge. However, his emotional blind spots regarding the concept of the heart could be exploited, but I don't think it would be by a character like Cell. Cell edges in this category through sheer versatility of inherited experiences and the ability to adapt his strategy mid-battle based on multiple fighting philosophies. While Ukiura has centuries of battlefield knowledge, Cell also has decades of combined experience thanks to the cells that he has inherited from the strongest warriors to have ever set foot on Earth. Cell has incredible durability, especially with the defensive advantages with his regeneration mechanics. Unlike what many assume, Cell's regenerative nucleus isn't fixed to his head. It can actually shift.
Yeah, Black Clover's really fucking strong,
thus making targeted destruction nearly impossible without complete atomization. As long as the core remains, he can regenerate from a single cell, and each resurrection through
but you have to still prove that he has lived for hundreds of years.
Saiyan cells within his body, which grant him the Zenkai power boost. Ukiura's high-speed regeneration operates differently and with some limitations. While he can instantly regrow limbs and restore most physical damage, he explicitly states that he cannot regenerate his brain tissue or internal organs. This is a weakness that proved fatal against Vaster Lord Ichigo. This does create a clear win condition that just doesn't exist with Perfect Cell. So if Cell were to land some precise strikes to Ukiura's vital organs, then it could permanently end the Arrancar, while Cell requires complete molecular destruction in order to ensure that he won't revive himself and be stronger than ever before.
I mean, I don't have to reresearch it because it's not a point that even remotely interests me, like, to the point where I have to want to do it. All I'm saying is, if the claim is that the Arrancars could potentially have lived for a long time, therefore that makes Ulquiorra centuries years old. Like, no, I need an actual statement from somewhere that says Ulquiorra has lived. Because I can just as easily say Ulquiorra wasn't even alive 5 months ago. I could just make the same exact statement. It's also very arguable that Ulquiorra won't find Cell's weakness due to having more intelligence than Cell, and find a way that aiming for Cell's head, that's where Cell's weakness is. Won't find due to... Won't or will? I mean... I don't know what you're... Oh, will? Why would he ever make that conclusion? What about the character of Ulquiorra has ever proved that he can analyze his opponent and find a weak spot that isn't visibly, you know, displayed, nor that he would have to just somehow figure out? What about him, unless Cell tells him, why would Ulquiorra, like, whenever someone's gonna make a claim that, like, well, a character's very smart, they would be able to figure XYZ out, can you provide any evidence that the character has ever performed a feat similar to that in order to make said claim? For him to go back to normal. But that's a little bit different because we all know that the point of... Hey, Lapis, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Because we all know that when it comes to holofying and when it comes to having hollow mask, the mask is the whole fucking point of the transformation. That's more of knowing hollow anatomy over figuring out... That's more over knowing hollow anatomy than figuring out, oh yeah, this is the weak spot. This is my enemy's weak spot. With a physiology that I've never seen nor heard of before. I'm fine if you want to make the interpretation, if you want to say he's smart enough for that, but like, it's like when I brought up the whole Sukuna versus Madara thing again. It's like, I can make the arguments that Sukuna can break down an opponent's abilities, attacks, XYZ, whatever the fuck we want to go into, because there are actual objective points in the story where you can see him break down plans, where you can see him deduce abilities, all in his head. He's literally thinking about all of these things mid-combat. Ulquiorra breaking Ichigo's horn is not indicative in the slightest bit of me saying, oh yeah, no, he can figure out where the fuck Cell's weakness is. He's gonna aim for Cell's head anyway. His Continental Cero is going to aim for a whole body anyway due to his high AP. Yeah, but he doesn't have the AP to hurt Cell, so why would it matter? Why would he reach this conclusion when he can't hurt Cell?
Energy reserves for extended...
Like, it doesn't matter. We've made this very clear. Like, I can see Ulquiorra going for the head. If you wanted to say Ulquiorra would go for the head. Now, it's less of a case of him getting lucky. It's more of a case of him getting lucky and destroying the core, rather than him actually going for the core's head. Actually going for the core willingly. I see him going for the core more of a, I'm going for this area, the head, the crest, the face, rather than, oh, there's a specific tiny little core inside that head. I'm aiming specifically for that. Yeah, no.
Combat, while Ulquiorra showed clear fatigue during his prolonged
yes,
battle.
Everyone, Lapis, as Lapis said, if you got a gifted sub, be sure to check the perks that you get off of earning a membership for the channel. What'll happen there is that you'll actually have access to the Discord where you can have discussions with everybody, and if you ever want to hit me up, just at me and in the general chat or in the memes chat or whatever, I will answer anything you guys like to talk about. I'm just a little off of Discord. This last month I've been a bit off of Discord, but quite a bit actually. But in general, I will always, if somebody hits me up, I will do my best to reply to them as soon as possible.
With Ichigo despite his impressive endurance. We're now going to be looking at each of their ultimate abilities. When it comes to Cell's Solar Kamehameha, it represents solar system levels of destructive potential. A super perfect Cell during his beam clash with Gohan states that he had gathered enough ki to blow away not only the Earth but the solar system as well. Combine this with his perfect barrier for defense and instant transmission for positioning, he can deliver solar system ending attacks while remaining mobile and protected from the collateral damage. Ulquiorra's Lanza del Relámpago, on the other hand,
Lanza del Relámpago
explosions that dwarf the size of Los Noches, which at most is country or continent levels of damage. While it is impressive, it does cap at that large country level of destruction in comparison to Cell's ability to destroy solar systems. Now, there are some weaknesses that we do need to discuss. Cell's overconfidence often leads him to allow opponents to power up or reveal their full strength, as he demonstrates with Gohan.
Yeah, we have free movie nights.
Psychology makes him crave worthy challenges rather than efficient victories, and this is a weakness that
I want you to prove to me I swear to God, if someone doesn't tell me what's up with Bleach power scaling, they're not as strong as people seem to think that they are, at least for like specific points in the story, bro. Okay, can you explain to me how his Lanza del Relámpago is stronger than a Final Flash? Explain that to me. Explain that to me. Because base form Frieza blew up a planet 10 times the size of Earth. Base form Frieza destroyed a planet 10 times the size of Earth. And Vegeta, when he did that Final Flash, was stronger than the Goku that beat Frieza's most powerful form. Just explain that to me. Explain to me how being stronger than a guy who can blow up a planet 10 times the size of Earth is weaker than a guy who is at best multi-continental. I want you to explain that to me.
That he has inherited from the Saiyan cells within his body. It's exactly the same reason behind why Vegeta had allowed Cell to attain his perfect form. In terms of Ulquiorra's weaknesses, it's those regeneration limitations around his vital organs, which provides a clear victory condition for his opponent. Ulquiorra's rigid, nihilistic worldview also makes him vulnerable to fighting
solar system
opponents
threat,
with unending determination and resilience, as he questions why they are fighting outside of his logical expectations. A direct energy clash between Solar Kamehameha and Lanza del Relámpago would heavily favor Cell. This is due to the
in likelihood final form likely has the requirements and multipliers of power to be higher than lower. Yeah, large star.
Cell's regeneration core, but this would require him to reduce Cell down to his atoms and to wipe him out from existence, like how Gohan had done with the Kamehameha clap.
It's not. Okay, so the King Vegeta thing. For those of you that may not know, in the anime, King Vegeta raised his hand, and the next scene that you see happen is 3 unquantifiable planets. 3 planets of an unquantifiable size all blow up one after the other. Do I think that him just raising his hand blew up all 3 planets? No. Do I think it blew up the first planet? Yeah. Do I think they maybe have taken a second or third action to blow up the other 2? Sure. All I'm saying is apparently all of that is weaker than Lanza del Relámpago. I don't know, man. I don't know. You're gonna have to explain to me why. You're gonna have to really explain to me that shit.
Gohan, despite being
planets do have a minimum size, I guess.
Only won against Cell with the combined effort of the other Z warriors, especially Vegeta, who had attacked Cell directly, which distracted Cell long enough for Gohan to give that final push, which had eventually defeated him. Ulquiorra, in this situation where he is fighting on his own, literally stands no chance. Now let's have a look at some unpredictable wild cards within this matchup. Cell's psychological warfare may give him a slight edge here, as he could potentially exploit Ulquiorra's philosophical nature. His ability to adapt fighting styles mid-battle using different genetic templates provides unpredictable tactical shifts, which Ulquiorra would undoubtedly find hard to keep up with. Ulquiorra's nihilistic emotional detachment may actually work against him here.
The attack is stated to wipe out Hueco Mundo, which is an amazing feat by itself. It's a low ball for Ulquiorra, dog. I need something over I need something over just a statement because it didn't blow up Hueco Mundo. It didn't blow up Hueco Mundo at all, actually. I don't care if it says it can, it didn't. So I need something more than that. I need something a bit more... Also, how big is Hueco Mundo? I don't know. Can't even destroy the planet even though he said it would. Yeah, here's the difference. In Dragon Ball, it is consistently showed that characters can control the destructive range of their attacks. Yeah, that's a Dragon Ball thing. Did you know that? In Dragon Ball, you can destroy the destructive... It's not destroy. You can manipulate the destructive range of your attacks. A little bit different here because Cell objectively scales above people who are powerful enough to destroy stars. Meanwhile, you're expecting me to believe that Ulquiorra... The difference here is that Cell has bridged scaling. Cell has scaling from characters who have performed feats that are far beyond planetary or star level. Cell is stronger than, again, I'm going to repeat that. Cell, when I say the reason why Cell's Kamehameha, you're right, his solar Kamehameha may not be, what's it called? Solar system level. It may not be solar system level because he didn't actually destroy the solar system. That's fine. No, here's the thing. That is fantastic. That is a great point. That is a fantastic point. That I will not deny. However, when you compare the fact that earlier in the story, you have characters like Frieza who can, with a single finger, charge up a ball of energy that blows up a planet 10 times the size of Earth, make himself tens to hundreds of times more powerful, perform feats that can destroy stars, so on and so forth, plug in multipliers if you want. It's because of all of that prior scaling, you can argue Cell saying he's going to destroy the whole solar system is more viable. Meanwhile, Ulquiorra has a single statement that says, I don't know from where, because I didn't find that in the story, give me a chapter if I'm wrong. Ulquiorra saying, or somebody saying, Lanza del Relampago can destroy Hueco Mundo, even though he threw it, and the feat clearly didn't result in that. You could argue maybe he didn't want to destroy Hueco Mundo. That's completely fine. The statement still isn't supported by anything. It still isn't supported by a single thing. And even then, Hueco Mundo is not a solar system. Hueco Mundo is not a solar system. That is why Bleach scaling doesn't, at least as far as everything I've read up until now, and I've read 400 chapters of this shit, Bleach scaling, under no circumstance, has really shown any way to bridge any of the feats to get a decent quantifiable metric within the context of the story.
As his inability to understand emotional concepts like determination or rage could blind him to Cell's potential power escalations, thanks to his Saiyan blood cells which give him that same...
Why are they endless?
In pride and his excitement for battle. This fight does demonstrate the fundamental difference between tier levels in
I don't know about that.
scaling. While in a lot of the videos that I've made, Bleach outscales some of the characters that we've discussed, within this matchup with the Dragon Ball character, even somebody as powerful as Ulquiorra struggles massively against an individual like Perfect Cell. While Ulquiorra dominates within his own series through superior technique and unique abilities, Perfect Cell operates on a scale that makes their contest mathematically one-sided. When it comes to power, Cell wins decisively, comparing his solar system level versus Ulquiorra's country level of destruction. Now when it comes to speed, Cell edges out, with his way faster than the speed of light scaling, especially with Cell's instant transmission which he learns from Goku. In terms of movesets and technique, Cell's versatility overcomes Ulquiorra's precision-based...
It's really just he can make barriers, it's really just that.
Combat intelligence, Cell Cell's multi-source experience provides him with way more options than Ulquiorra's singular experience. Again, Perfect Cell possesses the genetics of the greatest warriors on Earth.
I'm not convinced, I'm sorry.
Durability and stamina, Cell's superior regeneration scope wins long term, with him being able to regenerate his entire body, including organs, as long as his...
I'm gonna put it like this, Ulquiorra, unironically, I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding. If we're talking about quantifiable stuff within the context of the story, unironically, this old man right here beats the fuck out of Ulquiorra. He unironically beats the fuck out of Ulquiorra. I'm not even kidding. He can blow up the fucking moon. I have yet to see Ulquiorra blow something as big as a fucking country. I haven't seen it. There's nothing that implies it. I don't care about calcs. None of it is either. None of it matters to me. So what like, I need a statement. I need something, man. Hey, what's up, Six? Probably. He probably is. 90% of One Piece? That's 100% true. That's insane. That's insane. Yamcha? Absolutely diabolical. Yeah. He could unironically one-shot Ulquiorra with a single Kamehameha. But anyway. Guys. That is... Wait, what?
We know
They're still
that
talking? God damn.
Can instantly regenerate limbs, he is unable to regenerate his brain or his vital organs, even in optimal...
Why don't you show him the feat where Ichigo blasted him, and then for some reason his arm still wouldn't grow back? I never understood this. Actually. I really never did. Excuse me. I really never did. Can somebody actually explain to me why... What's this video? It was, Ulquiorra versus Cell. I'm done with the video. We got it. Cell wins. That, nobody... I think... I don't think there's a single person that didn't see this coming besides, Sukuna-ish. Let me ask you guys a question. Because, like, in all honesty, like, in all genuine honesty, right? How the fuck... How did this happen? How the fuck did this happen? Unless it was brain tissue or organs, your body would still regenerate. I don't remember any internal organs inside of the fucking arm, bruh. Okay, he grows it back. My most amazing ability isn't offensive, it's regeneration. We Arrancar sacrifice most of our regenerative abilities in order to enhance our powers, our other powers. Only I can regenerate my entire body except for my brain and internal organs at super fast speeds. Okay. He only blasted away your fucking arm, dude. Yeah, no. You're only missing an arm and your legs. What the fuck is this? My arms and legs have regenerated, but it's just for show. The organs he blasted away are are gone for good. If that last strike hadn't finished them, I'd be the one lying there dead. Let me go back to this real quick. So what happened here? Then? Like, can we make him? Can we make it make sense? What is the point of saying you can regrow your arm after having it completely ripped out, but then later you can't regrow the same arm after it's been blasted off? What's the difference between having it being slashed off and blasted off? I don't understand. You still do not have the arm. I thought it was because Vassal Ichigo blew up his organs, so whatever was on the end was the limitation of his regeneration. Yeah, but it doesn't make any sense because he still has all of his internal organs. Look at all this shit. Look at the rest of his body. It's still fine. These are internal organs right here. The organs inside your arm are muscle tissue, ligaments, tendons, and bones. That is it. The skin is an organ. We can agree on that. And I guess fat, but I guess this motherfucker has no fat in his case. Also, why didn't his horn grow back? That horn doesn't have internal organs, does it? It's weird. Ulquiorra is tired, dying right now, and the regen process is slowing down. Plus, he's trying his best to not go all out, destroy. No, you're just no. No. That last point made no sense. That last point made no sense. I'm sorry, I don't agree with that. No, he says it right here. He says it. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, he says it right here. He blasted away my internal organs for good. This doesn't make any sense then. This by virtue does not make any sense, because what internal organs did he blast away if you already lost your arm once? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense. And there's no implication that he can't do it because he's tired. There's no implication at all that he can't do it because he's tired. None of that is even remotely implied. So what am I supposed to think here? Am I being lied to? Am I being lied to? Did he lie? I guess it's because he was on death's door. I suppose that makes sense. But then why did this leg regen? Why did that leg regen when, again, let me show you. Why did that leg regen when it also got blasted off? This is what I'm saying. It doesn't make sense. I would agree with you if his right leg had survived because it grew completely fine. Why is the left arm and left leg gone? That's what I don't get. I thought Vessel blew up part of his torso and he regened minus the organs. It's what it is. Yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. It's nothing that you need to, again, put a lot of time into thinking. I just think, yeah, but then why did this arm grow back? This is what I'm getting at. It's so fucking inconsistent. It was targeted the most. Why would that matter? Why would that matter? What about the Vasto Lorde Cero, Gran Rey Cero, whatever the fuck? Why would that matter if one arm got blasted more than the other? It still regenerates. I thought it was because, yeah. I don't know, man. I clearly, all I'm saying is, if you're going to sit here and tell me, that Ulquiorra, right? If you're going to sit here and tell me that Ulquiorra was, really tired or whatever, that's fine. That's completely fine. But why did one leg grow back and the other one didn't, right? Why did his left arm grow back completely fine, no worries, no issue, if it got slashed, but then when it got blasted, it didn't? Does it matter if the leftover arm that got cut off before, does that actually matter? Let me double check one thing. Because I don't know if Ichigo, when he slashed off his arm the first time, if he blasted that away too. If he did, then I'm really gonna crash out. Okay. Okay, blasts, sure. Slashes it. Okay, what does he do with the arm? Is it because... No, he just keeps holding the arm. Ulquiorra destroys it. Cool. So I guess that doesn't matter. I don't know, man. Just a little nitpick. I'm gonna chalk it up to Ulquiorra never needing to regen this much, so he just If that's the case, his regeneration sucks. This is the worst kind of instant regeneration I've ever seen in my life. If that's the case, unironically, Demon Slayer has better auto regen. And I'm gonna be honest, if you ask me, then Demon Slayer has unironically better auto regen than fucking Ulquiorra's or even Bleach's fucking instant regeneration. Oh yeah, did you finish OG Bleach? If you are, what's your opinion on the scale currently and the Ichigo Transcendent stuff? I have no reason to believe he's actually universal. Yeah, Demon Slayer characters have better regenerative properties than Ulquiorra. That right now, I'm not gonna lie. If Ulquiorra, I'm not saying they're stronger. I'm not saying they're better. I'm just saying they have better regeneration. Yeah. What do you want me to tell you? If Ulquiorra had an arm ripped out once, it grew back. Got blasted, his arm didn't grow back, his leg didn't grow back, but the other leg did. His regeneration's trash. His regeneration is actually trash. Yeah, I don't give a fuck about it saying that he's on another dimension. That means nothing to me if I have nothing else to go off of. It only says he transcended another dimension. Cool. What about it? None of the feats even remotely imply this. No feats even remotely imply this at all. It's yeah, it doesn't get more blatant than that. Yeah, but it's a statement that is not backed up by any actual feats. I'm sorry. I have nothing to go off of. I just think that most of Bleach is at best, anybody around Ulquiorra is at best country level, and it's just a weird miasma of they're ranging somewhere around this weird spectrum of power that I cannot quantify for you because Bleach offers me nothing. I'm gonna be honest with you. I have nothing to go off of. By my metrics of scaling, Bleach has nothing. You don't need feats to back up statements when it's that blatant. It's really not that blatant, though. It's really not that blatant. What's so blatant about it? For something to be blatant, let me give you the difference in your definition of blatant and mine before I head out. Let me give you the difference in definition of blatant. Let me give you the difference of blatant. Because for something to be blatant, it has to be irrefutable. There is no other interpretation that could be seen. It is either this way or it's nothing. There is, like, that is blatant in my opinion, right? When I say this is a continental feat, there is a feat and a statement that backs it up. That is blatant. Aizen saying he has transcended means kind of nothing to me. I guess Dangai Ichigo could have been somewhere for over 1,000 years and 1,000 times greater than his previous self, and the power in that vague category. That's how I see it. Yeah, like, a statement saying he has reached another dimension, okay? They're constantly saying all this crazy shit about each other. Why the fuck should I believe it this time? Aizen could just be stronger than them. I don't know. Like, what is blatant about him saying that he's reached a higher dimension or some shit when he can still be affected and have his body completely blown apart by Gin Ichimaru? I don't know, man. Who has a 500 Mach speed clap? God, if mountain busting is transcending dimensions, then Garp must be a goddamn Buddha in One Piece. That's what I'm saying. Regen was legit getting sloppier and sloppier. What do you mean it was legit getting sloppier and sloppier? What do you mean by that? Because he only took like 2 big attacks. No, correction. I'm sorry. No, that's wrong on me. He took 3 big attacks. Ukiura took 3 big attacks. So again, his regen is trash. The regen is trash. I'm sorry. There's no other way of looking at it. The regen is trash. Do I need to show you do I need to show it to you again? I will. I'm not afraid to. I have the scans right here. The regen is unironically trash. He doesn't take really that much he doesn't really take damage until, okay, let's actually go by this little by little. Doesn't take a single hint of damage at any point prior. Doesn't take a single stint of damage at any point prior. Loses exactly 1 arm. Loses exactly 1 arm. So that's 1 hit. That's 1 hit. Then what does he lose? Grows back his arm. Cool. So he's just started using his regeneration. Hasn't taken any damage prior. Cool. Gets blitzed. Takes 2nd hit. This is hit number 2. There is no other hit prior than this. This is not a hit. That is not a hit. He crushed it with his bare hand. There's no damage there. Slashed. 2nd damage. Okay, now we're at 2. Cut his horn and his chest. That's 2 hits right there. We can agree. Okay. Let's keep going. Took the Gran Racero. That's 3. You're telling me if off of 3 attacks your regen stops working? It's trash. If he was in his A game, he was in his A game. You're coping. He was in his A game. Why wouldn't he be in his A game? Why would he be in his A game? So you believe it's a I don't think it's a I don't know if it's a hyperbole. I don't know if it isn't. I'm just saying, if you're saying that if something is blatant, then it has to be irrefutable. There is no other way of looking at it unless you're just straight up coping like Sukuna-ish Seven Falls is. For me to see something as blatant, there is feat, statement, narrative, etc. Aizen just has statement. And for me to take the statement literally, okay, sure, everything else around him should be crumbling down beneath him. That's not happening. Like, what am I supposed to tell you? I don't know. But anyway. He would have regenerated, if he was in his A game, he would have regenerated in an instant from brain to arm instantly in a few seconds. You're lying, because there's no feat that even remotely supports that. This is literally his best. Sukunesh, you're coping. You're absolutely coping. I'm sorry. I don't usually like to say that, but you're actually absolutely coping. You can make whatever excuse you want. You can choose to believe it. So a feat with a statement to back it up for transcending dimension statements, which makes Momo from Dandanan qualify for... Yeah. If she can have a feat that also has a statement, and they can back each other up, they are consistent, they can back each other up, sure, but 6, what am I supposed to tell you? Am I supposed to just believe that these guys go from, like, country level to, like, universal, dimensional tier plus, whatever the fuck you think it is, like, out of nowhere? No, it's too big of a leap, in my opinion. You could say, well, why, it's fiction, why is it too big of a leap? My guy, what am I supposed to tell you? It wouldn't be too big of a leap if I could at least see something back it up, but nothing backs it up. I don't know. Yeah. I'll leave it at that. I'm kind of done for today. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. We might disagree on shit, but I hope you still have a wonderful rest of your day. She is stated to have transcended dimension that destroys a dimension from the inside right after. Okay, yeah, no, see, that right there, that proves it to me, right? If I go into Dandadan and it says, Momo Ayase has transcended dimensions, and then she destroys a dimension from the inside right after, I'll believe that. What has Aizen done in remotely close to that? I don't know. Because he's still being affected by guys way weaker than him. Oh, but he's weakening himself, Eon. He's lowering himself down to that extent where he's getting his entire body blasted wide open? I don't think so, man. But anyway. Don't send me the feat. When it gets to Dandadan, I'll want to watch it for myself anyway. But anyway. Guys, have a wonderful rest of your day. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. I really hope you guys drink some water. Drink some nice, clean water. No juices, no preservatives, nothing. Just get yourself some nice little water. You sound so mentally exhausted. I am, man. Whenever I have to hear arguments like... It's the same thing as like this Yonko conversation, dude. It's like, just show it to me then. If what you're arguing is true, I don't care about your interpretation. I care about what is being shown and stated. If it's not being shown and stated, why do I have to believe it? Because at that point, I'm just believing interpretation. I'm not believing fact. I'm believing interpretation. Interpretation is opinion. I want to see. Yeah, I don't know. It's fine. I'm going too much back and forth with this. It's fine. By all One Piece top tiers or uni, sure. Have a wonderful rest of your day, guys. Who even knows if Yagamomo's Banka is even close to the weakest tier of transcended beings after Bleach terms of what transcended being, nothing, star, or dwarf level. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's weird. Have a good night, guys.